Let's wait for this thing to go live. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Ackle on here, and welcome back to each one of you. And of course, if you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit the like button, hit that subscribe button, and also click the link in the description down below, because, you know, it's always better when you do this live. Always better. Just got back from the gym, got out of the shower, and now we're live. So, good times indeed. Good times indeed. I hope all of you are well. Waiting to download some videos. I probably have to... Fuck. Yeah, I haven't uploaded any videos in a really long time. So let's quickly do that as well. Like VODs, I mean, not videos. I've uploaded a lot of videos. But VODs. So this is 49. Alright. 49. Save changes. Prometheus, how you doing, brother? How you doing? I am just quickly doing some maintenance here on the channel, and then we'll be going. We'll be going full steam ahead. Acewiz, how you doing? Drillman, how you doing? Well, welcome. What is it? Hello, everyone. Drillman, how you doing, brother? I hope you guys are well. I'm feeling great. Went to the gym again today. You know, I always feel good on gym days. I just need to remember to remind myself how I feel after I've been to the gym. Yeah, I feel like that's like the hardest part. Zukimi, how you doing? Neo, how you doing? Happy to have all of you here. Welcome. Jesus, you guys are coming in fast. Coming in fast. I like it. I like it. It's always weird when I'm here for like 10 minutes on my own, just hanging out. Makes it easier when you guys come online quick. That orc, how you doing, brother? How's it going, Echo? It's cold as fuck today. Where I am, it's chilly. Today is quite nice, actually. Temperature today, let's quickly see. Don't want to lie to you. It's 18 degrees Celsius. That's not a bad day at all. Tomorrow is apparently going to be pretty cool as well. So, really looking forward to tomorrow. So, and then the day after that is hot as shit again. I just need summer to be over, man. I am done with summer. I'm truly over it. I don't mind the cold as much as I do the grayness. See, I think there's something beautiful about that sort of the death of winter. There's something poetic and beautiful within it. My favorite two seasons in a year is fall and winter. And I think it has to do with that sort of the world is dying, you know? It's basically all life is either going into hibernation or moving away. Life is taking a break. It's going on pause for a bit. There's something extremely poetic in that for me. And I don't mind it at all. For me, summer and spring is like somewhat depressing. I live in Germany. We have this around the year, not just winter. Bullshit, you have it. I know that there are extremely hot days in Germany. Like, absolute bollocks. You're gonna tell me that it's all year just cold and snowing. Then I move to Germany tomorrow, if that is in fact the case. Last month, we have lots of winds, and on weekend, it will be windy again for 3 days. So, there's not a lot of wind today. It's just very cloudy and overcast, and there's been a bit of rain throughout the night. But not a lot of wind. Tomorrow, again, is going to be rather cool. It's going to be about 24 degrees Celsius, but very windy. And that I can handle. I don't mind at all when it's windy. What I hate is when we get like these 36 degrees Celsius with zero wind. Austrian can confirm it can be hot as shit here. Lunari, how you doing? Yep. UK 24/7. I just wait. I love winter, but my electricity bill doesn't. Yeah, you guys are like proper rigged for winter. You're in South Africa. Most of us, at least this is what I have done. We'll see what South Africa is like, what Cape Town is like. I've never been in Cape Town during winter. Nalasco, how you doing, brother? Good morning, Master of Lore. Seems that it's hot there. Greeting from Portugal. Here is sunny, but 9 degrees Celsius. It's not actually hot. It's more the fan today is more just for circulation. If I don't have the fan on, there's no wind, so there's actually no movement of air. So it would get really like humid and stuffy in here without the fan. So the fan really is today just moving air around. It's not cold, but it's not hot either. But we'll see what the winter in Cape Town is like. But my whole life, my winter have literally consisted of me just throwing on a bunch of clothes. Like I'll sit there with a jacket on and like sweatpants, and that's it. That's me fucking sorted for the winter. Sure, it's cold, but you know the clothes are keeping me hot. I've never used heaters and stuff like that in wintertime. Never. There's just never really been a point because, yeah, it gets cold, but not that cold. Now, Cape Town, they say, is a very different fucking story. I spoke to a friend of mine who told me that winter time in Cape Town, during the day, it'll get about 8C, maybe 12C. It will get up to about 12C, but real feel is usually in the minus. So real feel will be like -1, -2. And the reason for that is the wind. So it's like an ice cold wind that comes over the ocean and just it cools everything down. It's just, it cuts through you. So he's just like, bro, believe me when I tell you, winters are rough. So I'm really looking forward to that. I'm really looking forward to seeing just how bad this winter can get. Urian ski hat? What's a ski hat? You mean just like one of those beanie things? Giano, how you doing, brother? Rizzler, how you doing, bro? Mini Cooker, how you doing, brother? What was I doing again? I feel like there's things I have to do. I should clear up this watch later list. I have so many fucking old videos on the watch later list that I don't think I need. Pushing a stream. Hey, happy to have you guys here. Happy to have you guys watching stream. I'm just here hanging out with you guys because I have nothing else to do. How sad is my life? The best way for me to spend my life is to legitimately just sit here and talk to you guys. If I wasn't here talking to you guys, I'd be bored. I would literally sit here with nothing to do. Fucking, why do I have so many videos? Why don't they remove videos from the watch later list once you've watched them? Like, what kind of stupid fucking thing is this? I don't get it. See that vid about Ice Poseidon? We're gonna watch that vid about Ice Poseidon today, and then we're also going to be watching. There's a follow-up to that video. Buddha, how you doing, brother? Welcome from home. So I have Twitch open in the background. Asmund stopped streaming, and you started perfect timing. Hey, wait, Asmund stopped? Fuck. I saw him live, but I'm assuming it's very late where he is, so he's probably going bed. Smoldering, how you doing, bro? No, he is not done yet. I thought it was, like, he usually streams fucking hours and hours and hours. I genuinely don't know where he gets the energy from. Although I must admit, when you're streaming with no cam on and you're just sort of playing video games, it does make it slightly easier. The end of his stream, so I figured it's better to jump in here. Well, I'm still happy to have you here, brother. I'm still very happy to have you here. But yeah, it's easier when you're just chilling out. When all you're doing is chilling out. So I found I can easily put up 9-10 hour streams if all we're doing is reacting to content and sort of hanging out and chatting. But then when you're playing games, getting to 9 hours of stream is fucking rough, dude. You over around here? Jesus. Oh, I wish I had winter already. Into the rabbit hole of JCS? Yes. Yes. And now we have even more fucking videos to watch. Because yesterday, after we finished watching the Chris Watts case, stream was like, save these 2 videos for watch later, please. We want to watch those 2. So, yeah, we're kind of going down a massive rabbit hole. Dragon, how you doing, brother? Very happy to have you, brother. Grass always greener, man. Smoldering, I wouldn't say grass always greener, because, so for me personally, wintertime is everything. I'm a huge fan of wintertime. I believe winter is so much better than summer. So for me, winter, I would legitimately live in a place that had winter 24/7, whole year round, and I'd be very happy to live there. And then you talk to people who grew up in places that have 24/7 winter, and they're like, oh my fucking God, I hate the winter, bro. I just need summer. I want to be outside in a t-shirt and shorts. I fucking loathe the winter. Is the FF14, what FF14 dev stream? What stream is that? Is it a live later day? Why do I not? I don't know. There was a live later day. What? When did this happen? Why did I miss a live later? That's strange. Oh, it's not live later, is it? No, just Dev Fun. Oh, okay. I was like, wait a second. I'm pretty sure I know almost, like, I know when the live laters go on. Why do I not know about this? There's gonna be a live later, I believe, late in February. But not now. There shouldn't be one now, right? Asians, man, I hate them. A bunch of evil bastards. Don't fucking tell me anything, King Julian. Keep your fucking story to yourself. I'll get there on my own time. I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to hear how you hate shit. I don't want to hear jack crap about your experiences in Shadowbringers. Like, as far as I'm concerned, Shadowbringers doesn't exist. I don't want to hear anything about that story. I don't want to hear what goes on. I have no interest in it. Then you should be more quiet than what you are now. Like, you should literally pretend like you've never fucking played the game if you're in this stream. Because if you fucking spoil anything in Endwalker, that is a ban. Like, I will remove you from the channel. You can give me shit as much as you want. You can disagree with me as much as you want. If you fucking spoil the story of Final Fantasy for me, I'm banning you from the channel. Simple as that. Neo, how you doing, brother? How's the weather in Cape Town? Right now, quite nice. You know, cool, cloudy, no wind, sadly, but cloudy, bit rainy. So, awesome. Han Solo dies? That's a ban, Sashel. Fuck you. I was rooting for Han Solo in Final Fantasy 14. Shadow Grove, how you doing? Adon Mephi, how you doing? Primero, how you doing? See you live again. It's always a blessing. Hey, I'm happy to fucking be here. My bad, didn't mean, was just expressing my feelings. Sorry about that, Akko, never meant to spoil you. No, I don't view what you said as a spoiler, but it's bordering on it. Because I didn't actually know that the Ashians were in Endwalker. So it would be better if you don't tell me shit that even reveals enemies in any of the expansions. Because I would like to experience all of it by myself. Mains Libra, how you doing, bro? Hey, first time in stream. Hey, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome, bro. Happy to have you here. You literally tuned in right at the start. I'm still just catching my bearings, hanging out, you know, talking shit. As if I do anything else on these streams. But let's pretend like it gets better from here. Hey? One thing we can say about Inkpoker, I hope you have a lot of tissues. Yeah, everyone says that. Let's not even fucking let's not even get there. I've never cried in a video game. I've only cried once in a movie in the last 2 decades that I can remember. 5 a.m. his time, so Jesus. Yeah, Asmongold streams more now on his second channel than he ever streamed on his main channel. It's surreal. The hours that man is putting in right now on his second channel is absolutely surreal. Text box reading, it hurts my eyes. The text, the way the dialogue is actually one of the things I fell in love with most. I hated it for a long time, but I hated it in the beginning, like up to level 30, level 35. The reading was quite a massive burden for me, and I never mind reading in video games. I mean, some of my favorite games like Baldur's Gate 1, which is only reading. There's almost no voice acting in that game whatsoever. The voice acting only started in Baldur's Gate 2. You know, so, and I still loved it. But yeah, there's a crap ton of reading in Final. But the story gets so interesting that the reading don't even fucking matter. Thanks to Twitch, apparently you're taking an ad break of 7 ads in a row, so can't hear a thing you're saying. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Hey, Johnny, you bastard. Thanks for the gifted sub. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is your first time gifting in the channel. Comrade, thank you so much for that redistribution of wealth. You've broken the dam. You've broken the dam. Can we get some hearts in chat? Really appreciate that. Man saw Adam struggling with the ads and he was like, "Hey, I'm going to help you out, brother. I'm going to help you out. Here's some subs for you so you don't have to watch ads." Really appreciate that, Johnny. Oh no, the cycle is broken. McChollock, how you doing, bro? Yeah, once you've gifted one sub, that's how they get you. You know, it's built the same way as mobile gaming. Like you start with one gifted sub, and before you know it, you got like 300 and some shit. Like Macmillan. It really gets easier. It's weird how human psychology works on shit like that, you know? Because most people that come into the stream for the first time, so I have quite a few viewers that came from YouTube that literally watched no one else ever on Twitch but me. I also know who that is. Like I've spoken to them before, where they literally came to Twitch just to watch me stream. They don't actually like Twitch. And then usually for like 3, maybe 4 months, they won't gift subs, they won't sub, they won't do shit. Like nothing. They just sit and watch and they enjoy and they chat together. And then like usually after about 3 or 4 months, they'll do that, you know, they'll sub. And then like a few weeks later, they'll maybe gift a sub or 2. Before you know it, it's like gifting subs, cheering, fucking donating. It's like, for some reason, that first step of doing something is really hard. And then once you've taken that first step, Twitch just gets you in. And it just fucking, it will just milk all the money you have. Did you know Heavensward was about dragons? Yes. I don't know. I figured that out. I finished Heavensward already. I finished Heavensward already. No better way to start the day than get slapped with Rage out of shit. Really wakes you up, doesn't it, Sashel? Really wakes you up. How much have I gotten spoiled, Buddha? Nothing. I've been very, very lucky in that not a single person have spoiled the game for me so far. I have no idea what Stormblood is about. I have no idea what Shadowbringers is about. And Endwalker, I know has to do with Ashians, but I have no idea what they do or why they're there. So I genuinely have no idea. Let's play Raid Shadow Legends. It's weird to me that they say let's play Raid Shadow Legends, right? Unknown Mephi, comrade. Thank you so much for that redistribution of, well, 5 community subs. Can we get some hearts in chat for the 5 community subs? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Unknown Mephi is popping the fuck off. Like, how much money have you given me already? Like, it must be more than your taxes. Like, you're being taxed to fuck here. I really appreciate that. I'm not gonna use your money wisely. Like, you have no idea how much money I'm gonna waste. 60 subs as far as I counted. I think you can check it, actually. Oh shit, you guys are triggering a hype train? That makes it very hard to check how many fucking subs Unknown Mephi have given. He's gonna buy a Catgirl NFT? Oh, I'm gonna spend all your money on buying NFTs. They told me that you can get rich by buying NFTs, so I'm gonna do that. I'm waiting for Blizzard to announce their NFTs for Sylvanas, and then I'm buying all of it. I'm gonna buy all the Sylvanas NFTs. I'm gonna launch an Akko NFT as well, yeah. I have to. It's the future, right? Neo, how many subs do I have? Oof. I'll have to check for you. Give me a moment. So, in terms of sub points right now, I'm on 459 or 448. But, obviously it resets. So, February, I have 36 subs. And last month, we had 407 subs. Not sure if... like, I'm not entirely sure. I know there's people who only focus on their sub points, but I prefer to just look at it as, you know, I have 36. And for some reason, Fat Fuckers Club says 39. So I'm not sure how Fat Fuckers Club on the, like how it gets to like this bit. I don't know how it gets to 39 because it's 36, but it says 39. So I guess it's whatever the fuck, you know, somewhere between there. So let's call it 38. I'm curious what you feel about the cross faction in 925. I don't catch you often because of work, so I was just wondering. Cholok, what do I feel about the cross faction stuff? I made a video on it, so you can watch the video on YouTube if you want like my full thoughts on it. It's good. It's nice to have. I don't mind it. I mean, it's not going to do anything for me, yeah? It's not bringing me up. You don't have to apologize. I'm just saying if you want, like, all of my thoughts, the YouTube video would probably be the better thing to watch. You don't have to watch it if all you wanted was just a quick answer, because I will still provide you with that. But it's not going to bring me back to WoW, because that is not the reason why I left WoW. You know, I didn't leave WoW because I couldn't play with people in the Alliance. I know no one in the Alliance, so why would I give a fuck? But it's nice to have. I think for people who play on realms where they don't have anyone to play with and it's really difficult because server instability is a real big problem, I can see how this can help, although I don't think Blizzard is going far enough with it. I genuinely believe that Blizzard should have made it where Horde and Alliance can sign up literally for the same dungeons. So in other words, when you sign up to Dungeon Finder to go into a dungeon, you need to have a little box that you can tick that says I'm okay with cross-faction, or no, I'm not okay with cross-faction. And if you say I'm okay with cross-faction, you literally get paired with everyone in the game, right? Doesn't matter what faction they are. If you say I'm not okay with cross-faction, then of course you'll only be paired with other people from your faction. That is what I think it should have been, because I don't automatically think that this is solving the problem that Blizzard wants to solve. Blizzard made it clear this is to solve server instability and also balancing problems. You know, we have most realms in the game is Horde dominated, and that means that most realms in the game are dying because Alliance players are moving away from the underpopulated realms to the few Alliance dominated realms. And the Horde, of course, is moving from those realms to the Horde-dominated realms. So, there's sort of like this weird thing that's happening where effectively you're ending up with servers that have no Horde and no Alliance, respectively. I don't see how this changes things, because say you are in a low pop realm and you don't know any Horde players because you don't have them to real ID, how does this actually solve your issue? I mean, I get the thing, I want to play with my friends, but this doesn't solve the issue of low pop realms. And they could have solved the issue of being able to play with your friends and solving the issue of low pop realms literally all at the same time. WoW 2.0 will not happen, to be honest, with the state of the game and them bleeding money. So here's the thing. WoW 2.0 is almost definitely not happening. Apocalypse, how you doing, brother? It's almost definitely not happening, and here's why: the sunk cost fallacy, the risk versus reward for a WoW 2. The risks far outweigh the rewards because you have imagined rewards. So there is a chance that I make a WoW 2 and I retain all of the players that I have. And I bring in a bunch of new players because it's updated graphics and all that shit, yeah? There is a chance. But there is a much larger chance that I lose at least 50% of my current player base and I bring almost no one new into the game, regardless of the graphics. Why would you take that risk? If I told you, yeah, that we could either keep your money in this account that gives you 10% growth every single year, yeah? And that's always going to be the case, 10% growth. Or we can move your money into this new account. This account could give you 100% growth per year. So you could literally double your money every single year. But there's about an 80% chance that you lose all of your money. How many of you would go, yeah, put me in 100% one? Like, move me into the account with the big growth. Most of you would be like, no thanks. That seems like a terrible fucking idea. I'm not moving all my money there. So why would a gaming company, where at least they have a player base, opt to make a new game where they could very easily lose their existing player base and not bring anyone else in? Numasal, how you doing? Microsoft money though now? I mean, it's not a money thing, yeah? So if you brought out a WoW 2, there's so many obstacles that you have to deal with, so many things that you have to figure out. How are we attacking a lot of these issues? So, for example, what do you do with current player base? Do you port all of their mounts, pets, and achievements into WoW 2.0? Or do we leave that out? Do we say WoW 2.0 is a complete restart, fresh? You don't get any of the things that you used to have. What would you guys say? What's the optimal way to do that? Give players a tattoo. The only thing we can do is increase graphical fidelity with each expansion where possible. Yeah, you could do something like that. All right, so a lot of you are saying fresh. Here's the thing. How many WoW players do you think play the game currently, not because they're having an incredible amount of fun, but because they have accumulated so many things in the game? Like, they've spent so many years playing this game that they're just really having a lot of fun. And because they have all of these things, there's so much investment that they've already had that leaving now would just make it feel like they've wasted their time. How many players do you think is exactly like that? Would never go for it? A lot of people probably play it out of habit, compulsion, not fun. I'd say most. How many people do you know that's in relationships that they're actually very unhappy in the relationship, but they've been in the relationship for so long that they stay in the relationship because You know, they don't want to feel like they wasted all this time. I can tell you, I know quite a few people like that. Quite a few people that isn't like very happy in their relationship. The relationship have been like, it's been dead for quite a while, but it's better than not being in the relationship, because if they leave, it means that they've wasted the last 2 years of their lives. Now, of course, it's a bonkers way to think about it, because what, in a year from now, you're going to have wasted 3 years of your life. And then a year from there, it's going to be 4 years of your life. So you're effectively just wasting more time, you know? Like, not even that, like it is a waste of time, because it really isn't a waste of time. If you dated someone that you're now no longer in love with, you didn't waste any fucking time, right? You learned a bunch of things. That's really it. Yeah, it is called the sunk cost fallacy, which is why I said that's why WoW won't work, exactly because of the sunk cost fallacy, right? Fade, thanks for the first time chat, really appreciate that. So what ends up happening is you bring out WoW 2 and you start it fresh. Yeah, so people can't bring over their mounts, can't bring over their pets, and suddenly about 80% of your player base, or 60% or 70%, however many percentages of your player base, whatever the portion of that is only playing because of the amount of time that they've spent in the game, wakes up and goes, well, I think this is it for me. I've spent enough time on this game, and now that I'm basically going to have to start over, I don't need to keep playing again. Massive price to pay, yeah? There's so much risk to doing a WoW 2, and very little reward, because all of the rewards are theoretical. The losses are not. It's not, I believe, theoretical to say that they're gonna lose a massive portion of their player base. I don't think that's theoretical. I don't think that's a guess. I think most people would go, yeah, I can see how they would lose quite a lot of their current player base, with no guarantee that they're ever getting those players back, or new players in their state. Alcathraze, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel, bro. Thank you. It's like playing the remasters. It's nice for about 30 minutes. Then you go back to something else. Look, MMOs are a massive time investment. We can put it this way. Imagine if Final Fantasy 1.0 led to Heavensward and then to Stormblood, and then they decided to do the massive rework. It would probably never have happened. They would have just continued with the broken servers at that point, because it's been too long. The only way I can see a WoW 2 happening is if WoW 1 truly reaches a point where most of their players start quitting. Then yes, absolutely, I can see them going, all right, we have to do something crazy now. We're dying. The game is dying. It's time for us to go. I personally, I don't think, and to be fair, and I think I think this is also important. Do you believe that WoW requires a 2.0? Because I don't necessarily think it does. The fundamental way how MMOs are set up, you could fix it just through expansions, because it's not as if Final Fantasy had massive server problems and coding problems that expansions would never have fixed. You couldn't fix those in expansions. You literally had to remake the game from the ground up. There was no other options. WoW doesn't have those issues. Most of WoW's issues is direction. They make the wrong choices and they put the wrong shit in the game. But its server structures and server stability is fine. We're not talking about the amounts of lag. That is a thing that they need to figure out at some point. But again, I don't think there's a massive rewrite necessary in order to fix that. I think Blizzard is just not trying hard enough to fix it. But I believe they can still. I believe they can fix that, right? So I don't see why you would need a WoW 2. I think you can fix it just as it is. Ibalas, how you doing, brother? Doubt all the OGs from Blizz jumped ship and Ian is stubborn. No, they need to end it and go with a new IP that is solely Denuzers and not bleaching of good faith of Metzen era. Blizzard will not end. WoW. WoW still makes money. Bulga Bob, how you doing, bro? Manhood, how you doing? 2.0 would be launched on the same game engine, just like Vanilla did, to save cost, and then just start a new story that would reduce the risk and price. I don't know if it would, like, in that case, it wouldn't really be 2.0, would it? The reception of the community would have been much better if BFA was not in the WoW universe. Yeah, but I don't think Blizzard will ever let go of WoW. Look, I believe that the next expansion is the last chance that Denuser have to prove me wrong. Right now, my opinion of Denuser is that the dude doesn't know his ass from his elbow. I'm genuinely certain that the dude does not know how to write a story. I think he's absolute crap at writing stories. But he's blaming Alex Afrasiabi, saying this is what he was, like, given. And there's not much that he could have done about it. And whilst I think he's full of shit, I'm like, okay, cool. Next expansion is all you, brother. So if next expansion blows, there ain't no blame game. Then you are the fucking moron that I thought you were. And then I am going to say it loud and fucking proud. You need to be fired. Because next expansion is all him. He's written it from the ground up. He even said this is the next chapter in the world of... Or the next book, actually. Not even the next chapter. It's the next book in the World of Warcraft fucking fantasy world. So, yeah, we'll see. Because if the next book starts bad, the dude clearly has no clue what he's doing. I mean, I could literally just go on who Denuser used to be and his history and tell you that the dude has never had a successful career in anything that he's touched. But we'll see. We'll see if WoW is different. Tirakio, how you doing, brother? Malefia, how you doing? Twisted Ash, how you doing? The Jailer's Ghost, possessed Azeroth, been building since Warcraft 3. Yeah, well, Zuval is definitely the best villain video games have ever seen before, right? Because most movies, the problem is, you know who the killer is, like, before the movie even wanted you to know. In WoW, we didn't even have a fucking clue until a couple of weeks ago. Like, you know, for more than a decade, this dude have been, like, fucking us in the ass, and we never even knew. We never even figured it out. So this guy is sneaky as shit. Maybe he's not even gonna die this time around. Like, that's probably also just gonna be a fucking facade. Tero, yeah, Blizzard is sort of promising a bunch of new shit. Sarcasm is dripping. Better check that out. If it's only Denuser, he is easier to replace. But if it's something we all are doing just because, well, what changes then? He is the lead narrative director. So I believe that the buck stops at him. I don't care because, look, if the people that's working for him are shite, then he should fire them. Then he should get rid of them and get better people. Because if I was the narrative lead developer or the lead narrative developer for Blizzard Entertainment and they brought the story of Zaval to my table and said, this is what we're doing in Shadowlands, I would have looked at the person and chased them out of my office. I would have been like, get the fuck out and rewrite this. This is dog shit. What are you talking about? This is the story for Shadowlands. I don't even understand the story, and I'm the lead narrative director. So I don't believe that it's the writer's fault. If you are the boss making the decisions of what goes into the game, you can't blame the writers below you. You can't be like, yeah, they wrote the story shit. It's like a chef. Does a chef make every single piece of food that goes out in a restaurant? Like, does the main chef make all of the food? No, the main chef doesn't do that. But when food sucks, so when food is cold, undercooked, overcooked, the chef gets blamed because it's his job to make sure that all the food that leaves his kitchen is tip-top fucking shape, right? Alex, how you doing? Adelia, how you doing? Fidget, how you doing? At the top, always some players, yeah. That's why I blame Ian Hazzikostas for the state of World of Warcraft, and I'm not even sorry to blame him. He can't push it on to anyone else. He can't go around saying, well, you know, there's been a lot of problems, and that's why we couldn't get the game done, bro. You are the chef, literally at the front, making sure that all of the food that goes out into the restaurant is well cooked, well seasoned, and ready for the customers to eat. If a customer comes back to you and say, this is cold, this is chewy, and I fucking hate it, it's not the guy who cooked it's fault. Sure, you can go to him and kick his ass afterwards, but it's your fault, because how the fuck did you allow that food to get through? You can't go to the customer and be like, oh, I'm so sorry, this fucking chefs that I'm working with is just moronic. The customer doesn't give a shit whether or not it's the chefs that work in the kitchen. You're the head chef. Why is the food sucky? They decide what to develop. Exactly, Tolnai. Exactly. Getting ready for job? Nice. If 10.0 sucks, then Echo, are you saying that you will be done with WoW completely and never play WoW again? Yes. Yes. I mean, I'm already basically done with WoW. I don't play WoW at all. You know, I don't even have the Blizzard launcher installed on my PC. So I don't play. I don't pay for WoW currently. So yes, if 10.0 sucks, it's not going to be hard for me to walk away. I'll just keep doing other things that I find far more enjoyable anyways. So yeah, it wouldn't be a massive loss if WoW died. 2 years ago, it would have been a massive loss to me if WoW died. Because it was literally my entire brand. I was streaming WoW, I was talking about WoW, I was making videos about WoW. If I lost WoW 2 years ago, that would have been a massive hit to everything. I would have probably had to go to work and stop streaming and stop making content. Nowadays, it's like the channels are doing great, even with non-WoW stuff. The channels are doing amazing. The stream is doing better than ever. So why would I need WoW? I don't need WoW anymore. I'm finally in a position now where I can say, if I do cover WoW, it's actually helping Blizzard more than what it's helping me. Because new people will see WoW and maybe go try it out. But I'm no longer reliant on Blizzard to make any sort of income. At least I hope not. Things can change, obviously. Came to us for Warlord's launch. He's massively nerdy, passionate about the game, but I agree, as Gareth says, times change. I don't judge Ian's devotion to WoW. I do believe that Ian loves WoW. I think the problem that I have is that they took someone that is incredible at developing grabs on Mephi by the ankle, shake, 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 money from subs. Unknown Mephi really appreciate the money though. So I sort of have a problem with how Blizzard promotes people to the lead developer. And it might sound strange and weird, but a part of me wonders if it wouldn't be better if Blizzard actually decided to get lead developers from outside of World of Warcraft. You know, to get some new blood in, some new thoughts, some new ideas about what the game is. Because every single time Blizzard sort of promoted someone, they promoted someone that already worked within the World of Warcraft space. So this Ian was literally raised under people like Tom Chilton, Ghostcrawler, even Morgan Day. You know, Ian was sort of raised under these people, and then became the lead narrative designer. So, what makes you think Ian would have new ideas about where to take World of Warcraft? And like I told you guys before, it's not that World of Warcraft sucks because it's changed too much. It's that World of Warcraft sucks because it hasn't changed at all. That's the only reason World of Warcraft sucks. It's still stuck in this 2004 mindset of a game should be a second life, should be a second job. and you should literally try to tie the player into the game as many hours a day as possible. Where all other MMOs have moved from that. All other MMOs have accepted the fact that, look, people are busy, they have lives. We can't keep them busy all hours of the day. Yeah. You can't let them commit to diligent farming. Yeah. All other MMOs have realized this, except for World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is still in this diligent farming mindset. If they just diligently farm for 3 months, they'll be able to get it all done. And it's going to be great. It no longer works that way. For the vast majority of players nowadays, if you tell me, I laughed so hard when Soul So Breezy said diligent farming. I was like, bro, what the fuck are you saying? Diligent farming. Like, do you hear yourself? You realize you're talking about a video game. It's not as if this is my job. Right? My boss is allowed to tell me if you commit to diligently doing your work, you'll get a raise. Sure. But a game should not tell me to diligently farm. You're not, I'm paying you. Like, it's not you that's paying me. Why the fuck would I commit that many hours? You know? But WoW isn't the worst MMO. Genio, but I never said that. No one ever said that. And anyone who does say that WoW is the worst MMO is talking out of their ass, because there are bad MMOs out there. But out of the top 5 MMOs, is it top 5? Let's see. You have Final Fantasy XIV, you have ESO, you have Guild Wars, you have Star Wars: The Old Republic, and then you have WoW. These is, am I missing any? These would be the ones that I consider to be the top 5 MMOs in the world right now. Am I missing any? New World is illegal. It's not fucking, like, I'm not, no. RuneScape is far too niche, so I don't know if you could count RuneScape, because it's very niche. You know, we've checked Steam charts the other day. They don't have as many players, but the players that they do have is incredibly into it. Lost Ark, I'm not including it because it haven't launched yet. And Black Desert Online, is it really that big? Is it really that big? And don't tell me it's big in Asia, because the problem with games like BDO that is massively paid to win, it's basically designed for the Asian market. Asian players love playing games that's paid to win, right? So I don't care about games that's sort of big in specific regions. I'm talking about the big 5, like the 5 biggest MMOs sort of in the West, because that's where most of us are playing. Yeah. And there, I think those are sort of the big 5, you know. Now, out of the big 5, I would say that WoW is probably close to the worst, if not at the bottom. And this is not even talking about, like, necessarily player numbers. We're talking about the amount of people that is happy when they're playing it. For example, I never hear Final Fantasy players complaining about Final Fantasy. They might have gripes with certain small things in the game, but they won't really mind the game overall. Overall, they love the game. Same with Star Wars: The Old Republic. People that play Star Wars: The Old Republic love playing Star Wars: The Old Republic, and they love what the company is doing. What BioWare is doing with Star Wars: The Old Republic. People who play Guild Wars 2 love Guild Wars 2, and they really appreciate the game. They love what the game is doing. It feels unique and sort of fresh every single time. ESO, the same thing. ESO has a massive community that really enjoys the game. And then you look at WoW. At least like about 50% of people that play WoW also complain about WoW non-stop. I know personally, in my stream, there's a shit ton of people that play WoW only for, like, their friends. They literally only play WoW because, you know, their friends raid every week, and they sort of raid with their friends every week. They don't enjoy WoW, but they do like playing with their friends, and that's sort of why they're there, you know? So based on that, I throw World of Warcraft into probably the worst of the top 5 MMOs. Not the worst MMO by a mile, because people will be forgetting about things like Secret World and all those other Asian MMOs that keep launching day in, day out. That is basically just click one button and win kind of things. Don't like the game. They play it because a friend is an addiction. I would say for the most part that's true, yes. But does the current WoW have the old mindset? I played classic PvE recently and it's more or less raid logging. One evening of preparation for the main raid and then 1 to 2 raid evenings. Season of Mastery removed buff cap, so it requires way more chore preparation this time, which was not there originally. Many as one, the current WoW team, in my opinion, have become far more sort of focused on grind and engagement. If you think about it, that's literally all engagement is, right? It's designing the game in such a way that it is that it remains a grind and keeps you grinding as much as possible.
Have seen ProJared's review of Final Fantasy XI? It's an interesting view of an old school MMO that gives it a lot of perspective on things.
I have not seen that video. I thought ProJared was like fucking cancelled or something, wasn't he? Why do I feel like he was cancelled? Kaynor, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, guys, I have to upload some videos. You guys are fucking distracting me. So, speak amongst yourselves. I always say that, and it never works because I keep fucking, like, talking to you guys. All right, admin stream again, of course. What did you expect? Did you expect anything differently? This is how it goes, bro. This is how it fucking goes. Shorts. Sort of it. Back to work, I guess. Hey, I gotta do what I gotta do. I don't have a choice. I have to upload these videos. Because this is when Alex fixes them, you know? Fuck the game there. Mike Tyrann, thanks for the 30 bits. I really appreciate that.
And then he came with a debunked video regarding the allegations. And, allegedly, went off the hook the most egregious stuff, not on cheating on his girlfriend, though.
I didn't even follow him being, like, fucking, you know, banned or whatever. Or cancelled. I just remember there was some stories about ProJared and kid stuff and whatnot, and you know, so that sort of. I guess let's do one video, one subscribe. Why not? Best for viewer would be fine. Finally, this thing is going through as a fucking short. The other one didn't actually, Alex. You know the other short that we uploaded? Literally the exact same fucking ratio, everything, and YouTube was just like, this is not a short, go screw yourself. While I code, Disco, what are you coding right now? ProJared got framed and did nothing wrong? Most of the cancels work exactly that way, doesn't it? Like, there's always someone canceling fucking someone. Like, look at this. This is so sad, and I can't re-upload it. There's literally 0 point of re-uploading it because it's on the channel now. But it's only got a 900 views, and there's fuck all I can do about this. Is it didn't make the shorts list. This one did make the shorts list though, so very happy about this one. Next one we have to do is this. So let's see. Main rush. Blizzard is throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, at WoW. I don't know if that's a good title. What do you guys think of this? Can't wait to watch this video. NFTs is the new digital cancer. Agreed. Sadly, though, it's not supposed to be. Sadly, it's not supposed to be. There is a world in which NFTs, once they mature, would become really cool. It's not ready
I had a
yet.
question that I wanted to ask. Did you see forced personal loots as a form of communism?
Part of me wants to say no, and I'm not sure why I want to say no. Did I see it as a form of communism? Jesus, Saint, how you doing? That's a difficult question. I don't know. I don't necessarily think it's a form of communism. I think it makes it difficult. It doesn't necessarily like it. Just it's more just it's removing agency. But if you look at personal loot, it's still your property, right? Once you get it, it is your property, and you get to keep it. If Blizzard did some kind of gearing system where the gear doesn't actually belong to you and Blizzard can remove the gear at any time, that would be a form of communism. But I don't think it wasn't. No, it was definitely not communism. It was more just it was more just the case of Blizzard removed the player's ability to exercise any sort of agency over the game. But definitely not communism. Folding Ideas also has a great video on the subject, but it's very long. Just Hayes made an excellent video on NFTs recently, highly recommended. We watched it, Void Walker. We actually watched it. Love Josh's videos, so not gonna argue at all. I love watching his videos. He's like my coffee time. His worst MMO ever series is like my coffee time videos. Whenever I'm having coffee on a Saturday, I'm watching his worst MMO videos. So yeah, massive fan of his. There's some things about NFTs, and he did make it clear from the beginning that he's not really going into depth on explaining what NFTs are, right? He's just sort of covering what NFTs is currently. And in that, I had no problem. But there is definitely, I think if you're going to explain NFTs, you need to explain what they are right now and what they aim to become, because those are two different things. The aim for NFTs, the end result of NFTs is to ultimately be property, right? A digital property that you own and you can do whatever the fuck you want with it. The problem right now is that nothing in our law system or our government systems allows for NFTs to be property yet. But that doesn't mean that that's impossible. All you need is a change of law to make it possible that once bought, the NFT is proof of copyright, and then suddenly NFTs have actual value. Because now when you do buy a song as an NFT, you actually own the copyright of said song. And you can then do with that song whatever the fuck you want. So if an artist is struggling or, you know, maybe just getting into the music industry and they want to sell one of their songs as an NFT, they can absolutely do that, and the copyright would be transferred. Sadly, right now, the problem with that would be is if I wanted to do something like that, you know?
Well, outside of that controversy thing, Jared's video on FF11 is interesting, and I think you'll enjoy it, especially since you were discussing old school MMO design.
I'll definitely check it out, Mighty Random. Definitely check it out. Right now, if you wanted NFTs to be copyright, what would need to happen is, let's say I have a song, right, that I want to sell to Disco Option, yeah? It's my song, I've made it, so I have the copyright for the song, and I also copyrighted the song. Now I go to Disco Option and say, hey bro, I just minted an NFT that is tied to the song. In other words, this song is now an NFT. I want to sell you the song. I want to sell you the NFT that proves that you have ownership of the song. In order to transfer the copyright, we would need to go to lawyers who sets up a contract that shows that if he buys the NFT, I also then transfer copyright to him through the purchase of the NFT. That way, if someone else uses the song, Disco Option can go to the courts and say, hey, here's my contract that states that I own this fucking song because here is the proof that I bought this song on the blockchain. So I have the proof that I purchased it. It's all related in the contract here. This is my copyright proof. This is proof that I bought the song, so it's my copyright. I want the song back. So it's a long fucking process. Yeah? It's a massive process. You'd have to do this for every single NFT that you sell. Most people aren't doing that right now. They're just sort of going, yeah, buy the NFT. You own it. But you don't really own it, because all you're owning is like a picture. And not even a picture. You're owning a link to the picture. You know, you're owning a code to a link to a picture. You're not even owning anything. So right now, NFTs is so fundamentally broken. And because it's still young, it's still early, it's a brand new technology that we're trying to find use cases for, when in reality, I don't think we should be trying so hard to find use cases for it yet, because it's not ready yet. It's not ready yet. And sadly, this also leads to a lot of people losing crazy amounts of money because they're getting swept up in this sort of euphoria of it. And what you just said there, Limisel, is absolutely correct. NFTs, cryptos, are the wild west. Everything goes, and you have to look out for yourself. It's all about personal responsibility. Keeping yourself safe, it's about personal responsibility. If you go to any of these crypto things, one of the most popular ways for people to lose money is sending their crypto to the wrong wallet through the wrong blockchain. I know a guy who sent himself 50 Ethereum. Yeah, the problem is that his wallet that he sent it to, this was a few years ago. Nowadays, most of the sites have a checker to make sure that, wait a second, you're trying to send this on the Ethereum blockchain to a wallet that is on the Cardano blockchain. This ain't gonna work, brother. Like, you're not, though, that money isn't gonna arrive. Nowadays, most of the websites have sort of a checker, but you still have to do your own check. But this guy tried to do it. I can't remember what the blockchain was that he was trying to send to, but the Ethereum was just gone. Can't be recovered. They can't give it back to him because he basically sent that Ethereum into the fucking ether. Because it's sent from his wallet to an address that physically doesn't exist on the Ethereum blockchain, because the address is on a different blockchain. So in crypto, all the responsibility is with you. It's not like phoning up your bank and going, oh my God, I just transferred money to the wrong account. Could you get it back? Could you block it? There's no one blocking that shit. If you send money to the wrong wallet, it's done. It's over. That money is now whoever's wallet that is. Most people aren't going to go into someone else's wallet and retrieve your money. You'd have to figure out who the owner of the wallet is, and then you'd have to ask them nicely if they could pay it back to you. You know, if you want to go through all that. The problem is buying and appreciating good with the intent of it being an asset. That doesn't work with volatile, random nonsense like this. Scammers aside, people should be investing in gold, silver, platinum, etc. Bogabog, the problem with that is that it's sort of... So there's a lot of cryptocurrencies in the market that is, by its very nature, deflationary, right? So it's not inflationary, it's deflationary. By its very nature, as time goes on, it increases in value. And also, most people look at cryptocurrencies as a simple coin. Most cryptocurrencies is actually not a coin. It's a technology. The coin simply feeds the technology, right? So if you look at, for example, the Cardano network, yeah, their coin is the ADA coin. Their network, the blockchain, is the Cardano blockchain. Now, if you look at what the Cardano blockchain does and what they're trying to do, they're setting up right now in Africa. They're working very hard in Africa to help governments in Africa that basically have fallen apart, governments that can't afford to get the infrastructure going to help their people. They're helping these governments. For example, they have a contract with Ethiopia to set up blockchain voting. In other words, people can vote in national elections through the blockchain. They're using their blockchain technology to set that up. They're setting up national identification through the blockchain. So rather than people having to travel hundreds of miles to the nearest city to get their identification documents, they'll be able to get their ID on the blockchain. because most people in Ethiopia have a phone, right? They just don't have access to a lot of things. So that's sort of the coin ADA feeds into the blockchain technology that Cardano is funding through the coin of ADA. So there's a technology behind it, and that's why it has so much value. I was talking about NFTs specifically, but you are right, and I didn't know about the Africa situation. That's cool. It's one of the reasons I'm quite bullish on ADA, even though it's losing crap tons of money right now. I've bled money by my investment in ADA. Like, I literally lost almost half of my investment just overnight with ADA. But I'm still bullish. I'm still buying into ADA because I trust the technology that goes into it. And I think it's Charles Hoskinson's. I trust him, the way he speaks. He does weekly YouTube live streams where he sort of talks to the community and tells them what's next and all the rest of it. So I kind of trust the technology that's going into it. Understand that large-scale business are utilizing it now because it is little to no risk. So here's the thing. I'm going to ask you guys a quick question. Do you think massive gaming companies, so all of our AAA friends, do you think that they are going to implement NFTs considering all of the backlash that they're getting from NFTs? Do you think we'll see NFTs going like in the next 2-3 years? We'll see almost all of the AAA companies doing NFTs. Because I see a lot of tweets from people. Asmongold made a tweet not long ago, I think yesterday or the day before, where he was like, yeah, everyone's fighting back, keep going, we'll win. And I was like, no, we won't. Good day. Today is an amazing day. My cancer is shrinking down and I do not need any more treatment. I now got cake. Jamalman, Jesus, ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat. Jamalman, that is amazing news, bro. Really fucking happy for you, bro. Really happy for you. I hope that cancer just goes the fuck away. So, congratulations, dude. Congratulations. So let's Ferry Star, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. How do you think the gaming industry is going to implement NFTs, guys? How do you think it's going to happen? Because they can't just do it straight up. Doing it straight up is going to be a massive problem. Because if they go straight up, I think most gamers right now is incredibly against NFTs. So they won't just be able to release an NFT store and be like, yeah, there you go. We're into NFTs now. I actually think they're going to do it very, 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 very sneakily. It's not going to be straight up NFT from the get-go. It's going to be so slow that by the time they finally call it NFTs, people are going to be used to it. So imagine the following. You're playing Overwatch, yeah? And you get 45 kills in the game with whatever hero. And suddenly you unlock an incredible cosmetic, like gun cosmetic on your character. And this is because you got 50 kills in a single game. Yeah? And when you get to the store, you see that, hey, I can sell this cosmetic for in-game currency. Not for anything weird, not for dollars or anything, but for in-game currency, I can sell this cosmetic and then use the money for that to buy other cosmetics. So I don't actually have to, worry about like being stuck with cosmetics that I can't use and I don't want to use. I can go to the marketplace and just sell this cosmetic and get any other cosmetic that I want. How many people are going to have a problem with that? Like, truly have a problem with that? Think about all the useless cosmetics that you get usually whenever you're playing games like this. Cosmetics that you're never going to use. How many of you are going to mind if there's the ability to sell a cosmetic on the marketplace and get in-game currency and just sort of, buy other things with it? I wish all games would do that. All right. Now, what happens in 2 years from now? So all games are now doing this. Every cosmetic that you get is incredibly difficult, right? It's hard to obtain. It's limited. So there are cosmetics in the game that really there's only about 10 or 20 of these, and it's only the first 20 people in the world that can actually unlock these. Then they're gone, and you have to wait for one of them that's willing to sell this on the shop. And then in about 2 years, they announced that, hey guys, so we've been looking at just how much you guys enjoy selling these cosmetics, and we wanted to make it a bit more attractive for people to sell their cosmetics. So we are now going to enable you to sell these cosmetics for dollars that can be used on our store alone. So you can't actually use this money. You can't extract the money to your bank account and go spend it on something else. But if you're playing a Ubisoft game and you want to buy another game, you can absolutely sell these cosmetic items for dollars and then buy the other game with this. But other players, of course, use real dollars in order to buy your cosmetic. And then Ubisoft basically gets to keep everything. Most people would probably be like, hell yeah. That's fucking cool. It's fucking cool. So I get a bunch of cosmetics that I really don't give a fuck about. I sell them, I get dollars back, and I can buy other games with my... Why wouldn't I want to do that? That's perfect. And for anyone that's going, well, no, fuck that. That's literally the WoW token. That's literally what the WoW token is. FYI. Because if you have the WoW token, you can sell the WoW token and use the money from the WoW token to buy other games with it. So that is literally the WoW token. So don't go, no thanks. You've been doing it for a long time in WoW. With literally the same thing, right? You can't actually withdraw the money from your Blizzard Battle.net account, but it's still money. You can still buy other games with it. And then, of course, comes the big one. This is where all of those companies a couple of years down the road go, all right, guys, we're now going to give you the ability to withdraw your money from your account. So you can take that money wherever you want. And bam, you have NFTs in video games introduced in such a way that no one even realized that we're moving towards NFTs. People were so happy with the fact that they could sell their silly, unused cosmetics that they didn't see their game turning into a 100% NFT game. They won't. They're too aware of the consumers to try it. What, Bogobob? You think you think the gaming companies are too aware of the consumers that don't want to have NFTs in the game? Ace Weeks, they will let you cash out. Of course they will, because it's going to increase their own supply and their own money. Because there will be a lot of people that won't sell their NFTs, because why would they? They don't need any games from the store, so why would they buy it? Once they allow people to cash out, do you have any idea how many millions and millions of players are going to start playing those games because they can actually physically make money off of those games? And imagine if Ubisoft just takes 15% of every transaction. A company like Ubisoft is making millions of dollars every month just through people buying and selling the NFTs in the game. But they're not calling it NFTs. It's just cosmetics. That's all they're trading. They're trading their cosmetics away. Corey, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. It seems like the main grift and thing people don't like is the idea of a market value being associated with NFTs. Do you think game devs would be able to use NFT BC technology in a way that actually would make games cooler? Corey, yes, but not right now. So I can absolutely see a world in which NFTs and blockchain technology can be used to make games really amazing, but not right now. If you imagined a game like GTA, and you imagine that all of the money in GTA, where you're building basically your own criminal empire, all of the money in that game is a cryptocurrency, yeah? And building your criminal empire, you get to design and develop weapons and bombs and drugs and stuff like that you want to sell on the street. And those are NFTs. So if you made a new type of cocaine laced with a bunch of weird shit, That is yours. You own that cocaine. No one else in the game can sell that cocaine unless they buy the right to sell that cocaine off of you, right? If they don't, you can basically take all of the money from it. So the game punishes them by giving you the money that they would have gotten, right? So there's use cases that I can see in the future, and when I say the future, I mean maybe a decade or so from here, where I can see games being NFT and blockchain based that has utility. Right now, the problem is that there's no utility for most of these NFT games because most of that scarcity is artificial. There's no actual scarcity. So you get a new character in, like, I've seen people play these NFT games. So you get a new, like, character and that's your NFT. Everyone else has a character like this, just a different color. But somehow this character is now worth more. And some of those characters sell for $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. What makes it worth $8,000? You know, so there are NFT games. I'll give you an example of some NFT games that do it actually quite well. I can't remember the name of the game, but it's sort of like an auto dungeon simulator where you basically choose the squad that you want to do the dungeon with, and you choose the abilities that you want to give your squad in order to do the dungeon. And then they run the dungeon, and you keep going through bosses, killing bosses, going up floors, until you hit a boss that you can't kill, and then you have to reiterate. So you have to think, okay, need to change these abilities, these abilities, these abilities. Let's go again. Let's see if we can kill the boss. So you're basically climbing. Now, what they've done with that's actually kind of interesting. Your character, while, yes, can play the game and can sort of, you know, climb the levels, your character gives you a thing that's called hash rate, which is actually sort of like staking. Yeah? So when you buy this character, and it has a certain power level, so every character in the game that you develop and sort of upgrade has a certain hash rate. That's its power level. And the higher the hash rate, the more coins, like physical coins, you can mint out of the game. So the game has a coin currency, and then it has this NFT currency, the actual characters that you play. So the higher your hash rate, so the more champions you have with a high hash rate, the more coins you can mint. Now, you may ask, what do those coins represent? The answer is server capacity. So whenever people upgrade these characters and people buy and sell those NFTs, the money there is used to buy more servers to base the game on and to build out the blockchain. So it's sort of like an investment strategy, just with, rather than watching numbers on a screen as you invest, you get to see graphics. So it's basically very colorful investment strategy. Yeah, that's it. That's literally what the game is. So the characters in that game has some utility, which is what gives the NFT their value. Because I'm not actually selling you a picture with different colors. I'm selling you hash rate. So when I go and I sell this character to you for $6,000, you know that you're going to be able to mine more coins with this character because its hash rate is higher. So your investment is going to grow if you spend the initial money on it. So that's sort of interesting, but this is a purely NFT-based game. Yeah? And you need a lot of money to get into it. I believe if you want to make... so I have a friend that actually fully invests in this, and he spent $8,000 initially in the game. He doesn't play the game. He literally just bought a bunch of NFT characters for massive hash rate, and now he's making money. He spent $8,000 in the game, and he made back his $8,000 in 2 months, and he's now basically for the last year and a half, he's been making about anywhere from $4,000 to $5,000 a month, just letting those characters hash. They just mine coins for him, and he makes money because he's basically buying server space, right? That's sort of how that works. So that's an example of where NFTs could work. Sadly, that's not what Ubisoft and EA and those guys want to do. Let's be real. They don't want to do that. They want to be able to fuck the player base in the ass. That's what they want to do. Yeah, I think it's going to take a lot of time, right? It's going to take a lot of time. There is a world in the future where NFTs will have a place in video games and in the world in general. That time is not now, and it's not going to be for a very long time. The technology is far too immature. Right now, it's being used by basically every Scamas artist on the planet to Scamas people out of a lot of money. So looking at NFTs right now and believing for even a second that it's a good idea to have NFTs or buy NFTs makes you a fucking moron. And if gaming companies do start implementing NFTs, we have to send a message. And that message has to be loud, it has to be clear, and it has to be fuck you. If the message is anything else, if it's a begging message, please don't do this. I'll keep paying and playing your games, but please don't do this. They're not going to care. You have to be willing to send that message and say, well, I'm done playing your game until such time that you get rid of the shit. Because I'm not willing to pay for it. But that's sort of the difference. I see a world in which... Look, no one can deny that the world is being digitalized, right? Anyone that's sitting there going, no, that's not true, I haven't been paying attention, is also living in like the 80s. The world is digitalizing. We can't stop it. Everything is becoming more digital. So NFTs is a part of that economy. The truth is, though, that is a future economy. It's not our economy right now. Galplay, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The issue is that there's a bunch of people out there that want to use this future technology for a future economy right now in an economy where it still doesn't actually fucking make sense. Yeah. This is where we sort of get into the discussion of tokenized housing. Yeah. Which a lot of people also don't understand. And that's where NFT technology is also going to become a major factor, is once we tokenize housing. Because that will mean that your house is a physical NFT. So your physical property is tied to an NFT on the blockchain. If you want to sell your house, you literally just sell the NFT to another person and bam, they now own your house. Now, you can think right now as the technology exists, as the law exists, it's impossible. You can't fucking do that. But that's the future, is that. But just because that's the future doesn't mean we have to start fucking with it now, right? When the cavemen first discovered fire, nuclear was the future. Would anyone have thought for a moment that it would have been nice if the cavemen discovered nuclear as well? No, because then we as humans would no longer exist, right? Because the cavemen would have had no idea what is killing them and why this stuff makes them throw up, but they would have died and the human race would not have existed. So it's sort of nice that they didn't discover the future back then. NFT is basically that. It's a future technology that is being used right now for very nefarious means. So yeah. Been lurking a couple of hours, enjoying this talk show style of streaming. Galeplay, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome. And that is basically these streams. I sit here, hang out with chat, and we basically talk about whatever chat talks about, really. I just go wherever chat takes it. Most of the time I talk crap, but I pretend like I know what the fuck I'm saying. Turning in the trash they generate? Probably. Feel free to use that Wild West analogy. It's too chaotic for now to be the norm and will require proper oversight. Either it will require proper oversight or proper education. Let me see. So, I'm not one for oversight. I prefer to have little to no oversight, basically because I believe whatever the government touches just goes to shit. Look at the current banking industry. Whenever the government gets involved, real people get hurt, and only the billionaires really ever benefit from that shit. So I don't think oversight really matters, but education is very important. And I do believe that schooling will have to adapt to the point where children are taught how to protect yourself in an economy where there is no one but you to protect yourself. How to be rational and logical within an economy. because that is currently not always happening. Let's be real, right? Miranda, how you doing? Hi, you kids. Can the algorithms for validating NFTs have positive ethical benefits, like the coin you were talking about earlier? Corey, I think so. I don't think I'm quite following the question though. What do you mean when you say positive ethical benefits? I also agree with the government point, but the only thing from their part I would like is protecting the investors from scams. That I could agree with. There are far too many scams right now in the crypto markets. I mean, you just had a YouTuber who basically scamassed his community out of $500,000 fucking dollars. And it's like, surely that should land you in jail, no? Because it's not even like, it's like blatant scamassing. And he just doesn't give a fuck because he knows no one's really watching. The problem with the banking industry is the nepotism. Banking execs become heads of the central bank and oversight. But that's the problem with government, right? That's the fucking issue with government. Government is just like an extension. They're basically the law for the rich. The government protects the rich from the poor. That's effectively what it is. As long as the blockchain has no fail-safes for theft or mistakes, I think I'll stay far away. So theft is very difficult in the blockchain if you know how to protect yourself. It is, like, stupidly hard to get robbed. But then you have people that just sort of fling their wallet addresses around and fucking tell people exactly what they're holding and, you know, sort of where they're holding it, and then they worry, oh my god, someone robbed me. Yeah, you were literally making YouTube videos showing your property, including the address, and telling people exactly what security you had in your property, and you're surprised that someone fucking figured out how to rob you. You basically gave them the blueprints to your fucking house. You shouldn't have done that. So a lot of people that get robbed in crypto gets robbed because they're stupid, right? They do stupid shit that they're not supposed to do with their money. The thing with ICE is like giving money to the world is ending scammers. So I have a massive problem. We'll watch Ice Poseidon's video because there's a new video up now, which basically shows the whole interview on CoffeeZilla's channel. Children, I mean, at least in America, there is very little practical life skills that are taught. That's not just America. That is kind of the world. Blood is throwing everything. Do I have a thumbnail for this, Alex? I don't think I do. I'm still waiting for thumbnails, I think. CoffeeZilla's a champ. The dude's a fucking rock star. Oh, here we go. Now I have some thumbnails. Fuck, now I can't remember what videos I've downloaded and which videos I haven't. Did I download this? I think I did. Fucking hell, I can't remember now. Hold up. Yeah, I did download that one. Okay. So this one is WoW vs Final Fantasy, The End. This is also clips. So it has to be downloaded there. WoW vs Final Fantasy, download there. This is what the hell is the metaverse. Okay. Also clips. That goes there. This goes there. And this is what the hell are NFTs? I can already ask. Did I download that? I think I downloaded that. I did download that, right? What the hell are NFTs? Okay. Main. Are the old gods good or evil? That goes to the main channel. Main Rush. Blizzard is throwing everything. This one I have. But then this one... Wait, let me see what this thumbnail looks. Players. Blizzard, 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 Blizzard. What do you guys think of this? Can I 3D print an Aspenthal? You could probably try. Did I download the Asmongold one now, though? I feel like I did. Alright, let's go with this one. But this is for the main. Yeah, this is for main. Alright, wait. Which one is the Asmongold one again? It's this one. I did download this one, right? Yeah, I did download that one. What would you want to? If you're going to 3D print anyone, there are plenty of better subjects. So who would you 3D print, chat, if you could 3D print anyone and have them in absolute working condition? So you're not just 3D printing them, you're basically cloning them. Who would you clone? Hilda from Ishgard. Hilda is hot. Kat Dennings and Anna Kendrick. Because it would be funny to send it to him. George Clooney. Okay. Alex Strife-Hayes. Do you mean Josh Strife-Hayes or Alex Strife-Hayes? Who the fuck's Alex Strife-Hayes? Mila Jovovich? That's the girl who played that's the girl who played the Resident Evil chick, right? I would clone myself because I am just enough for myself. Easy life. Cassie, how you doing? Milady, Yoshi P. Alright, what would you do with the second Yoshi P? Lucy Liu? Tifa Lockhart? Myself? Because who better? Who are you going to find that's better? Resident Evil Mila. Zombie Killer? Kate Beckinsale. There we go. A man of culture. A man of culture. I knew there had to be one of you fucking degenerate assbags that would have some culture. Daniel, thanks for the first time chat, dude, and also saving this miserable exchange by giving the right answer. There is, FYI, just one right answer when it comes to who would you clone, and that is Kate Beckinsale. Don't know why I went with Alex over Josh. Jesus, I need sleep. Mini guinea pigs. Did you call us ass bags? Of course I did. That's what you are. Degenerate scumbags. Most of these clones are memes. I would clone Sylvanas during BFA, to be honest. I would still clone Kate Beckinsale. Beckinsale, I'd want her as Celine in that suit. I mean, of course you want her as Celine. Why wouldn't you want her as Celine? That's when she was at her hottest. Vampire Kate Beckinsale is best Kate Beckinsale. Catherine Zeta-Jones was also quite hot. Not gonna lie. Also quite fucking hot. There's another one. It's also fucking hot. What's her name? Singer. I hate her music. She's hot though. Jesus, I don't know what her name is. She has one song where she's sort of on bicycles. She's on these, like, she and a bunch of other women are on these training bikes and they're sort of rocking side to side or some shit like that. Not Shakira, no. Not Rihanna, no. Ariana Grande, thanks. Yes, that's the one. That's the one. Clone her as well. She's hot as fucking balls too. She's hot as fuck, but I tried watching Underworld last week or so. Gosh, it's just not very good movie. What? What? I'm sorry. Are you having a stroke? You think Underworld wasn't such a good fucking movie? You need to go back to bed. Sort out your fucking priorities, Cassiel, because you are wrong. Like, just wrong. One is amazing. If you don't like it, you're crazy. All of the Underworld movies is fucking amazing. I enjoy vampire movies just in general. They're really fun. Trippin' Buns, how you doing? So, are we turning these 3D prints into NFT? You could probably ask if they would. I do have the entire collection because I loved it, but the other way, the other day when I saw it again was meh. I've recently started watching Harry Potter again. That's sort of been my my thing. I've just been doing a lot of Harry Potter stuff. Trippin' Buns, how you doing, bro? All right, Alex, we once again have a fucking problem. Now this video only says that it has a standard definition. It doesn't have high def. This is so. What the fuck is up with YouTube? Why is YouTube broken? I want to taste something in a minute. So let's just quickly finish this, and then we'll see. Two ads is fine, isn't it? Right, we'll see now. We'll see now. Been watching what we do in the Shadows series. So good. What we do in the Shadows. What's that about? Val Hansen was also a fucking awesome movie. Yes. But if you move her from the movie, go watch it. I mean, the rest of the actors are just not very good and charismatic. I liked most of the vampires. Especially the vampire lords. They were really fucking awesome. Alright, I'm gonna try this again. Gonna try and upload this video again that is only standard definition. And see if that changes anything. Blizzard is throwing everything, including the kitchen sink. So upload a video. Select the file. Videos. This one. Let's see what happens if we upload it again, if it actually gives me high definition this time or not. Because this is super annoying. Super fucking annoying. Anyways, next one. What is the next video? This one. Akalon reacts to Nova boosting community farewell Q&A. Hagrid impersonation? I don't know how to do impersonations. Best actor in the entire series, but he's best in every movie. Who the hell is Bill Nye? Is he the vampire the vampire lord that she woke up too soon? Again for the first time in years, and Bill Nye was great in that too. I'm trying to think who that is. I don't know actors' names. I'm very bad with actor names. Alright, Vampire Lord and Underworld. He was fucking amazing. That's true. Like, Victor, I believe he was called. No? Bye-bye boosting. To Nova farewell Q&A. There we go. boosting. Wait, where the fuck is the thumbnail for the boosting? Why am I not seeing a thumbnail for the boosting? Did I miss it? Yeah, I don't have a thumbnail for the boosting, Alex. Creating series and comedic roles. He's creating the Cornetto collection. He is also in Rock the Boat, which is a good pirate radio movie. Radio movie? Huh? Oh, this one. How did I miss this? How did I miss downloading this? Weird. Thanks, Alex. Rock the Boat tells a story about 70s pirate radio stations in Britain. He's pretty epic in it. I'm off for the night, nearly midnight here in Sydney. Catch you next time, fellas. Lumicel, take care of yourself, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you. Another one I think is Wrath of the Titans. So Wrath of the Titans is also such a good movie. Although the main actor in Wrath of the Titans really pissed me off. He did not come across as a great actor. But it was still a great fucking movie. That's quite a few fucking ads. Maybe a few too many in it, YouTube. Hey, what are you trying to fucking pull? There's more ads than video in this one. Jesus. Maybe we'll cut back a little here, because fuck my life. I don't think this many is needed. Baked, I have my hot cocoa. Dogs were out, so I can enjoy the cold and rain now while you watch something. Still uploading videos, so not watching anything yet. We're only almost done with uploading all the videos for the main channel. We haven't even gotten to the fucking clips channel yet. So shit's still being organized here. To Nova, so they can stream again? Yeah, but Nova can't stream again, Alex. Didn't you hear? When they were told, hey, but we can continue streaming, they were very clear. Of course we can't, because we can't stream without the income. Whatever the fuck that income is, of course. No one knows. Look, what the... So this one, exactly the same video. Exactly the same video. This one is HD. The one that I uploaded prior to this is SD. Will someone explain to me what the fuck is YouTube on? How can you upload two videos that is exactly the fucking same? Nothing's changed. One goes, oh, by the way, I see this is in HD, so we're not going to provide this in 1080p. The other one goes, oh, perfect 1080p video. We really appreciate this. Does this video actually go to 1080p?
So I think we can all...
What is this? So this one does actually go to 1080p. But it says that it doesn't. Acewix, no, it usually tells you. So if it registers as HD, you'll see this HD thing sort of flickering, yeah, because it's still processing the HD version. If it doesn't do this flicker, it just means that it's not picking up HD, which, based on at least what I've seen, does influence the click-through rate of the video. For some reason. I don't know why. I don't know if the algorithm prefers HD videos, but it influences the amount of views that you get from a video. But it does do, like, it hits, it says 1080p. It will go to 1080p 60. Much confused. Much fucking confused. But we'll do the other one anyways. Because screw this. No, it doesn't like 4K either. But that's because most people can't do 4K. So, you know, hard life and shit. This is the one that I've just done, yeah? So we want to do Blizzard is throwing everything in the kitchen sink. Reuse all of this. Bam, bam, bam. Good job. Thumbnail is this one. See some ads. Summon rating. Don't know. I've had them update an hour later. So the reason I don't even take that chance is we just had a shorts video. To schedule the old gods vids for tomorrow? No, I haven't yet. But I haven't uploaded them yet. I started uploading these before. So have not upload. I'll upload them probably tonight. I should hire you. Yeah, Seal, if you could edit, we could talk. I need another editor. Someone asked earlier, what's the plan with the Skeptic Orc channel? That's literally the problem right now. Between myself and Alex, we don't have enough time to make more videos. So we're trying. We're trying to figure out how we're going to do it. But as soon as we can, believe me, we will. Skeptic Orc channel. I said upload, not edit. Yeah, but I need someone that can edit. Unless, of course, you can tell me that you can clickbait the living fuck out of people, in which case, welcome aboard. Like, I'd be happy to get someone in if they can clickbait. No. If you knew how to use Premiere Pro, because that's what we use, and based on what we want to do with editing, you would need to have Premiere Pro, because Alex would have to, like, a lot of the editing that the next editor that comes onto the channel, a lot of that editing will basically be sort of get the video to a viewable state. In other words, remove all of the silence bits, silence all the swear words, sort of basic editing. And then that will pass on to Alex that will do all of the graphics and the 3D stuff with the video, sort of do the whole layout of the video perfectly. And then those videos will be uploaded. So it will sort of be a two-man process. So you would need the video to be compatible with Premiere Pro. I don't care what you need. I care what I need, which is for you to watch stuff when I'm home. All right. So you're going to do this for free then? Considering the fact that you want me to watch stuff when you're home. Are you going to be editing things for free? Blizzard throwing everything, including the kitchen sink at WoW. Both of these are for today. Am I correct, Alex? They were both Rush. So this will go live at 4 p.m. Yeah, both of these were Rush. So this will go live at 4 p.m. This one will be scheduled for 6 p.m. I think we'll do 6 p.m. on this one. 6 p.m. on this one. The short we'll do. We'll schedule the short for maybe today, tomorrow. When do we do the short? Don't think I need to do more videos today. Let's do the short for tomorrow. And we can do the short for tomorrow at... Let's go earlier. I want to do like 10 a.m. There we go. Alright, that should work out well. So we have 2 videos for today. One at 4 o'clock, one at 6 o'clock. Tomorrow at 10, we have the shorts video. Then we also have the Old God video. I'll upload that one tonight. I don't think I need to upload that one now. So that should be good. That should be fine. Aspen was rushed as well, but it's a really rough edit. It took me 8 hours to download it due to Google's limitations and quota of speed on big files. Oh, fuck yeah. I forgot. The Asmongold video is rushed as well. Right. Okay. We're staying here. Was the Asmongold one for main channel? It was, wasn't it? No. It was clips. Yeah. I haven't gotten to the clips one yet, so I don't have to upload anything here. I'm gonna switch over to the clips channel now. Alright, here we go. Now we can start uploading the clips that were rush. We're almost done. We're almost done, guys. If you're bored, too bad. Shit needs to get done. You gotta work. You gotta work. You know, this is just gotta pay them bills. So this is Clips Rush. This was not Clips Rush. This is all clips that can go on whenever, right? Bad faith argument from Taliesin. Rush, what the hell are NFTs? This is also Rush from Josh Strafe Hayes. Alright, so we have 2 Rush and 2 non-Rush. Alright. Do short to like 1 a.m. since shorts get recommended to YouTube mobile more than desktop. And at that time, it's people in their bed on the phone. Interesting idea. I could do that. I'll go back after this and quickly do it for 1 a.m. I could do it on my phone, I guess. Just quickly do it on the phone. That way we don't have to go back and do it again. So what's everyone up to? Other than obviously fucking watching me upload videos, you know? Thank you for streaming while I get ready for work. It's been helping me get up. Victor, how you doing, brother? Hey, it's my absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for hanging out. Do most people watch porn at 1 a.m. in bed? That's what I do. It's kind of weird that there are actually people who don't. Oh my Jesus. Please, just, why would you have this? Why would this be the watch that you want people to use when they're actually uploading a video and scheduling it? What the fuck is that about? Oh, that is stupid. Yeah, what? No, go back to 18. I want to go for 1 a.m. Yeah, 1 a.m. Fourth of February, 1 a.m. That should be fine. Wait, you think I'm the same as porn? If you're watching me instead of porn, there's something fucking wrong with you. If you don't edit your porn, you have no taste for art. What? Are you, dude, there's something wrong with you if you edit your fucking porn. Like, most people don't do that much effort in order to watch porn. You go to a porn site like Pornhub and you just watch whatever the fuck looks hot. If you are genuinely downloading porn videos and editing them so that you get the prima experience from your porn videos, there's something wrong with you and you should get yourself fucking checked. pretend to never watch porn? Yeah, he is one of those who pretends to never watch porn. It's like, ew. No, I don't like porn. It disrespects women. It's like, yeah, sure, bro. Oh, that is the worst. Primero. Functional clarity is definitely a wake-up call. Everyone has had that before. Everyone has had that before. Where you watch porn and right after you're like, oh, you fucking filthy what did you just watch? Why did I watch that? That's disgusting. Can't believe I just watched that. I would get it if you brought your porn on VHS, but the rest of us click on the timeline. That's also true. You don't have to edit it. You can just skip. You can just be like, oh, they're just kissing and fucking foreplay right now. I don't care about this. Fast forward this crap. Just go past this. Let's get to the fucking naughty stuff. I've never gotten into furry porn, but I imagine furry porn would also be one of those like wake up calls where you'd be like, well, that is disgusting. It's when you finished watching porn and you're like, I need help. Shit's going down. It's wrong. What I'm doing here is so fucking wrong. You need the dirty to do the dirty. Little BJ accent and I'm set. The eyes is just great. So, wait, are you talking BJ point of view stuff? There's a bunch of people that like point of view. I've never been a fan. This happened to me once. I heard there is wild porn and I didn't believe it. So I went to check. And I was like, what the actual fuck is this? Some Worgen pounding onto Jaina? I can never unsee this. Oh, some Rule 34 stuff. Yeah, there's a shit ton of wild porn. There's a crap ton of wild porn. I've never gotten the whole, getting off to cartoons, though. That makes very little sense to me. Everyone has that. Every single person in the world knows what that's like. When you get really fucking worked up, you're just, you've not done it for a couple of days. You're really worked up. Then your mind starts coming up with all these fucking miserable ideas. All these really fucking weird shit that it wants to watch and wants to see and get horny about. And then once you work it out of your system, you're like, you're fucking ashamed of yourself. This is usually the point where you uninstall everything from your phone. You're like, I'm done. No porn anymore. This is disgusting. I'm never doing this again. I am going to church tomorrow. I'm going to fix my fucking life. I can't keep doing this. This is just not good for me. And then about a week later, you're like, reinstall. You have to watch enough animation for it to normalize you. All right, Pink Turkey. Rule 34 is disturbing. Never ever Google Warhammer stuff. Oh, I can imagine. Warhammer is already fucked enough without Rule 34. Uga, Primal Brain? Yes. If I enter a church, the church will burn. Everyone's into hentai when you're desperate enough. I don't agree with that. This video is large as shit. Oh my god, this is that 2-hour video, wasn't it? Alex, this is the 2-hour one. The one where I react to Asmongold. This is a very large video. I'm already too deep. Hey, bro. Whatever your kinks are, as long as they remain fantasy, it's all good. You read, well, oh, I'm already too derp. It's also a possibility. We're almost done. Well, I say we're almost done. We're not almost done. It's only 32% uploaded. So clearly we're still a little while out. Do not descend into those depths. Is it so? If I'm, are all of the people in my chat a bunch of perverts, or is there anyone that is actually, you know, like a stand-up citizen or some shit? Or is it is this really just a collection of the most depraved fucks on the internet? Ferrati, how you doing, bro? Nope, only perverts here. I thought as much. Your stand-up, Cassiel? Yeah, okay. Okay. Nope, only perverts here. I'm an angel. What do you mean? Saving... Fuck off. You are not an angel. No, I'll be honest. I'm a pretty basic dude when it comes to this stuff. Okay, on the streets, a freak in the sheets. You called them. You want to descend into the depths, otherwise you will not understand humanity. You must see the light and the shadow to truly be a person. Yeah, that's a good excuse. Yeah, I'm only watching the disgusting porn because I want to understand the beauty. Fuck off. I think as you mean literally. Grand Nagas, how you doing, bro? I'm pure, in my opinion. Nerberg, you are not. You talk to people on the internet. What did you expect? I expected a little bit more. Like, I was at least hoping that things could, you know, like we would probably have a couple of church-going people here. But it seems like if you guys go to church, the pastor will fucking resign. He would literally just be like, I can't fix this. This is too much for me. I'm going back to the Pope. 99% degenerates and lunatics. That's why I love Twitch. It's why I love Twitch. You got to remember your audience, 30-year-old gamers. Truth. But I think this is one of the things that makes Twitch better than YouTube when it comes to live streaming. Is the fact that it's a bit more 18 plus, you know, on Twitch. It is a bit more 18 plus. I'm sure you get your like younger audience and that's fine, but it's not. Most streams on this platform isn't meant for the younger audience. A pure and innocent pervert. There's no such thing, but I'll believe you. None of churches in the world for this chat to do their sins. Truth. They create new dogma for our chat. I go to church. Chicken. Doesn't that count? Church is chicken. What? What's that? Band of Opera. Did you enjoy it, Lucer? I think the churches in my town are all in spiderwebs and dust. I never see anyone going in there. It's my understanding, I think the most atheist nation on earth is Sweden. And I think Denmark is like a close second. Most of the Scandinavian countries are like incredibly atheist. Ferrotti, no, it's not saved already. But I've made a video on it. You can go check out the video on the main channel. I bet we make we'd make a pretty cool church. We're pretty forgiving and understanding, more than many, I think. I think it's sort of like the world is a strange place, specifically in how we judge. People for their sort of likes, dislikes, tastes, kinks, shit like that. It's very fucking strange to me. It's funny you say that because it's mostly elderly that goes to church in Denmark, and that's not for the preach, but for the company. I think that's actually one of the things that I think church is great for, is community. If you get to a new place and you know no one, going to church is actually a good way to meet people, you know? Church of Akalon, let's make this happen. I don't think we'd pass. Do you mean Christian church? Because there is also the Church of Satan. Christian church, obviously. Now my comment was blocked. Grant Nagas, yeah, it's Twitch doing its thing, you know? It's just Twitch being Twitch. Said it wasn't a pervert and that I was pure and innocent. King Julian, you're a fucking liar. I don't believe you. No, I was talking to someone yesterday, one of the viewers, and we were sort of talking about like men, so gay men that pretend to be straight because they can't handle the condemnation, and it's genuinely like it's the weirdest thing to me that we still live in this era where people feel like they can't be themselves, and it's like, why would you feel like you have to hide things, you know? If you are gay, just come out and say it, or like you can have privacy, I don't mind that, but I mean people that is genuinely like afraid. Like this guy was telling me about something that happened to them where they were sleeping with a guy and the guy actually fucking ended up beating them up in public. That's how badly the guy wanted to fucking hide the fact that he was gay. And it was like, Jesus. That is just... like, imagine the amount of pressure that you have to put yourself under to feel that way, you know? I have to go now. Alex, take care of yourself, brother. Soul Eater, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's just, it's very weird to me that we still live in a society where people pay so much attention to what other people are doing. Pastafari, it is also some kind of church? What the hell is the Pastafari? Bunja. What does it mean? What do they do? A lot of fucked up homophobia out there? But this isn't even, I think, Blasphemous Crow, I don't even think this is a case of homophobia. Because it's not like the guy himself is homophobic. He's obviously, like, he is gay. He wants to sleep with men, but he doesn't want anyone else to know that he's doing it. And then he beats up the person that he's sleeping with so that no one would, suspect him of being gay. And it's like, I don't even think that's homophobia, because I don't think the vast majority of people even care. So it's sort of like some kind of self-inflicted thing that I don't understand. Like you're somehow making yourself afraid of shit that I don't get. That's why I'm not gay. Too much stress. Okay. The definition of woman that doesn't include the word woman in it. They don't want to accept reality for some reason. They don't want to accept themselves for what they are and want to be a fantasy. I don't know if it's that simple. Change of subject. My 7-year-old niece was told by her teacher that she shouldn't get ahead in the study program since she will leave people behind. I'm totally mad about it. Am I wrong in feeling like this? Wait, so she's not allowed to get ahead because... So why did they tell her that she shouldn't get ahead? So I know, for example, when I was in school, because my parents were sort of very, like... So, for example, when I went to grade 1, I was already at home doing mathematics and languages and science on grade 3 and grade 4 level. And I was in grade 1. Yeah, so I was basically already past grade 1, past grade 2, doing mathematics and stuff at grade 3 and grade 4 level. But my mum literally started me on the grade 1 level when I was like 4, right? So, because she wanted to make sure that I'd be smart, effectively. And eventually the teachers called my mum in, and they were like, please, can you stop this? The problem is that your son is bored. So he's not paying attention to some of the things that you're not teaching him at home because he's bored half the time in class. And it's very difficult to get a kid that is bored already back in learning like mood on a topic that you're not covering at home. So they asked if you could stop. So it's sort of like there could probably be reasons for it, but if their only issue with her moving forward and sort of going off ahead is that she's going to make other kids feel bad, then you can absolutely feel fucking like a little bit triggered by that. Because fuck that school. Why should I care? If I want to get ahead and I want to be better than everyone else, why the fuck should I care what everyone else thinks about that? Their feelings isn't important to me. What's important to me is how I function and operate. So yeah, you can absolutely tell your niece to tell the teacher to go fuck herself. Literally with those words. Funny story, I was already working with electronics when I was 4, built my own computer at 6. Easy. I did not do that. The full explanation analysis is a bit long and complex for chat. I can DM you on Discord later if you want the explanation. I would love to get the explanation, Blasphemous. If you are brought up with the notion that being attracted to the same sex is wrong, this can happen. When you know you are, it becomes a trauma akin to PTS, especially in certain personality types. People forget that the word isn't uniform. Western values only account for 30% of the world's population. Kane, true. True. Why would I care about someone else's dumb kids? School is to churn out obedient workers. Praetorian can absolutely agree with that. I think the issue is that she will never leave her age group behind, so harder to make friends. I guess I can also see that. I agree, I can only care for myself and fuck everyone else. I don't believe in fuck everyone else, though, because you make your own life a lot harder when you do take that stance of fuck everyone else. But in this instance, you're not hurting anyone else, aside from their feelings, by moving ahead and learning more and faster than anyone else, right? But I do believe in rational self-interest. So I'm a very self-interested person. I'm an extremely selfish person, but I try to be rational about it. So if what I am selfish about will not hurt anyone else, then I will be selfish. If my selfishness is going to directly negatively impact anyone else, then I will probably not be selfish. And that comes in varying degrees, because there would be people that go, well, then that means that any money that you don't need, you should give away. To that I say, fuck you. Give your money away if you don't want it. Oh, give it to me if you don't want it. I can find a way to fucking make more of it. Two things. Leaving the class behind can ostracize you, especially if you don't help your classmates, and bored kids tend to learn less. True. They actually thought Einstein was a moron because he was bored in school. Oh yeah, I think school for the most part is a joke. My brother is a teacher, and he speaks about this often. But as it turns out, it would appear as if we're handling school very wrong. It would appear as if we've tried to change school in such a way that we don't leave kids behind, and we take care of all of the kids, and we try to take care of the kids' mental state, as you know, as well as their mental health and stuff like that. And as it turns out, kids are learning less than ever before. So when it comes to pure learning, they actually see that the old way of doing it, which is literally just fucking learn shit, is actually the best. It actually works the best. The kids actually learn when you just teach them shit. Because my brother in their school right now, they're sort of taught that you're not a teacher, you are a facilitator. You facilitate the kids into learning. So your job as a teacher, for kids in South Africa, your job as a teacher isn't to teach the children, it's to lead the children to a place of teaching. So the kids discover it themselves. They discover the knowledge themselves. It's not your job to impart the knowledge. Your job is simply to lead the children to the knowledge. and then they will discover it themselves. And as it turns out, based on the studies that they've done, kids are learning fuck all when you don't actually impart the knowledge. You don't actually lead kids to knowledge. Probably a shit take, but the real progress in the community is made by above average people. All people should learn basic math and writing to actually have a work, though. I don't think math is important to have a job. I actually think my brother and I were talking about this the other day. My actual biggest problem with mathematics in school is that teachers aren't actually teaching kids why mathematics is important. Mathematics has fuck all to do with your ability to say 1 + 1 is 2 or 2 + 2 is 4. Mathematics has fuck all to do with your ability to work out the angle and the length of a corner. Mathematics, in its purest form, is about critical thinking and logic, because that is what mathematics is. It's a language. It's a language of logic and critical thinking. So by teaching children how to math, you're effectively teaching them how to follow logic, how to understand a logical argument, and how to spot irrational and illogical arguments. And I believe that math should actually be taught this way. I believe kids should be taught on a practical implication level what is math. And if you have children that then want to go into things like theoretical mathematics, they can sort of go, deeper into it, but it should be... One of the reasons I was so bored with mathematics was literally that. I kept asking my teacher, why am I ever going to fucking need this? Because at the time I wanted to become a lawyer. I was all set to go to law school after school. I already applied, I got in, I was going to go to the best law school in South Africa. I was happy as Larry to go to law school. And I kept asking my teacher, I'm a lawyer. I'm never in my fucking life is ever anyone going to ask me what is pi. Or how to work out pi. This just doesn't mean anything to me. And the teacher would just say, no, you'll see. It will help you. And it's like, no, but that shouldn't have been your fucking answer. Your answer should have been, the math is going to help you learn how to reason, how to critically think about things, how to follow logic. That's what the math is going to help you with. Which for a kid like me that wanted to go study law, it would have been like, fuck, this might make me a better lawyer. Best pay attention, The problem is that most teachers don't do that. They don't actually lead kids to that understanding of why am I doing most of the things that I'm doing. Never did pi in my life. You always integrals in your job? To some extent, but those are also, I think, quite easy. Also, there is a major problem in society as a whole. The fact of having knowledge is not fulfilling enough, and even cringe in the lower ages. Should teach the child in what they are good in, because some children are better in other stuff than the other child. So, Lucer, the only reason I would say yes and no to what you just said there is you still need a basic understanding of language and mathematics. Right? You require it. If we're going to have any chance as a society of moving forward, we need people to have a basic understanding of mathematics, and languages. At least the language that they speak. If you don't want to teach people a second language, that's fine. But they should at least know the rules of their own fucking language. But I don't necessarily believe that you should just teach kids in what they're interested in. Because most children don't know what the fuck they're interested in until after school. Like, there's a shit ton of kids that haven't figured out what they want to do. Even, like, in their final months of school, they still don't actually know what they want to do. So what do you teach them in? What are you teaching them? Are they just going to go to school every day and draw pictures? Because that's not going to be a very helpful member of society. CK, but my issue is, should kids learn how to cook and how to fill out a job application or write a check or budget or do your taxes? Is that something that a school should teach children, or are those things that parents should teach their children? But because parents have become lazy, they are more than happy to basically shift those things to teachers who are already overworked and underpaid, and now the teacher has to do a bunch of other things as well that is really not within their job description. So, for example, I do not think that it is up to a teacher to teach children manners. I don't think a teacher should give a one iota of a fuck about a kid's mental state. It's not my job. I am here to teach your child mathematics. I'm here to teach your child history. My job isn't to care about your child's mental state. You are the parent. You are the one that needs to notice when your kid is going through a rough fucking time and your kid wants to commit suicide. If you didn't notice that, you are a bad parent. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. It is your fault. If you didn't notice that your child was on the verge, I would have not been able to hide a single thing from my mom. Not a single thing. You know, the first time I smoked in secret, literally first day I took my first puff of a cigarette, 10 minutes later my mom caught me. 10 minutes later, my mom came to me and she said, "You just smoked." And I was like, "No, I didn't." She's like, "I can smell you, don't lie to me." All right, sorry. He's like, "No, it's your choice, but be honest and do it at home." And I was like, "Okay, cool." There was nothing I could fucking hide from my mom because she paid attention. She paid attention. She knew. She was there. She was present within my life. The problem today is most parents are not present, and I don't blame all of the parents here. Our society is set up in such a way that parents work the vast majority of their lives. You now need both parents to work if you're going to be able to afford anything, which means children are being brought up by the state, which I don't think is the most healthy way for kids to be brought up. I don't think the state should be the one to raise our children. I guess I have a different view because my kids are homeschooled. Also, schools are terrible about diagnosing children with mental health at school. One of the reasons I don't send my kids to public school. Okay, I can see that. That didn't stop me from learning because they always push me to be more than they are. My parents' education is 3rd grade and 6th grade. Well, it doesn't matter how good your parents were educated, because my grandfather, for example, left school at the age of, I believe, 13. Because his parents couldn't afford to keep him in school anymore. So he had to leave school and go work for his dad. With his dad. So he became a builder instead, like a bricklayer. So he worked for a company laying bricks, I believe, for almost 20 years, saving up. And then he bought his first farm with the money that he had saved up. He worked on the farm, eventually bought a second farm and then a third farm. And then things went south and the farms were losing money. So he had to go back at the age of like 62. He had to go back to work at another builder to lay bricks again. And he did that for another 6 years before finally the farm started making money again. So my grandfather left school at 13. I believe my grandmother left school at 9. Because her parents couldn't afford to keep her in school anymore. But all of their children, like my father, every single one of their kids, have either a doctor's, they're either doctors, lawyers, or accountants. All of them. So they push their kids to fucking learn. Even though they never had the chance, they worked their asses off to make sure that every single one of their children would be able to finish school and would be able to fucking go to college. Teacher's job to tell the parents. Manhood, that's not the point I made. You're attacking a point that I never made. I never said that teachers can't pay attention at all. Of course, if a teacher sees something that the kid is doing, that the kid shouldn't be doing, the teacher can absolutely phone the parents and be like, "Hey, your child is doing something." The problem is that most parents are so busy that they don't even take that call from the teacher. It's just left to the teacher to sort it out. And that's not the job of the teacher. The teacher's job is not to sort out the problems of the child. The teacher's job is to teach the child. And if the teacher sees a problem, they can phone the parents. But it must be the parents that solve the problem. But that's the point. I think everyone has their own. It's fine, manhood. I don't always do a great job of expressing exactly what I mean. So it's good when you sort of push back, because that gives me the opportunity to go, okay, wait a second. I think we misunderstood each other here. This is what I meant. This is so. It gives me the opportunity to clarify my position, especially on something like this, because this is not something that I actually actively think about, right? So I'm sort of, a lot of my arguments are sort of formulated on the fly. I'm thinking through everything that I'm feeling and everything that I believe on the flyer. So it helps when people push back. This is why I love doing this live, because there's no way that you're gonna, in front of 102 people, make an argument and people aren't gonna tear your argument apart if it's wrong. Like, no way. Someone in chat is gonna go, excuse me, that's wrong, and here's why it's wrong. And then it does happen quite often where I make an argument and chat goes, no. And then it's wrong, and I have to walk it back, or it's like I misrepresented what I was saying, or I didn't explain it well enough. So someone in chat goes, but what about this? And then I can go, wait a second. Okay, no, this is what I said. This is what it is. This is the clarity that I provide. And then chat can go, no, but I still don't agree. Or chat goes, okay, that makes sense. I follow you now. So never apologize when you disagree with me. Never apologize. If I didn't want you here, I would ban you. The fact that you're disagreeing and I'm answering you means that I welcome the disagreement. Excuse me, that's wrong. Fuck you, Andy. I believe the life lessons and learning how to socialize is more important than knowledge, since that can always be taught later. But having a gullible woman believe the first guy that says I love you may be a mistake you can't ever undo. True. I'm in America. I love teaching, but I knew I could never get that job when I could clean pools for the same money and less hours worked. So teachers in South Africa is also paid, like, they get good money at the start. So when you first start working as a teacher in South Africa, you kind of start with decent money. Not great money, but decent. The problem is that there's almost no upward curve, right? There's no sort of there's very little vertical progression. So your pay literally goes up by 10% every year, and that's it. That's the end of it. You're not going to get rich being a teacher. And what's more important to me, what actually is my biggest issue, my biggest gripe with teaching, is that whether you're a good teacher or a bad teacher, you get paid the same. And I don't know exactly if that's fair. Nor do I think that leads to good teaching. Because my brother is one of the teachers, he works his fucking ass off. Like 2 weeks before the school year started, he was already working out every single day. What is he going to teach his kids? Like he went through it and he was like, this is the lesson plan for this day. This is the lesson plan for this day. And he sort of works out, okay, so they have to learn how to do this. But in order for them to learn how to do this, they need information that's maybe later on in the course. So then he'll swap it around. So he'll move that information earlier so that by the time they get to the other information, they already have a nice groundwork. So he works his fucking ass off. He works in the evenings, over the weekends. He's always working, trying to make sure that his kids have the best learning experience ever. He gets paid exactly the same amount of money as teachers who literally just show up. Like, legitimately, there are teachers in his school who genuinely, they just show up in the morning and they do whatever the fuck. And he gets paid exactly the same. There's no reason for him to work that hard. There's no reason for him to put in that much effort. Because at the end of the day, to fire a teacher is near impossible. Only teachers that become HOD, etc., and SA gets more money. And there's only so many HOD posts available. Flex, yeah, my brother was lucky. His first job was HOD. For those of you that don't know what HOD is, it's literally government. You're employed by the government. I think that's HOD, because they get paid more. At least in my brother's school, you can either get employed by the board, what is that called in school again? I know the Afrikaans, but I don't know the English. No, not so the head of departments do make a lot of money, but even the ones who are employed by the department, right, actually make good money, especially as young people. Like, this is what I explain. As if you're a young, so my brother was 23 when he started teaching in school, and he was a department employee. So he's basically employed by the government, and then you get the school board employees. They're not employed by the government. They're literally employed by the school board. So the department employees get good money at the start, and then it gets bad once you want to start having a family and stuff. That money is not enough. So that would make it really hard then. But yeah, you are correct. If you can get to head of department, you can start making some really good fucking money. Double jobs. They are head of department as well as having normal teaching duties. True. And then, of course, if you're a principal, you get decent money. I believe principals in South Africa get, like, the starting salary for a principal is something like $4,000 or some shit like that per month. You don't think you have what, Pink Turkey, in South Africa? Occasion issue. Annoying bug. Wait, what? What memory duplication issue? A math teacher of mine is, to this day, my paragon when it comes to explaining things. He loved it when his students asked questions, because this was for him an opportunity to find a different angle to better teach his students. Love that. That department thing you are talking about, that is government? Oh, so the Department of Education in South Africa obviously employ their own teachers. Yeah. But then the Department of Education only allows for a certain number of teachers in a school, depending on the size of the school. So if a school, for example, so there's quite a few schools in South Africa that, for example, have a bunch of poor kids who can't really pay the full school fees. And that will impact the amount of teachers that school can have. The problem is that every school in South Africa needs more teachers than what the Department of Education is allowed to give the school. So then the school board goes out and hires teachers on their own dime. So this is from, I believe, school fees is sort of... So it is my understanding that school fees in South Africa is subsidized by the government. But the school fees itself is kept by the school. At least a portion of it or some shit like that. But the school gets to keep the state schools get to keep the school fees that they get. And then they can use that money to hire more teachers. But then those teachers are school board appointed. They're not Department of Education appointed. And those teachers are usually, they're not paid nearly as well as the other teachers, because obviously the school board, they don't just pay teachers. They have to pay like a fuck ton of things. They have to pay for the upkeep of the school. They have to buy, have to buy everything that isn't the school books. Sometimes they even have to buy school books because the Department of Education doesn't send the school books in time or shit like that. The textbooks. They have to pay for the ground upkeep, the sporting grounds and stuff like that. So there's like a bunch of shit. Issue from work, putting data in memory of servers so it could be accessed from multiple application instances. Ah, okay. So yeah, then of course you have private schools. Those teachers get paid a bit more in private schools. And South Africa have quite a few private schools. Although most of the private schools that we have in South Africa run on sort of American education standards. So sort of Ivy League education in private schools. I don't like So I hate hardware problems, but at least hardware problems isn't as bad as software problems. I think the worst thing in the world is software problems. When you have a problem in software, I don't know where to start to fix that. American education standards, so they learn nothing. Bungie Gaming, like I said, it is Ivy League standards, right? So it is sort of the best of the best education standards you can, like, get. If you send your kids to, like, a Kiro private school or some shit, your kids are getting an incredible education. That's weird, Pink Turkey, but I get it. No, you have a Department of Education for every single province, and then obviously a Department of Education for the country. And every single province in South Africa's Department of Education will employ teachers within that province. Will employ certain amounts of teachers, and then those teachers will go to the schools in their area. And then when the school needs more teachers, they have to employ it themselves. When kids know they can fail, they tend to succeed or fail. Failing in South Africa is very difficult. I believe they've made the fail rate in South Africa now for mathematics is like 35%, or maybe less. Like you only need to know about 35% of the work in order to pass mathematics in South Africa. So state and federal, like in US. Well, not really, because so South Africa is effectively, if you read our constitution, South Africa is exactly set up like the US. Our provinces are completely self-sustained, self-governing organizations that do not have to listen to the national government, with one fundamental flaw. Provinces do not get to keep their own taxes, and provinces cannot charge their own taxes. Taxes are charged or collected nationally. Then the national government takes the taxes that they have collected and divvy it up into the different provinces based on how many people live in the province and the province's needs, right? So the national government gives the money, which means if a province does something that the national government doesn't agree with, the national government simply withholds taxes, funds. They just say, no, we won't pay for this. So provinces basically have to follow the rule of the national government, because there is no vehicle within the constitution that allows for provinces to collect their own taxes. So the only thing that provinces get to keep is property tax. Property tax and levies that belongs to the provincial government. So provincial governments have to basically do everything that they want to do extra with property tax and levies. Yes, for sure, because money talks. Well, yes, basically. The constitution effectively, even though the provinces have the right to do basically whatever the fuck they want, they can't do that because they don't physically have the ability to get money for the things that they wish to do. Thousand of Castlevania NFTs auction? Jesus. But yeah, we have sort of there's people fighting for that now. There are people trying to change that. So for example, if you look at the Western Cape, the Western Cape pays in taxes about 200 billion rand a year in taxes, and the national government gives the Western Cape 35 billion rand a year to basically run everything. And the Western Cape is the best run province in the country. So effectively, if the Western Cape didn't have to hand over all of that money to the national government, they could basically half all taxes and still have more money to do things for the citizens in the province. So there are sort of court cases right now where people are trying to challenge the national government to give the provinces more power over their own finances. I don't think the government is ever going to pay attention to that, but, you know, you never know. All right. On the upside, USA still has freedom of speech, mostly, and their guns. Hey, you take what you can get, right? You take what you can get. Guys, we are almost done. This is probably the longest we've had fucking admin streams ever. Like, fucking ever.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Province just need to sell NFTs? Oh my god. My government wouldn't even know what a fucking NFT is. Don't start. Don't even fucking ask them. They wouldn't know what it is. Okay, where is this? Here we go. What the hell are NFTs? There you go. Man, this checking is taking forever. Gotta make those nickels. Echo. True. Sadly, this is not optional. I don't have a choice. I have to do this. If I don't do this, I'm not making any money. So we can't continue until I finish this. Isn't it now pronounced nefts? Not really. It's still NFTs. Who would like, why would you pronounce it nefts? Because the E there would be completely unnecessary. The E doesn't stand for anything, so why would you have the E there? Because NFT literally stands for non-fungible token. I should probably mention Josh with an at. I could, Rhetorican. Why? About to jump on Final Fantasy 14 to finish leveling my Black Mage. Nice. The Verge. I mean, The Verge is fucking moronic, so I wouldn't actually trust him with anything. It's pronounced Neft. Say it with me. Okay, so here's the deal. We're a month into 2022 and the NFT market is still scorching hot. Already this year, we've had Coachella NFT, Lamborghini NFTs, NFTs profile pics on Twitter, NFT teasers from YouTube and Meta, and the usual raft of ill-advised NFT projects that were announced and then quickly cancelled. The NFT projects keep on rolling. As a security reporter, I tweeted that I get DM'd about NFT scams more quickly than I can write them down. A state of affairs that sadly looks like it'll keep rolling too. Apparently this year I'm going to be writing NFT a lot. You're going to be reading NFT a lot, and before we all get completely sick of it, let's get something straight. It's pronounced Neft. Look, it's not just me deciding. A quorum of at least 10 Verge staffers took a very serious poll where many options were considered. Naft was a stronger contender on the grounds that it sounds weirdly British, which I'm offended by as a Brit, even though it's clearly true. Also in the running were Nuft and Nifty, but it's too much like the existing NFT marketplace, Nifty Gateway, to give the other vowels their due. Nuft sounds too cute and fluffy, and Noft is plain strange. NFT is already all ease anyway, so Neft it is. This guy just decided, fuck this guy. NFT is not hard enough to say that you need a quicker way to say it. Like, screw this guy. And he can go fuck himself. Like, Corin, go fuck yourself. You can say Neft as much as you want. No one cares. No one's going to say Neft. It's NFT. Look. I realize that my American fans here... I realize that you guys love making everything fucking, like, shorter and easier to say. But NFT isn't hard to say. If you're having trouble saying NFT, we have a fucking problem. Because then there are words in the English language that can be very difficult. So, let's stick with NFT. It's quick, it's easy, it's very fucking cool. But is that article not satire? Yeah, it is. But if you're going to write satire, I'm going to treat it as real. That's the deal. I do that with all satirical videos. I do that with all satirical articles. It isn't hard, nor is it shorter. Plus, typing it their way is longer. True. Saying it also doesn't save you time. Neft. No, just NFT. Easy. Really quick. NFT is only hard to say for people that are ignorant hacks in the press. By the way, are you a PoE guy? If so, gonna play the expansion tomorrow. I am not a PoE guy. Kirkenroller, thank you so much for the 5 community subs. I really appreciate that, comrade. Thank you. Give me some love in chat. 5 community subs, that is amazing. Really appreciate you, bro. It's funny, knowing English is your second language. Yeah, I think it does help when people know, wait a second, there's a guy here that doesn't speak English as first language getting triggered over people fucking using their language the way they want. For me, this is just like people saying sequel for SQL. Are you talking about SQL, the programming language? Thought like a pro easy. Andy, well, you don't deserve it, you motherfucker. You don't deserve it. I always called it SQL, not SQL. Yeah, the database query language. To be fair, my cousin is like a SQL expert, and he calls it SQL. Everyone calls it SQL, so I didn't actually know that it wasn't SQL. I was surprised to find out you're in South Africa, but after I heard you say that, I started comparing your voice to the guy in Avengers: Age of Ultron, Black Panther. I don't think that would work because his accent is very Central American, Central African, and my accent would be nothing like his. Zilibris, by the way, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm South African, which puts me like where Wakanda would be if it was a real place is thousands and thousands of kilometers away. From where it would be. Also in a different country. Because I think Wakanda is somewhere in the middle of Africa. I think. So yeah, they wouldn't even speak my language there. Niall, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There is a movie. I'm trying to remember now which movie it was. I think it was one of the Bourne movies. One of the Jason Bourne movies. Where they actually spoke, like, he actually spoke Afrikaans in the movie. Or at least fucking tried. It was a miserable Afrikaans pronunciation, but he tried to speak Afrikaans. Ryu, thank you so much for 5 community subs. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can we get some love in chat? Ryu, really appreciate all of you giving me money. I will not be using it wisely, but I really do appreciate that you're giving it to me nonetheless. No Black Panther? I enjoyed Black Panther. It was a really cool fucking film. But yeah, so the sad thing, I'm not saying Zidibus that is what you thought, but the very sad fucking thing is whenever I speak to people from the rest of the world and I'm like, I'm from South Africa, and they go, wait, you're from Africa? What's it like living there? And I'm like, no, I'm from South Africa. I don't think anyone in the world can answer the question, what's it like living in Africa? Because there's like, I don't know, I think there's more than 50 countries in Africa. It's like, I don't know how to answer that, because every single one of those countries would be very different. For example, if you lived in Nigeria, kind of nice. You lived in the Congo, not so nice. So it really depends. It's really annoying. People just go, oh, South Africa must be one country. Like, oh my God, no. No. I say I'm from southern US, not the US. Yeah, but that's just because you people in the US are still holding on to the war. Unforgive one. I'm sure South Africa is very different from Central Africa. Yeah. Like 100%. You can't even compare the two. Look, South Africa is very different to literally the countries neighboring us. If you went from South Africa to Mozambique, Botswana, or Zimbabwe, or even Namibia, these countries are literally nowhere near the same. And they're right next to one another. You live in Asia, Japan, nice. China, maybe not so much. Hey, some people who live in China have it good. As long as you suck the dick of the government, you have it perfect in China. You know, as long as you don't give too much of a fuck about freedom or freedom of speech, it's all good. I think I've seen the movie Congo. I'm not sure. Said maybe. Okay, my apologies. I got that wrong, Grand Agus. I got that wrong. You did say maybe. Let me just quickly, let's finish this.
For anybody who doesn't know what's going on.
I don't even think I need to share Asmongold's channel. Most people know who Asmongold is, but you know, you never know. Just have to do it. But that is like sharing his channel here sort of made me feel like I'm a little like grandiose or some shit. It's like, yeah, maybe someone's watching me who doesn't know who Asmongold is. It's like, what are the fucking chance? Like, almost every single person is gonna watch this video and they're gonna be like, well, I prefer Asmongold. No, it is out of courtesy, obviously. I'm just saying it is sort of a weird feeling when you're, you know, sort of you're sharing Asmongold's channel as if someone wouldn't know. You know, as if someone might be wondering, wait, who is this guy that he's reacting to? I've never heard of him. Telecinia, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Where is that video now? Here we go. Never met this person in my life. I never knew you are people till last year. Well, we are very happy that we met you, Ellie. I know a lot of people who started later on MMOs and they didn't know Asmon until he reacted to a Joss Strife video. That is so weird to me. Like, I can't imagine anyone not knowing Asmongold. These checks are fucking driving me insane. Azazel, how you doing, bro? Yeah, these checks are definitely taking longer than usual. I'm right there with you. All of these checks, that is the funniest thing though. Like, every single one of these checks are taking fucking forever. Although this is a 2-hour and 4-minute video. It probably makes sense, you know. Know who he is? Have your wife watched him, or does she know who he is through you? Because I feel like that's... If your wife isn't a gamer herself, she probably just listens to you. So I met... there was a girl, probably about a year and a half ago, there was a girl who DM'd me. And she was like... hey, just want to tell you, I've never played World of Warcraft. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I've watched every single one of your videos. Because my husband watches every single one of your videos. And I just wanted to say, well done. And I was like, you're welcome. And that was like, all right. She's watching content. I couldn't imagine someone watching my content who doesn't know what the fucking game is about. Like, can you imagine listening to a video that I make? And you have no idea what I'm talking about. Like, I'm talking about old gods and fucking creatures from the abyss and titans and gods in this universe. And you're just sitting there going like, what the fuck? Is this real? Does this guy really think that's what's in this world that we're living in? Why does he keep calling Earth Azeroth? This is so weird. Imagine people not knowing Asmon, but can't imagine anyone in this chat who doesn't. No, definitely someone in this chat. Everyone in this chat must know Asmongold. You can't not know Asmongold. Your voice carries a lot? Yeah, I speak loudly. This is definitely true. Alright, next minute to put an ad there. It's been decided. I think that's all the ads we need. Like, fuck me, I don't want to put more ads in this. I don't know, Asmongold, only Asmonbald. Oh shit, bang bang. Bang bang. Although, you guys keep calling him Asmonbald, and he gets older every year. His hairline does not seem to be receding anymore. Like, I think it's stopped receding now. You don't know why the guy still cares. I don't think Asmongold cares at all. This is a joke. That's literally it. It is a joke. And if you sort of like watch streamers Yeah. Inside jokes is extremely important for almost all streamers. It is very important to keep those inside jokes running. So it's a lot of fun when you have your community sort of giving you shit because you're going bald, and you know you sort of you act as if this really bothers you, and you're like, fuck off, don't say that. But everyone sort of knows that this is just an inside joke. I don't think he actually gives a shit about going bald. If he did, he would be doing things like Rich. I think Rich actually cares about going bald. Like he used that. Didn't Rich use some kind of spray or some crap? Georgie, how you doing, bro? There's no Akko OnlyFans. We have spoken about this before. I would be banned off the internet if I started my own OnlyFans. No one wants to see shit like that. I think that's enough. Fucking hell. Feels already like a few too many ads, but we'll keep it at that. I'm sure it's fine. Can Rich even lose this job? Like, I think he's fine now. Like, it's very hard to lose a job where you're a streamer. Unless you become a shit streamer, in which case maybe people stop watching you. Well, your head is wrong, boy. How times have changed. That is the new era already. What do you mean how times have changed? He earned 100k in September. Who? Praetorican. Who earned 100k in September? Oh, no. Didn't he earn more? Pretty sure it was more than that. Was it only 100k? And I don't say only 100k as if I would, like, cry if I only made 100k. I would be jumping up and down. But I think it was more. No, I know it's a lot. But in terms of, like, what those other streamers were making, it wasn't that much, was it? No, the leaks would have included bits. It just wouldn't have included donations. But bits would have been included. So, for example, if I go to my Twitch, I'm not allowed to do it. But if I went to my Twitch analytics right now, bits is included in that. So, and that's what leaked, is the number at the top. That's what people leaked. So it would include bits. Donations is a different story. Because that doesn't go through Twitch. If you give me if you give me $50 right now, that goes straight into my PayPal. Twitch doesn't even know that money was given. How do I know Twitch doesn't know that the money was given? Twitch sends me an email at the end of every stream to say, good job, or keep going. That's usually what they do. Like, if it's good job if you received like more followers or more subs or like more bits or something, but then sometimes you have these streams where you basically don't get more than the previous stream and anything, and then they literally just go, keep going. It's like, yeah, your channel's dying. Keep going. Nothing grew. If something grew, they went like, great job. You've received 5,000 more followers. Or 5,000% more followers. They did that the other day. Like, the other day I got I just looked at the headline for the email. And the email was like, great job. 10,000% increase in followers. And we received like a stupid amount of followers. But the previous stream, we received 0 followers. So then it's not really, like, you know, it's not really that much followers. I think 1,000%, sorry, because I received 10 followers. And it said, you received 1,000% more followers. And I was like, yeah, well, that's still just, like, 10 followers, you know? It's not the amazing fucking, like, the percentage makes it seem a hell of a lot more great than what it actually is, right? Brothers of Metal, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like, you read the percentage and like, Jesus, I must have 1 million followers now. And then it's like, no, you don't. You have 10 more followers. Congratulations. You're shocked people have that much to donate over a month. More often than not, that is actually not how streamers make their money. It's not in one-off $100 or $50 donations. I believe if you look at the vast majority of streamers, they make a crap ton of money with smaller donations. So people will donate like $4.20 or $5, but then you get like 1,000 people donating $5. It's a good chunk of fucking change, right? That's like good money. So that's usually it's generally speaking not like very rarely will people donate $50 or $100 or even like the biggest donation we've ever had was $1,000. And it was sort of like it's a viewer that comes in once a year to the channel and then either gifts like 500 subs or donates like $1,000. And they came in and they just gave $1,000. That was fucking awesome. But usually it's like, that's why a shitcoin goes up 10,000% from 0.00001. Yeah, Mega, that's exactly why. Percentage points can be misleading. It can be very misleading when you look at percentages. I just need these checks to be fucking done. How long does this want to take? How long have we been at this? Like, how long have I been checking now? Because it feels like this has been like an hour now. No? Surely. We've been checking for an hour. No worries on the time. I'm just grinding out levels and alt jobs in Final Fantasy XIV while I chill here. Hey, bro, I'm happy to keep you guys company. I'm very happy to keep you guys company. I do have to go pee, though. So I'll be back. Hopefully these fucking checks are done by the time I get back. Take 5. I'll play you guys an ad so you guys can keep yourselves busy while you watch a nice, calming ad from Twitch. Really, I'm playing you this ad so you have to get up and go make some coffee. So I'll be right back. Good luck. Yo. What's up, boys? And your spider of doom. What spider? Sophia, how you doing? Yeah, I had to. I was about to pee myself. What do you mean? Is there a spider somewhere that I don't know about? Alright, are we still fucking going? Jesus Christ. Why are these checks taking so long, bro? This is so annoying. YouTube. I was just reacting to some YouTube videos. You do not need to run these in-depth fucking checks. Murphy, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Welcome back to all of you. How was the ads? See anything you want to buy? Fahrenheit, how you doing? Well, I haven't had any soda yet today. This is all water and coffee. So cold this morning, minus 20 C. Fucking hate you, Sophia. Why do you keep telling me these things that I really want? Who made the Sylvanas emote? Ferorious made the Sylvanas emote, and it was to celebrate Sophia for giving like fuck tons of subs to the channel. Curtain ad was awesome. All right. Did anyone, like, not a single one of you got a good ad? I don't know what Twitch's ads are like. Did a great job. It's one of the best looking. I agree. I love that ad. I love that emote. No ads. Yeah, good ad. No, I wouldn't say that, because almost all the porn ads start exactly the same. Are you lonely? You wouldn't even last 45 seconds. And then it's just like a porn game or some shit that they want you to play. So porn ads aren't that great. I brought your pizza? Oh, wait. Subs don't get ads, even the ones you roll, but also based on availability and location. It's mostly NA, non-subs that get them. True. Although I play them for this little fucker. I play them to turn off pre-roll ads. I don't actually give a fuck about the money, because the money is miserable. So let me show you. Last month, I played ads every single stream that we did. Yeah? Every single stream that we did. I played a minimum of about 6 ads last month. Not February, January. Per stream. And we made, off of ads, $20. So I can promise you, it's not the money. Like, I wish I could turn off ads, because $20 for... we streamed in terms of hours last month. We streamed, I think, 82 hours last month of streaming. And we make $20 of ads. So clearly, ads don't really pay. I play them literally to turn off the fucking pre-rolls. Because pre-rolls suck. Blue Fairies, how you doing? Okay, we are talking about the same ads. The ones you roll are subject to location targeting. I know. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just telling people why I'm rolling the ads, not who's getting it or who isn't. I know, for example, most people in Europe barely ever get ads. It seems like it's only American companies that really play ads on Twitch. Gotta make some ads with Amazon and Book Hub? You gotta make some ads. Praetorian, what do you mean? You like an advertiser? Thoughts on Metaverse eventually replacing physical workplaces and schools? Or am I going full Matrix here? I have a video coming out about what the Metaverse actually is. I don't agree with it. 10 minutes, which is the recommended. Wait, the recommended on Twitch is to play an ad every 10 minutes. Question. How many of you would actually watch streams if you were getting, like, an ad every fucking 10 minutes? I don't think I would watch. I would tune out of that stream so fast it would make the fucking streamer's head spin. It's like old TV era ads? Yeah, it would be like watching fucking TV. I'd watch VODs more, that's for sure. Oh, I play the ads literally to get that to an hour or as close to an hour as possible. So if we're playing 3 minutes of ads now, it should go up to 50 minutes. There we go. So ads will now be off for 54 minutes. That's all. That's the only reason I'm doing it. Nine in a row up front. Blasphemous Crow, and that's exactly why I play these ads. So I know right now we're not talking about anything important. Yeah? So it's easy for me to say, let's roll some ads right now because no one's missing anything from the stream. But we're very quickly going to start working through this list of watch now or watch later videos. Yeah? Then this comes handy because let's say someone tunes in 10 minutes from now. If they tune in and that pre-roll is not on, it means that they're going to get 7, 8, 9 ads as soon as they tune into the stream. Whereas if I play the ad now, by the time we watch the video, if someone pops in, it doesn't even matter. Their ads on Twitch? What the hell? Grand Nagas. Pre-rolls are horrible if you want new people to check you out. True. Twitch's timing on ads is horrible as well. Every time a streamer finally talks about something interesting, an ad will play and you miss it. Guta, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, and that's the other thing, which isn't an exact science because no one actually knows how Twitch does their cooldown period. But if you saw an ad, at least this is what people are guessing at this point. If you saw an ad on Twitch, you go on cooldown, I believe, for like an hour. You go on cooldown, which means that Twitch won't provide you with another ad at least for the next hour. So that's sort of the other reason why this is good. I'm playing these ads now. If you saw it, you're guaranteed at least for the next hour not to get an ad. Good work. Just my coffee. What are we talking about? Nico Spider, we're talking about ads on Twitch. Really. Nothing riveting at the moment. We're waiting for these videos to finally finish fucking checking. It would be nice if it could finish checking right now, but I'm not filled with hope. Channel hopping. So the current, this guy actually, Devin Nash actually has a video where he spoke about gaining viewers on Twitch. And currently, as things stand, the vast majority of viewers, like streamers, lose viewers usually within the first minute of a viewer joining a new stream, and that is because of ads. 70% of your entire audience will leave once they receive an ad, especially if they don't know the person that they're going to watch. So that's why using that is important. So when new people come in to watch, they don't get thrown with a bunch of ads that they don't give a fuck about. Will YouTube take over Twitch streaming? YouTube is actually making its platform quite good. If YouTube keeps doing what it's doing, I think they can, yes. There is a couple of things that's bothering me. So the current head of gaming at YouTube is actually stepping down. I don't know where he's going, but this guy was actually instrumental in changing a hell of a lot of things. Like, this guy really drove a lot of the good changes at YouTube. So, or specifically for YouTube streaming. So it's sort of bothering me. What is the future going to look like for this? That does kind of bother me. But I think if YouTube keeps doing... I think right now... So let's ask chat. Chat, what's the main reason you don't like watching streams on YouTube? What's the main reason why you prefer YouTube... Twitch to YouTube? Brune, how you doing, brother? My day's been going well. Really well. Hate both with the ads. Well, on YouTube, you can turn off ads entirely, Anon Mephi. So if I'm a streamer on YouTube, let me... I don't think I can go live on this one. Maybe I can. I don't remember ever setting up going live on this one, but okay. Streaming software. All right, so I'll show you quickly here. Yeah. So let's say I wanted to go streaming here. I go to monetization, and I can literally do the following, which is what I've done whenever I stream on YouTube. I just go off, and bam. There will not be a single ad playing on my live stream whatsoever. I could also do this, right? Which then means much ads will be playing on the stream. But if you're a streamer on YouTube, please, for the love of fuck, do this. Do not run ads. Your chat will take care of you on YouTube. They'll give you super chats. They'll sub to the channel, whatever the case may be. But don't do this. Don't make your viewers watch ads. No one wants that. Now to not use this at all. May as well just fucking turn that down. And then turn this off, I think. I feel like the Twitch emotes are necessary for good chat interaction, for me at least. Agreed. But yeah, right now I think the only thing that keeps viewers away from Twitch, away from YouTube, is chat interaction and community. Twitch have a bunch of things that they do that really helps community. People know each other. People love hanging out together. You get to know the people that you're hanging out with. There's so much more to Twitch than just watching streamers. Naomi, how you doing? BTV does have YouTube integration now, though. Yes, and it is getting better. XMQ, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The problem more on YouTube is that there's no tradition. Praetorican just said it there. There's no tradition in YouTube chat for people to use emotes. Whereas it's tradition on Twitch to use emotes. Everyone knows it. So, for example, whenever we're playing Final Fantasy XIV and I ask a question that will be spoilers, what does chat do? Immediately, they start spamming an emote because they know this is how we deal with it. This is what we give him. We give him an emote. We're not saying anything. If I did that on YouTube, what do you think would happen? Someone would fucking answer me. Like, someone on YouTube would probably answer me. People aren't just gonna write a little smiley face. Someone's gonna answer because that's how it works. Oh yeah, agreed, Apocalypse. I've had streams in the past where I have top chat versus live chat, and then I'll have these people going, "Oh my god, am I fucking shadow banned from the channel? You don't respond to any of my messages?" And I'm like, "Bro, I didn't see a single one of your messages." And then I realize, "Oh shit, I had top chat on. So I'm not seeing everyone's messages. I'm only seeing what YouTube deems as the top messages. By what metric, I don't know. But they do have a metric, I think. I don't know what to do. So we'll just watch some videos while we wait for these fucking checks to finish running. It's been we're almost at 2 hours, I think, now, with these checks still running. So clearly YouTube is being, like, diligent as fuck, trying to not, I don't know, do whatever. So, did you watch the NFT parody of Yu-Gi-Oh? Pretty funny. No, I haven't. I don't even know what that is. It's by regulars, I think. So those who frequently chat. You see, but that's never a good idea. That's not how you grow a community. You have to, like, the streamer will know who the regulars are, of course. Yeah. I mean, but people who are here for the first time, I believe, is just as important, because anyone that is here for the very first time might turn into a regular in a month or two.
Oi, fat fuckers in waiting. Join the Discord and fully immerse in the community. Also Echo. Fact Fiend FF7 Big Sword video linked in content suggestions.
Alpocalypse, yeah. I'll watch that video as well. Riker, how you doing, brother? First time here, been having a blast. Andy, go fuck yourself. It's not your first time here. Jimbo, how you doing? It tells you if someone chats for the first time, don't it? Yes. Yes. If someone writes anything on Twitch, they actually highlight it as a first time chat, which makes it nice because you get to sort of celebrate them, you know? Just found you on YouTube. Foul Smoke, you live in Johannesburg. I fucking know you, and you're saying this is your first time here. Why don't you guys just jump off a fucking bridge? All of you. All of you bastards. Pay me first, but then jump off the bridge. Daddy's how you doing, brother? It's my first time here. You didn't lie. It is your first time chat.
To always be a first time watcher.
Lucius Bavi, how you doing? Shadowblade, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to both of you to the channel. Very happy to have you guys here. It sucks when your Twitch streamers overlap schedules. Who am I overlapping with, Ellie? Digit, this is not your first time here. First time chatter here too? No, not. Sophia, comrade, thank you so much for redistributing that wealth. Thank you. Love and chat. Where are the hearts? Let's fucking see it. I want to see some hearts. Maybe some Sylvanas emotes to celebrate Sophia. That's 5 community subs. Come on, fuckers. Aaron, how you doing? Whoa. When did you guys start a hype train? I'm proud of you. Let's go, Skamar string. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Thanks for the follow, Shadow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Drake Ross, Lady Ran, thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. Is that part of the gifted subs? Or is that separate to the gifted subs? I think my OBS is having a fucking breakdown again. This has been happening more and more now, where it just has breakdowns for no reason whatsoever. I want to see. FOF B minus. I feel like you've been following and unfollowing a while now. How you doing, bro? Lady Leandro emote. I don't know. Start subbing like a fuck ton of things. Rykar, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Did really appreciate that. The gifted sub. Thank you. That if daddies, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for all the support. It means the world to me. Really appreciate you guys. So what do you want to watch now? What do you want to watch first? You want to watch Devon Nash talk about cryptocurrency, Web3, and NFTs? We're not going to watch JCS just now. We'll finish the night with some criminal psychology, because why not? It's going to be good fun. Asmongold, buying every store mount if Blizzard removes WoW token. I should make my own NFT. Before I start skamazing everyone out of money, let me first get big, right? As soon as we hit like 10,000 viewers on the stream, that's when I'll start schmozzing you guys. Deal? Are you aware of the Roblox NFT market? Daddy of Daddies, I have no idea. No. I just don't like when games add NFTs, but I'm sure Roblox would have. I'm a polygraph examiner. Really, Ryu? Jesus. You should have seen the video we watched last night. That was rough. Like, that polygraph woman owned that guy. They fucking owned him. But no, I'm definitely going to do it, guys. I'm going to be exactly like Ice Poseidon. Like, exactly like him. The second I get famous, I'm going to scam all of you out of all your money. And then when someone tells me, are you going to give it back? I'm going to be like, no, I don't think I will. I'm going to look out for me. That's just how it goes, right? And then you guys are going to forgive me because you're stupid and you're just going to keep giving me money whenever I come up with a new scam, right? Because I still don't know how someone like Ice Poseidon still has viewers. Like, when you actively schmoz your fucking chat, right? And you even admit that you're schmozzing your chat. Like, why are people still watching you at that point? Really, that sounds really fucking cool. You don't know who Ice Poseidon is? Well, you're in for a treat, because we're going to watch now how he scammed all of his viewers out of a lot of fucking money. Wait, I wanna do... I don't even know if I'm spelling his name correctly, but fuck it. All right, so we'll be learning this right now. I mean, you scammed me out of 10k bits already? Yes, that's how it works, Apocalypse. That is how it works. Life in general feels like a scam. A lot of days life feels like a scam, I think. But all right, so for those of you that have not followed this and do not know this, so I watched this original video, but we do have another one. This is a brand new one that's launched last night, where he released the full interrogation of Ice Poseidon. So we're gonna watch both of these just so that everyone has an idea of what goes on here. So basically, the gist of what you need to know is Ice Poseidon is one of these old school content creators, pretty similar to people like Rice Gum, the FaZe Clan. These are basically streamers which, in my opinion, have zero morals, zero honesty, zero humanity. They're sociopaths and narcissists who, even when confronted with what they've done wrong, will not give a fuck about what they've done wrong. Like, they don't care. They view their audience as literal wallets, just walking around owing them everything. I wouldn't say Mr. Beast, because I don't think Mr. Beast is, like, he doesn't follow any of those rules. So I wouldn't say Mr. Beast. What did Mr. Beast do? Mr. Beast just makes funny videos and gives a shit ton of money away. Why would you say Mr. Beast would be like them? I don't think you can say Mr. Beast. I don't think Mr. Beast have ever been caught in real controversy. I think paying people money for doing stupid stuff is actually good content. Well, the stupid stuff is almost never, like, hurtful. I don't think Mr. Beast have ever paid people money to do, like, horrible shit or things that could kill them. Like, he usually does these weird things where whoever takes their hand off the car first gets the, or last gets the car, or whoever can stand still for the fucking longest gets the car. But all of the people that does that is literally people he pay. Like, it's workers, people that work for him. right? So it's they know exactly what they're signing up for, and they do it because it's fun, it's content. So I don't think Mr. Beast is anywhere near as bad as what we're about to see. If you haven't seen this, you're in for a fucking treat. You're in for a fucking treat. Financials of how it's structured. Wait, are you guys actually? Are you guys worried about how Mr. Beast makes his money? Because that is actually a very easy thing to answer. Sponsors. Every sponsor in the world knows how many views Mr. Beast gets on a video. It's usually 30 to 40 million views per video. If you're a sponsor, you want to get in on that fucking... You want to have that video. So those sponsors usually come in with massive sponsorships. We're talking 100,000 plus. Those videos getting that many views, probably going to bring in almost another 100,000 just for the video. So making about 200,000 on a video, giving away a car for 10,000, that's fuck all. It's like easy money. So it will almost always break his way. So that's how he makes his money.
The famous live streamer Ice Poseidon just scammed his followers for up to $500,000, and I'm going to prove it. He personally profited $300,000 by stealing money out of a crypto scheme that he set up. And when I confronted Ice Poseidon, who's better known by his real name...
Can I just say that you should absolutely never trust a content creator, when they're telling you, hey, how about you guys invest in my crypto fucking currency? Like, of all the things that you can invest in, why would you invest in something that you know is easy to scam people out of?
Paul Danino about this scam, he was shockingly honest.
You want to keep the money that's not yours, that you took from the project, even though you failed to deliver.
I mean, I'm not really sure what you want me to say, but yeah.
I'm trying to like get you to return the money.
That was like bonkers to me. Most people would, in this regard, would immediately be like, well, actually, no, I'm not keeping the money. I'm just sort of keeping it safe. You know, they tried to come up with a lie, and he didn't lie at all. He was just like, yeah, I don't know why you're asking me this question. Cause yeah, obviously I'm keeping money. Why are you like acting as if this is some surprise? People knew that this was going to happen.
Because it's 100% still available and you could do that.
Yeah, I could give the money back. It is within my power. But I'm going to look out for myself and not do that. I don't like know what else to say. That's just the most honest answer.
Now, these influencer scams are becoming more and more common, in part because of how easy they are to pull off. Ice Poseidon's scheme apparently took him only 2 weeks of work to set up before he apparently got bored with the project and decided to stop working on it and just took the money.
Like, seriously, how long did you work? I'm just curious.
Well, like you said, it was a fork, so I don't know, a couple weeks.
A couple weeks, $300,000. It's a nice chunk of change.
Now, I pleaded with Paul, or Ice Poseidon, to return the money that he stole, in part appealing to the guilt that he was taking money from his fans who were all much worse off than him. Ice Poseidon's response was that he didn't like how that made him sound.
I don't know if you're aware of the fact that your average fan has way less money than you. So you're just taking from poor people. Like, you understand that, right?
That is definitely not, that is not a good way to put it. That's a pretty shitty way to put it.
But that is literally fucking true, right? It's not like we're sort of posturing that maybe you're taking money from poor people. It's you have fans that might be very young. You have fans that might not know much. They trust you because they've watched you for so long. And when I say you have fans, I don't think people should be fans of content creators, but people like Ice Poseidon absolutely have fans. These people live celebrity lifestyles. Yeah, they absolutely have fans. So you have these people that believe in what you're trying to do. They believe that this coin can go somewhere because he made a bunch of promises, by the way. He even had a white paper out on how this coin was going to change the world, going to change the marketplace for content creators forever, and then just upped and left with the money. So it's so fucking brazen.
Put it, my dude.
I think it's a pretty shitty thing to do.
From the very beginning, this story shocked.
You're unsubbing from who, Aaron?
me, but especially the twist at the end that I can't tell you about yet. But what I can tell you is that this is my most in-depth investigation yet into influencer greed, cryptocurrencies gone wrong, and the blockchain. Now I know.
See, there's okay. So I wanna point something out that really bothers me. It's not like influencers struggle, yeah. It's not like influencers struggle. So here's the thing. Let's say I keep grinding the way that I'm grinding, and I get to a point where I'm basically getting 100,000 views per video, and I have a good 5,000 viewers on Twitch. I'd live a pretty good life. I'd probably end up making, on YouTube at least, I'd end up making, at the current rate that I'm uploading, $42,000 a month. Thereabouts, maybe less. Let's be very conservative and we say I'll make about anywhere from $20,000 to $25,000 a month. And on Twitch, if all things being equal, I probably end up making about $40,000 to $45,000 a month on Twitch. If that isn't enough for you to live a very good, very fucking decent, very rich actual life, yeah, to the point where you could effectively buy whatever the fuck you want, invest most of the money, so within a year you could probably get yourself to a place where you never have to work again. If that isn't enough, I don't know what is. I don't know what would be. And that is my bother. That is what bothers me. How can you get these massive streamers that's getting millions of views on their videos, and then they're still so fucking greedy, yeah, that they want more, and not more in a nice way, because I have nothing against wanting more. I've said this before. I want to use my money to set up a gaming studio, and then I want to make video games, right? That's what I want to spend my money on, by the way. That's what would happen if I had 100,000 views per video and 5,000 fucking Twitch viewers. I would immediately set up a gaming studio and start producing games. So I don't have a problem if you want to make more money and maybe want to start a couple of businesses. That's fine. You know, do what you... But you want to make money so badly, even with all of this fucking money that you're making, that you're willing to do it illegally. So you're going to steal money from your viewers. Why not just buy a business when you're making that much money? Buy a bakery or a fucking restaurant and run that for the extra cash. And even... So... Do you think, just based on the fact that if you make about 100,000 views per video per month, like 100,000 views per video on YouTube, and you upload, say, every single day, right? So that's 7 days a week. That's 30,000 or 30 videos per month. At $100,000, 100,000 views per month, you're looking at anywhere. Oh, Dr. Boom, you bastard. Thanks for the prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So here's the thing. Even if we took the lowest amount of CTM that you could get, right? Cost per mole, CPM. So the lowest per 1,000 views at $5 per 1,000 views. Yeah, that still puts you at a very, very comfortable amount of money. You're still gonna walk away with at least $20,000 to $50,000 because every video will sort of be different. At 100,000 views per video, 30 videos per month, you're probably walking away with anywhere from $20,000 to $50,000 per month on YouTube. On Twitch, it's usually 3 times your viewers. That's how many subs you have, usually. Now, I'm lucky I have a bit more. So we usually have between 100 and 150 viewers, and I have about, usually, at least the last few months, 400 to 450 subs. So I have a bit more, but still, you know, it's usually 3 times your viewers is how many subs you have. So that leaves you, if you have 5,000 viewers, that gives you a very comfortable living of about $45,000 a month. So Is $500,000 really that much for someone like that? It's not even that much money for someone that's getting millions of views on their videos and probably more than 5,000 viewers per live stream. Why would you risk all of that just to make a 500,000 paycheck? Makes no fucking sense to me.
I know it's been a while, so let me remind you, this is the $10 million studio. I'm your host, CoffeeZilla, the internet detective, and well, it's good to be back.
Good to have you back, brother. Yeah, you're getting sponsors. You're obviously making even fucking more money. So yeah, Nazrak, how you doing?
In order to understand what happened with Ice Poseidon, we have to rewind the clocks back. The story started when Ice Poseidon first got into crypto.
I invest in a lot of the like shit coin, like a lot of the you put money in and then you sell in like 20 minutes when it pumps.
Ice Poseidon first got into crypto just buying a lot of meme coins. But like many influencers, he quickly realized gambling on another person's coin is a sucker's game. The fast, easy money is actually in getting other people to gamble on your coin. Now, this moment is important. It's the moment Ice Poseidon realized what a gold mine it could be to start his own scam.
You're telling me I could create a CX coin and then people could buy it because I could say that the community is super strong and then I could sell it in 10 seconds and make $10 million. What the f am I doing?
So, that is the sad part of it. This is why I always say, if you're going to invest in cryptocurrencies that have a history. Don't just buy into every single shitcoin that you see, because it's literally that easy. They could just sell all of their coins and then you're left with fuck all.
Ice Poseidon would later say that the clip you just watched was a joke.
No, but it wasn't a joke. Yeah, I was obviously joking. It was from like 2 months ago when I first learned about shitcoins. But I have all the evidence that I can't scam. IP2always.win is who made that video trying to build that narrative. But he literally fucking just scammed his, like, how are you saying this is a joke when you literally just scammed all of your fucking viewers out of their money? Like, what do you mean? Like, that's literally what you did.
The idea of him scamming his fans was just a bit he played up for the audience. But
Jesus.
That core idea that he was missing out on a huge opportunity to make a ton of money was real, and it nagged at him. And pretty soon, he decided to start his own coin.
CX coin is the one to choose. I'm the founder of CX Coin. My name's Paul Zanino, and I decided to make a community-driven token that I'm personally going to be a part of.
Now, almost immediately, this got a lot of attention. Obviously, given his past comments about sort of scamming people were understandably skeptical of this.
Do people still actually watch Ice Poseidon? Isn't that guy gone already? Like, he was banned off of Twitch, and I feel like I haven't seen shit about him in so many fucking years. How is this guy still getting $500,000 from his fans?
And it came out right after Save the Kids, and you would have thought that myself and other people like Mutahar would have talked about this whole thing, but Ice Poseidon was working incredibly hard behind the scenes, which is something I need you guys to understand. He was contacting people like myself and pleading with us that he was just joking back then, and he was serious about this coin. He wasn't about to pull off a scam like Save the Kids. He was different. He even mentioned in live streams that Save the Kids was going to make what he was about to do much harder.
I know about the phase coin, Steezy. That's why I'm trying my best to be as transparent as possible. I've been working on this for like a month now, and I wasn't going to let that drama stop me, but it definitely makes it a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, it definitely makes it a little bit more difficult knowing that I want to scam people, and there's just been a massive scam from people. So, you know, it does make my life a little bit harder. I'm trying to rob this same bank that was just robbed last week. You know, so they've upped their security, but I'm not going to let that stop me. That bank is mine, baby. That bank is mine.
Ice Poseidon repeatedly told skeptics that he couldn't rug this coin if he wanted to. He had locked all his money up in a smart contract. He told me that in DMs. He said, "Don't worry, no rug here. All the money is locked." Lol. And look.
He did say lol. Like, he did say lol at the end of that. That is kind of the same as saying, like, monka, maybe? Or kappa? It's kind of the same, right? All the money is locked. Kappa. You know, so maybe the lol is what he's going to use as saying, I didn't lie. I did say lol at the end of that.
I have to admit, I was busy at the time with some other investigations, and I gave him the benefit of the doubt, something that I obviously regret now. But periodically, I would hear, complaints from his community that they thought something was off. But every time I'd go to ICE, he would immediately respond, just immediately. And he always gave me something that sort of sounded reasonable. And I later learned he was doing the same thing with everyone who said something negative about CX Coin. In fact, he got a Dextero article killed about CX Coin being a scam. I mean, I even asked him about this at the time, and he said this: Dextero article went up and then down. Did you see that? Yeah, I emailed Dex proof I wasn't scamming. So leaving that up, quoting a Twitter with 2 likes is a bit unfair to me. The point I'm trying to make is he was playing the PR game hard, telling everybody he was different. He even gave me his wallet addresses and told me to hold him accountable. He wasn't going to do anything shady. And everyone sort of felt like, okay, maybe he's doing something different. Maybe everything he's been saying was, just a joke.
Because, dude, if I see $1 million, I'm selling. I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna be like, I'll hold for you guys, bro. I see $1 million in my portfolio, I'm out.
Not gonna lie. That looks bad, but I'm gonna be really generous here and give Ice the benefit of the doubt. That clip probably was a joke, and it was probably made before he was actually thinking about making CX Coin into a...
Why are you giving someone that has a history of being a piece of shit the benefit of the doubt? This is legitimately like, yeah, I know he beats me a lot. And yes, he's broken most of my bones. But he promised this time it's going to be different. This time he will only slap me lightly whenever I step out of line. So this time it's going to be a little bit better. Let's give this fuckhead another shot. Like, what the fuck?
Real thing.
Now, as time moved on, I and many other people sort of forgot about CX Coin.
Softac, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. This is like if you try to walk into a military base and the guard goes, if you don't stop, I'll shoot you. And you go, nah, I'm going to give that guard the benefit of the doubt and just keeps walking. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Until January, when I decided to take a break for a little while. And while I was off, I couldn't help but feel that there was something else going on. I just had a hunch I had to look back. So with my free time, I joined the CX Coin Telegram and started tracing back the wallets that Ice Poseidon had given me so transparently. And pretty soon I found out that, well, he gave me the wrong crypto wallets. Whoops. He gave me the DX sale wallet instead of his personal wallet, which didn't tell me anything. For example, one of those things he didn't tell me was the fact that he took out $200,000 from the liquidity pool at the very beginning.
That should have been the first. So this is where I will actually blame the investors a little bit. So liquidity pools, for those of you who don't understand, is every single crypto on the market has this liquidity pool. It's basically the guarantee that you can get your money at any given point in time. So it is what the crypto coins use. So for example, ADA has a liquidity pool. It basically says that if you want to sell your cryptocurrency and there is no one that wants to buy your cryptocurrency, then you can still sell it. Like, the company will buy that from you. You're not going to be stuck with the fucking coin. Now, that liquidity pool goes up and down, obviously, depending on the worth of every single individual coin. But and there's actually more that goes into it than that. But I'm not going to sit here for an hour and explain to you exactly what a liquidity pool does. But usually with liquidity pools like this, they'll sort of have it earmarked, like a portion of that might go for development. Then they'll have development pools as well, where the vast majority of money comes from for development, shit like this. So a bank account with a real bank, or is it like an online holding thing, kind of like Cash App? It's on the blockchain. Your liquidity pool usually lies within the blockchain. So for example, stable coins are coins that is linked to dollars or rands or whatever currency, like fiat currency. Stable coins will usually have the exact amount of stable coins in the market in their liquidity pools. So they can back up every single one of their coins with an actual physical dollar. So if you go USDC, for example, USDC claims that they have every single USDC coin as a backup of that. They have a dollar for that USDC coin. So if you want to sell your USDC, you'll be able to get it from the liquidity pool. Unless, of course, you do it on an exchange, in which case you're selling it, someone else is buying it. But that's what liquidity pools are about. Now, if you invest in a brand new coin and you see within like the first month, they withdraw almost half of that entire liquidity pool, you take your money and you fucking run. Because something is up. Yeah, something is up. Something is wrong now. Why did you just take money that's supposed to guarantee the coins in existence? Why did you just take that money? What are you going to do with it? No one gave you the right to take the money because technically that money belongs to the people that own the coins. It doesn't belong to you. That's what liquidity pools are. It doesn't belong to the company. It belongs to the people that hold the coins.
Which is directly at odds with what Ice Poseidon told me himself when I asked. He said, don't worry, all the money is locked up, except for $200,000, I guess. But it also hid another story, which was the misappropriation of the so-called marketing wallet. Now, according to CX Coin's own white paper, the marketing wallet was to be used exclusively to, quote,
yeah, it's like gold reserves, or used to be like the gold reserves when money was still backed by gold. So it's very similar to that. I disagree. You're having to explain the liquidity pool. Most invest just to get a quick buck in a crypto boom. This is absolutely Paul's fault. Yes, but the guy completely lied for the jump. Bama Slama, thanks for the first time chat, first and foremost. And also, you're disagreeing with a point I never made. I never once said that I'm shifting all blame to the people that invested in the liquidity in the coin in the first place. But I am also blaming them. That doesn't mean that I'm removing any blame from Paul. Ice Poseidon is still a cunt. But in this instance, so if this was me, someone that actually knows what the fuck is happening in cryptocurrencies, if I see tomorrow that Cardano pulls out half of their entire liquidity pool, I sell all of my ADA. Like instantly, I'll go, fuck that, done, I'm out. I'm not getting in on this, because why did you just remove 50% of the entire liquidity pool? You should not have done that. There's no reason to remove half of your liquidity pool, unless, of course, you're telling me that you're burning a bunch of your crypto. That's a whole different story. You're burning stuff, that's good. It usually means that the price is going up. That's a whole different discussion. But in this instance, if they just withdrew it from the liquidity pool, I'd move my money out. Because I know something's about to go down. These guys are cutting and running. So you also have to take a little bit responsibility for the fact that you didn't actually go check what the fuck is going on with your money. If you made an investment and you're not actually paying attention to the investment, if that investment goes bust, you are at least to some extent to blame. Doesn't mean that it's your fault and your fault alone. The criminal must still go to jail, but you are still a little bit to blame for this. Aspen made a lot of good points. If you leave your wallet in your car with doors unlocked in the streets at night, next morning, if it's stolen, you have part of the blame for being that stupid. Exactly. That is exactly true. You must at least carry some of the blame.
Quote, fund marketing campaigns in the cryptocurrency market. But in the Telegram, there was another story going on. Ice Poseidon was complaining.
I think people also have to understand, right? You are... when you invest in crypto, you are basically taking a step on the wild side. You are stepping into the Wild West. The vast majority of governments have zero regulation on the crypto industry. Most laws don't cover anything in the crypto space. So when you step into the crypto markets, you are stepping into the Wild West, where it means everything is your responsibility. There's maximum freedom to do basically whatever the fuck you want, but you have to take responsibility for your own safety, because no one else is going to do that. That's not how this market is set up to be. And it's not going to be for a while until governments actually step in and start passing some kind of law that would keep people safe from shit like this. Wake90, how you doing? Thanks for the first one chat, dude. Really appreciate that.
That he had spent money on an ad campaign and it just hadn't helped. Quote, we spent $53K on a B-Talk and it hasn't really helped. The wallet is limited. He berated people who complained. You want me to spend $30K on stuff that doesn't help? Or you want me to think about the best ways to use marketing money? Exactly. You can't use the marketing money on, well, you know, marketing. Instead, the money seemed to go somewhere else. Shortly after this coin launched,
it doesn't actually matter whether the marketing is working or not. If you have a marketing wallet, so you have a marketing fund, right? The money needs to go for marketing. It doesn't matter whether it's helping or not. You just need to find a different way of marketing, but you can't go, yeah, I'm just going to take this money now because it doesn't work.
Ice Poseidon bought himself a brand new Tesla. This video was published July 24th, and as he says, he bought it a week ago, putting it right around the time that he launched the coin and realized he had suddenly gotten a lot of money to his name. But I'm sure all that money is locked up, right? Apparently not. And here's the
It's always the case, though. It's always like these guys aren't even smart in their cons. Why would you con people and then buy a Tesla and not even do it in secret? Make a video of how you're buying a Tesla. And it's just kind of like, oh my God, why are you doing this? Like, at least if you're going to scamaz people, scamaz them cleverly. Like, what's the English word? Cleverly. Literally, I think that's the English word for that. But at least do it in some way that doesn't just scream, so I just took all your cash, thanks for the fucking Tesla, assholes. It's like, Jesus.
interesting thing. The longer things went on, Ice Poseidon just sort of gotten more and more brazen with the way he used the money, right? At first, it was just sort of sitting around. Then he started sending it to cash out wallets. And eventually I calculated that there's roughly $250,000 missing from that marketing wallet. But that's not all. Ice Poseidon had tricked his followers at this point by getting them to buy into a vision of a long-term project. The whole idea was that this was going to be a donation platform for streamers and that it would take a while to build. He kept reiterating this again and again.
I mean, this is a long-term project. I'm trying to, we're making a donation platform, so I'm going to put that on my stream, and this coin will just be around for the entirety of my streams.
He said this a lot in the Telegram too. You know this is long-term, right? Thanks, guys. I assume everyone is in it.
There's already donation platforms. There's literally the ability for people to donate to you with crypto if they want, and in whatever crypto they feel they want to donate to you if they want. Why would you look at a coin like this and say, yeah, everyone's going to trust Ice Poseidon? All the streamers are going to love working with Ice.
For the long haul. Anyone who invests in something should know this was a long-term project, so 1 week is not going to see results. Now later I would find out this was a lie. Ice Poseidon did not see this as a long-term project. He actually gave up after 2 weeks. But I think I'm getting a little ahead of myself. The point is Ice was getting brazen. He was increasingly intolerant of people who called him a scammer, saying they just hadn't done their research. He even brought my name into it, saying he had talked to CoffeeZilla, maybe implying that I had cleared him.
And I've talked to these fucking people, CoffeeZilla. I've talked to these guys. I showed them the coin. I showed them everything. And, they're giving me the benefit of the doubt. So obviously they would call me out if it was a scam.
Now, I'm going to be honest, this really pissed me off. Ice Poseidon was using my name to try to imply that he was legit, when in actuality, he had just fed me false information about his coin and begged me not to talk about it. But amazingly, the final piece of this puzzle wouldn't fall into place until a few days ago. As I said, Ice had been getting more and more bold, thinking, I guess, that he had gotten away with this. And on January 22nd, 2022, using his wallet that he didn't tell me about, he drained the liquidity pool, essentially killing his own coin and taking the money from his investors. To be specific, he drained about 90% of the funds, which is about $300,000. Now, for important context, Liquidity pools are how you get money out of crypto, right? You can't
Yeah.
just cash out a coin like CX coin, right? You can't buy groceries with it. Someone has to be willing to trade you that coin for something that, sort of has value. So coins like this rely on something called liquidity pools, a big sort of pot of money. And what Ice Poseidon did, using the fact that he created this coin, he rug pulled 90% of that from his community, which
That does kill the coin, because effectively now what you have to do is you have to look at every single coin that exists, right? So let's say, for example, you have a liquidity pool of $100 and you have 10 coins, yeah? Then that means that every coin is worth $10 because you have 10 coins and there is $100 in the liquidity wallet, which means that every single one of those coins is worth $10. Now, if I removed $99, so there's $1 left in the liquidity pool, there's still 10 coins, but those coins have just gone down to 10 cents per coin because that's all that's left in the liquidity pool. So your coin that was $10 is now worth 10 cents. Congratulations. You've lost all of the money. You didn't have much to start with, but at least you had $10 and now you have 10 cents. So that's effectively what he did. He basically just removed 90% of the value from his coin.
which meant that that's $300,000 that his investors would not be able to get back out. And at this point, I simply had had enough. This was a scam. He had lied to me from the beginning, and he had lied to others about it, and I wanted to confront him, but I couldn't let him know that I knew anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't pick up the call. So I simply told him I wanted to chat, and to my surprise, he agreed. And so on the 26th of January, we had the call you're about to see. And mind you, I'm expecting him sort of to deny everything, like who would take credit for this? Well, Ice would, I guess.
It looks like the coin got rugged. You know anything about that?
Yeah. Not rugged, but
Well, someone pulled all the liquidity out. That's a rug, right?
that would be a rug, yes. But there is still liquidity in there.
40K.
The fuck? Not rugged. Yeah, but someone pulled like 90% of the liquidity out of there. Yeah, that would be a rug. But there's still liquidity in there. Yeah, 40K from 500K. Yeah, there's still liquidity, so it's not rugged, right? Yeah, but you did take 90%. You would say 90% of the liquidity pool is a rug. Yeah, that would be a rug, but I didn't rug my coin. It's a Jesus. Yes, I can see that's blue, but that's not blue. No, but you would agree that something that looks exactly like this would be blue. Yeah, absolutely. That would be blue, but this is not blue. Oh, okay. Never fucking mind then. Who knows?
Got left and 300K got ripped out or something like that?
Yeah, that is exactly what happened.
Right. Are you laughing? Is that funny?
No.
You're hearing this right. He's admitting he took out 90% of the money, but that
I'm pretty sure this dude is a sociopath. I'm pretty sure this dude he's literally laughing at robbing people of their own money. Like, he's literally laughing. It's funny to him that he got away with stealing $500,000 from his community. It's stupidly funny to him.
that's not a rug pull, apparently. He had to do it after all. The crypto markets were crashing, and if he didn't take out the money, who would?
The crypto market is crashing, and the $300,000 is in there. There's two options, right? Leave the money in there, and then if BNB goes down to like $100, the money goes to shit.
It's not your money. It's not your money. That is literally the equivalent of saying, did you rob that bank? Yes, I did. Why did you rob the bank? Well, the dollar was crashing. So if I just left the money in the bank, that money would have been worth nothing. So I robbed it. Yeah, but it's not your fucking money to rob, is it? Yeah, but the economy was crashing. So, really, if I didn't take that money, then the money would have been worthless. Yeah, but it's still this is still not your fucking money to take, right? So if the market crashed, yeah, and your investors kept their money in there, that would still be their money that's in there, regardless of how much it is. The money was never yours to remove from the fucking market, was it? Yeah, but the market was crashing, bro. Like, what do you want me to do? The market was fucking crashing. Jesus. What?
anyways, or I could take it and the money is not just going to dust.
The money would have never gone to dust. I mean, it just would go back to the investors when they sold out, when you told them, hey guys, I'm no longer interested in this project. I wiped my hands of it. You know, you got your 50K in, you got your 50K out, you're good, right? You didn't deliver. This is not your money. I can't believe you keep thinking of it as your money that's going away. That's your investors' money, and it should be their decision what they do with it.
Okay, I mean, that's a fair point.
That's a fair point. Yet, despite all these fair points I kept making, every time Ice got cornered about the fact that he was basically stealing from his investors, he slowly pivoted his language from, oh, this isn't a rug pull, to more like, well, the investors deserved it. He said, they believe too much in his project and his word.
Like, part of the responsibility is on them as well for being, you know, like putting too much emotion into it.
Now,
I'm sorry. I can sit here and say that part of the blame is on the investors because I'm not the one who scammed them. You, as the guy who fucking scammed them, cannot say that. Because you never told them ahead of time, look, guys, there's about a 90% chance that I am going to scam you. So you have to take your chances here and you have to be responsible. Keep an eye on the wallets because there's a good chance I'm going to take this fucking money. Then, sure, it's on them. They invested even though they knew that you were going to scam them. Or I mean, 90% sure that you were going to scam them. But you can't be the thief. Like, this pisses me off because this is legitimately going, but wait, why did you murder my wife? And then, well, you know, she was outside at nighttime and she was literally walking into my scope. It's, yeah, but, you know, she didn't want to get shot. Yeah, but then she shouldn't have walked into my scope. Yeah, but what? You can't just shoot people. Well, you know what? I didn't tell her to be outside. I didn't say that she had to walk in front of my gun. I just pulled the trigger. You know, some of the responsibility surely must be on her for being outside in her own yard, walking around in front of my gun. It's like, no, all of the responsibility is on you. You pulled the trigger. You shot the fucking person. Like, you can't blame this other fucking person. Like, what's going on here?
Look, I want to be clear. I agree that investing in any influencer coin is idiotic. But
yes,
the logic here seems to be insane. They believed me, so it's okay I scammed them? I asked Ice about this.
I don't know if you're trying to say they deserve it. You're saying they owe some responsibility. I agree they owe some responsibility.
Trickstar, that is actually very true. But that is actually very true.
But do they deserve to get ripped off?
No, I mean, no.
Florida neighborhood meeting? Signal warden? You have no idea. You have no idea the depths of depravity you've just joined.
Nobody deserves that.
It's just what happened, though.
Like I said, sometimes you have to look out for yourself.
What are you saying? Sometimes you have to. I was horny. She was there. What could I do? You know. Sometimes you have to look out for yourself. Would that work anywhere else in the world? Like, anywhere else in the world, if you use that excuse for anything in this world, would that work? Would the police officer go, fair point? Fair point. I understand what you're saying. Like, every single country in the world that you go to, they would go, yes, we hear what you're saying, but you're still under arrest. Like, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, yeah, you know, but sometimes you have to look out for yourself. Jesus, what do you say? What do you mean? Sometimes you have to look out for yourself.
I don't really know how else you want me to put it. I mean, you could say it in all these different ways to make it sound as horrible as possible. And you know what? I can agree with you on some of those things. I just don't like to put it in those specific ways because it makes it sound like that was the intention from the start, which it was.
Yeah, but it was the intention from the start. You only worked on this for like 2 weeks, bro. How can you say that I wanted to do it perfectly. Like, my plan was to make all of my viewers rich. But then 2 weeks later, plans change.
Wasn't.
And there it
Zucha, thanks for the $5. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Less than 3.
I promise this is not a scam, but I am going to use your $5 for, you know, drugs and shit. I really appreciate the $5, Zucha. Scamming him out of 5? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That $5 is not going to go for education. I can promise you that.
It is the final refuge of every scammer. I started with good intentions. I meant to do the right thing. But I kept reminding Ice Poseidon or Paul or whatever, like his excuses made no sense because it wasn't as if the money was gone. It wasn't as if it had vanished. He still had it and could return it at any point. He doesn't have to go down as the scammer.
So I don't know why you're acting like it has to end with like you being the bad guy here. That's not what I'm trying to do at all. I'm trying to like get you to return the money because it's 100% still available and you could do that. So that's what I'm not understanding is I want to get to that point. I don't think we're going to get there.
If you want the answer, yeah, I could give the money back. It is within my power. But I'm going to look out for myself and not do that.
The level of narcissism and psychopathy within that statement, it's like, if you were going to look out for yourself, here's what you do, right? Because obviously he put some of his own money into this coin. I believe he put in $50,000. That was his own money. If let's say, for example, tomorrow I decided to start my own coin, I put in $50,000. A lot of you buy some of the coin, you invest in the project, and in a month from now, I realize, wait a second, this project is going fucking nowhere. Yeah? Looking out for myself would be going live and saying, right, guys, I'm pulling out $50,000, my $50,000 original tonight. I think you should all pull out your money because this coin started as one thing, but it's not going anywhere. That would be looking out for myself. I'm making sure that I'm not losing $50,000 on this coin because the coin isn't doing what I wanted it to do. If I take your money, that's not looking out for myself. That's sort of a whole new level of looking out for oneself. Like a whole new level. And this guy says it with a fucking straight face, but then also says, and at least he has some self-awareness, because he goes like, you know, I don't like the way you're framing this, because you're framing it that it really makes me look bad. The way you're saying it, it makes me look bad. I don't like that. Can we not frame it a little bit better? Like, can we not find a way to frame it that doesn't make me look like quite such an asshole? Like, if you don't mind. It's insane.
You know, I don't like know what else to say. That's just the most honest answer.
Now, I do believe he's being honest here. I believe this is the most mask off anybody's ever been on my channel. Most of the time when you get these guys on the phone, they just try to deflect and dodge. I don't think that's happening here. Ice is being 100% transparent, and I realized it was a unique opportunity to get the full story of how these scams work. Ice Poseidon proceeded to walk me through the details on exactly how long it takes to whip up an influencer scam like this and the profits you can expect from it.
Can you tell me how much money you made off this? I'll just call it a scam. I know you don't want to call it a scam, but it is a scam. So what did you make off this?
Well, I got 55% and then 45% went to my developers. So I don't know, probably like 300,000.
Nice.
Who's these
What
developers?
a good profit from doing, I mean, how long did you work on this project? Like seriously, how long did you work? I'm just curious.
Well, like you said, it was a fork. So I don't know, a couple weeks.
What do you plan to do with the money?
Invest into crypto, Ethereum, mainly.
Well, there you have it. For 2 weeks of work, forking someone else's program, you can get $300,000, which annualized is a pay rate of $7.8 million per year if he would just scam every 2 weeks.
What am I doing?
It's not hard to see the...
Why am I sitting here streaming for like fucking 8 hours a night when I could just scam the fuck out of you guys and just make $7 million a fucking year? Why am I doing this? What am I doing? Like, fuck, I have to sit here and be entertaining and talk crap and shit. I could just schmoz people and make fucking boatloads of money. Jesus. You fucked up and maintained a conscience, dummy, with your morals and stupid integrity. True. Can I have 10% and I help you? Of course. We'll figure it out. To be honest, you should start ASMR. I'm an OnlyFans. Amaranth makes more. Yeah, but Amaranth is a hell of a lot hotter than me. So, you know.
Appeal, obviously, but what blew my mind is that he hadn't gotten away with this. Like, he got caught red-handed, and somehow, I guess I was just expecting him to go, oh, well, okay, I guess I'll return the money now. But no, he just kept doubling down.
You are deciding to do the shitty thing. You know that, and you're still doubling down.
I am doubling down. Do you not agree, though, some of the responsibility is on people who, if you're still holding something that's inactive for months, like, sure, okay, maybe they, you know, have faith in me, whatever, but that's not a good...
That's your fans, dude. That's your...
Like, do you not agree? Like, do you not agree that they should take some of the responsibility for me stealing from them? Holy shit. What the... Please tell me his channel is dead after this. Like, please tell me his shit's dead. Can someone find his channel on Social Blade, please? Just find Ice Poseidon's channel on Social Blade. I want to see if he's as at least losing fucking subs.
Fans. These are people who followed you since they were kids. They admire you. They look up to you. That's the people you're saying, well, that's their fault.
I honestly couldn't believe what he was saying here. Not that he didn't care. You know, I'm kind of used to that. But he clearly expects zero consequences for his actions, right? And this made me think that...
But he's not going to pay any consequence. Like, there is going to be no consequences because the law does not yet cover this. So, in a court of law, there's very little that you can do. Because at the end of the day, you could try and get the person on fraud, but the truth is, do you have a contract that states that that money is always going to be safe? Do you have links enabled, or do I need permission to post to Social Blade? Daddy of Daddies, post it to me on Discord, if you can. Otherwise, you can post it, and one of the mods will grab it, and they'll unban you, hopefully, if the mods are fucking listening. Not sure what the mods are up to. Yeah, can we just unban Daddy, and then can you give me that link, Andy, please? I want to see this. Thank you. He must be losing like that. Still, 1K. Still getting video views. Have the guy said anything? Like, has he said anything? Has he apologized in any way, shape, or form for this shit? No. Donation platform out and 24 streams tomorrow. This is 6 months ago. The dude doesn't even make content anymore. Like, he doesn't even make content anymore. He seems to just not give a fuck. I guess after you've made $300,000, you deserve a little break, right? Well deserved. Nice, well deserved. Dude deserves a little break. Go-Got Mozart, how you doing? Like, Jesus. I mean, the fact that this guy still gets fucking views is beyond me.
At least part of the reason for this might be because stories like Save the Kids, which got huge press, ultimately nothing happened. Don't get me wrong, it's important to get these stories out there anyway, but you have to understand the inner workings of the greedy influencer. When you don't have law enforcement consequences for what is essential.
So that Save the Kids, I watched the video on that. I don't know if you guys saw that, but that was actually worse than this, in my opinion. Because here you had a charity that popped up, a charity coin, yeah, that basically stated that they're giving the money or proceeds from people buying this coin to children. Like that's the goal. The goal is to give this shit to children. the guy who started it got like Rice Gum and the whole Face Clan and like a bunch of fucking Instagram models on board, and they were all telling people how they're ambassadors of this new coin, and this coin is going to the moon and it's going to help so many kids. Then the coin goes live. The day that the coin goes live, every single one of those influencers delete all of their posts, like all of their messages, where they told people that they're ambassadors and they're sort of, going to be, working with this coin and getting kids money. The coin goes live, explodes upwards, like really just fucking, it goes to the moon. And I think an hour later, it crashes down. It crashes down to like lower than what it started at. What literally happened there, for those of you that isn't quite following, as the coin exploded to the moon, because all of these followers, all of these fans were now buying the coin and blowing the price up, as soon as it hit the high enough, like a point where all of these FaZe Clan and Rice Gum and all those fucking people thought, yeah, this is a good amount of money, all of them dumped all of their coins into the market. So they literally sold all of their coins. What does that mean? Boom. They all cashed out. So the entire coin just came crashing down, and they deleted all of their tweets, saying later in a statement that their managers made them delete the tweets and made them distance themselves from the coin because they no longer trust the coin. And then it turns out the guy who started this whole schemaz basically took the money and left the country. Just fucked off to a new country. He was just like, yeah, all right, I'm out. Thanks for the money. Really appreciate that.
Essentially theft and fraud, you end up with people like Ice Poseidon realizing they can do the same without consequence. And I'm not merely speculating here. This clip you're about to watch is of Ice Poseidon discussing with his partner Moises what happened to Sam Pepper, one of the leaders of Save the Kid. They don't talk as if he's a cautionary tale, but instead as if Sam Pepper had won, as if Sam Pepper had beat the system. He stole money and he got away with it.
I mean, I did watch that CoffeeZilla video. I think Sam's a fucking millionaire now. So I think he still succeeded me, although he got it in a very poor way. He made off like a bandit, bro.
Sam's probably a fucking lower life. Probably has like 3 million crypto. The dude broke his lease.
If you got a
on his Tesla, the dude paid like, what was it, 10 stacks to break his lease.
I don't know. Yeah, if you're breaking.
Why are these people talking like fucking gangsters? The dude paid like 10 stacks. Like, why are they gangster? I don't understand. I don't understand why they speak like gangsters. That should have been your first problem in trusting these fucking people.
Breaking your lease and leaving the country. I mean, you
flew first class.
I mean,
to Europe.
if he really felt the need to do all that, then he probably made plenty of money.
I heard
Sam Pepper scammed people, but because he did it without going to jail, he's successful. He got away with it. That's how these people think. So is it any wonder when Ice Poseidon is caught also stealing money, his response is, oh, well, I'm just going to look out for number one. It's their fault for getting scammed. They shouldn't have believed me. He's just so obviously not afraid of getting caught. And why would he? In fact, I asked him about this fact, whether these things should be prosecuted, and he seemed to think that this was a wild idea.
Do you think the FBI should get involved with cases like this, or like the SEC, or do you think like people like you should be prosecuted?
I want to know.
No.
I can't say this enough. These guys aren't scared. They think they can.
Wait, what? I should be held accountable? What do you mean? Like, no, I don't think the police should be involved at all. Why would you want to do such a thing? That sounds like a very bad idea for me.
Do whatever they want. They'll just fork a coin,
yeah,
take
to be fair, what else did he expect?
$200,000, another $250K, and walk away, and screw you. What are you going to do about it? Oh, and by the way, in case you thought that this was just a matter.
You want to know what's the saddest thing here? He's probably going to get away with this. Yeah? But now imagine if I was a hacker, or I knew some of you that were hackers, and we went in and we basically drained his entire bank account and took all that money and gave it to the people that originally invested. We would go to jail. Like, nothing would happen to him, but us returning the money to the people that originally lost it, that would be illegal. That would be crossing the fucking line. The criminal justice system is a fucking joke, dude.
Matter of Ice Poseidon messing up once, I actually found old clips of him admitting to what seems to be some kind of credit card phishing scam.
I fished credit cards back when I was younger, dude. I didn't do anything with the credit cards because I was like afraid of going to jail.
Bollocks. Yeah, I fished credit cards when I was younger. I didn't do anything, though. Like, that's like what every criminal says. Yeah, I robbed banks back in the day, but, you know, I didn't steal the money. I just robbed it, you know, because it was sort of like something to do. Bollocks, did you not fucking... Like, what are you saying?
But that time, he didn't go through with it because he was afraid of the consequences. Well, that was then, and this was now, and now he's not scared anymore. Ultimately, this whole conversation between me and Ice ended with us just sort of going in circles. Me pointing out that what he was doing was ethically wrong, him telling me that he agreed, but he essentially doesn't care. And I felt sort of like a failure afterwards, to be honest. I didn't achieve my goal of having Ice Poseidon return the money to his victims. However, a few hours afterwards, Ice Poseidon DM'd me one last time. He told me he wasn't going to give all the money back, but he was planning to give a little bit of it back. $155,000. Now, I want to be clear about this. Giving back $155,000 is better than nothing. It's good for the investors who
but it's
hopefully
not,
will
though.
withdraw their money as soon as watching this video. But it's so obviously a last-minute Hail Mary for whatever is left of his reputation. It's kind of pathetic.
That was
I mean, to be
fucking
clear,
good pass,
he's
though.
still keeping the bulk of the money. He knows that, and he knows that we know that. Remember, this still leaves him with taking $200,000 from the project at the start, another $250,000 from the marketing wallet, which went basically nowhere, and then $300,000 from the liquidity pool, of which he's saying, okay, I'll return $155,000. I don't know what this is supposed to demonstrate. Are
So
people
the dude
supposed to all of a
basically
sudden
took
applaud as he
$650,000?
gives
No,
a small fraction
$750,000
of what he took? Except, wait a minute.
But
I
then
just checked.
he's only getting $600,000 out because he is giving back $150,000, right?
Ice Poseidon doesn't even seem like he can do that much. After DMing me, I went to the Telegram and his admin updated everyone and said, we just finished a buyback of over 120 BNB rocket emoji, which is not $155,000. It's only $40,000. Now, whether Ice Poseidon has...
But why are they saying it as if this is the good thing? This is like, we're helping you. Why would they put the rocket emoji there?
Actual plans to put the rest in, or, oh my gosh, return the full amount? I really doubt it. It's just amazing to see that Ice seems to be doing this only because he got caught, sort of got interrogated for 30 minutes, and faces reputational damage, yet he still can't muster the moral courage, or at least fear, to return the small fraction of money he promised. And so to close this, look, I'll be honest, in my opinion, Ice Poseidon is not a good person. I don't think he regrets anything or feels bad about any of this. And I think the unfortunate conclusion many other influencers will come to when looking at this is that Ice, like Sam Pepper, has finally made it. He's succeeded.
Bro, the problem, I think, with so many fucking influencers is short-term gain over long-term success. Because that's all this is. I already explained to you, if you have a thriving YouTube channel and you work your ass off and you stream every single day, you're ultimately going to make far more. Look at some of the top streamers. We all saw the leaks, the Twitch leaks. Some of those streamers are making bank. They're making $700,000 a month. So if you really put in the effort, if you really fucking try and you work hard, you can absolutely make that amount of money every single month. That's long term. It does require a hell of a lot of effort and a hell of a lot of hours that you need to work, but you can do it. The thing is, most of these fucking content creators want the easy way out. They don't want to work, and they're willing to take less money for less than what they could have made, but at least they don't have to put in any effort to do so.
Seated in the influencer game, he's gotten away with it. Or has he? There may still be ways to prevent stuff like this from happening. There are two things you can really do. Number one, you can share this video so more people become aware of what Ice did. and get more eyeballs on it. But 2, if anyone was scammed by CX Coin and lost money, they can report their losses to ic3.gov, linked below. This is the FBI submission portal if you've been defrauded or wronged. And if enough people report things like this, there's a chance people will be brought to justice. I just hope it happens sooner than later. That way I'll stop hearing about how influencers like Sam Pepper made it. Until then, all I can do is report.
The sad part is that unless you're a billionaire like Warren Buffett that goes to the FBI and says, I just been scammed, the chances are you're never getting justice. I don't know why people trust people like this. But anyway, he did upload, after this, he uploaded the full Ice Poseidon interrogation. You guys want to listen to that? Because this is him literally asking questions and getting answers from Ice. Memorize more than you're willing to lose? The problem is that a lot of these content creators pretend like they fucking... like, a lot of these content creators, their communities hold them in very high esteem. So when your favorite content creator tells you, hey, life's good, bro, don't worry about it, you're probably not going to care as much. You're probably going to believe it. As far as I can throw them, I can't even lift many people. So I'm actually going to be honest with you guys. I don't want to watch this interrogation. I'm already triggered enough by just what I saw here. And I don't think this interrogation is getting anywhere else. I don't think we're going to get any more than just Ice Poseidon going, yeah, but. So I was sort of interested in watching the interrogation until I watched this, and I was like, do I really want to sit here and listen to this fucking asshole go on and on about how, you know, he's actually a very good person, and really it's everyone else that needs to be blamed for losing all their fucking money. So yeah, we'll leave it here. Ice Poseidon is an asshole, and I think I speak for everyone when I say that. It's just strange to me that the dude isn't losing more subs than what he is already. Although, looking at his channel, it is pretty dead. I don't really... It's like streamed 4 months ago, 6 months ago. It really doesn't seem like this guy still tries to make content. It feels as if this guy just doesn't give a fuck anymore. He's now just in it for short-term gains, and that's really it. I did finish the Fallen Rise series, yes. We did finish that. Fucking finally! Wow! This took a while. But finally. So let's do that upload. This is probably not going to be ready in years. Like, holy crap. Come back when his wallet runs dry? Yeah, he will be back. That's almost guaranteed. So...
It's coming.
People wanna watch the Asmongold video as well. So let me just quickly how far are you in Final Fantasy 14? I'm at Heaven's Ward 3.3 and stalling like fucking nuts. I don't know why I'm stalling so long, but, you know, here we are. Doing all sorts of other shit.
It's coming. Boosting communities. Faction divide. Oh my god, what a fucking idiot. Whoever posted this, I should ban them. This is something like, obviously, every time that I say anything good about WoW, people spam copium. But this one right here, this is straight grade A, 100% refined, pure goddamn motherfucking copium. There is no shot they are getting rid of the WoW token.
Yeah, the WoW token is staying, at least for now.
If Blizzard gets rid of the WoW token, I will buy every store mount on the store. Okay? Clip it. I will buy every store mount on the store if Blizzard gets rid of the WoW token.
Blizzard is just greedy enough that they may actually do it just so that he would buy every store item, every mount on the store.
It's not going to happen. We're friends now. Cross-faction play, Alliance and Horde. Aw, look at that. Isn't that cute? I guess it is. I don't fucking know. Like, I don't fucking know what these things are. Is this like a baby dragon? No, it's not, because it would have 2 wings. Never mind. Working for 30 minutes. Grinding the game for 8 hours for a slightly cooler helmet. True. What's your answer, Asmon? Can I step on your... That's not even a response to me. Who the fuck is that? Okay. So...
Wait, what? I didn't read this whole thing. Hold up. I want to see... What the fuck is this? It's great to see the gaming community coming out so strongly against NFTs. Multiple gaming companies now have had to walk back an unwanted NFT push into their games after backlash. Keep it up, boys. We're winning. Can I step on your balls? Cool.
That. Okay, small indie companies versus NFTs. There have been a lot of companies that have been pretty much scared away from doing NFTs. We believe NFTs cannot be environmentally friendly or useful and really are just an overall...
So I hate when people use the environmentally unfriendly thing, because that is actually not true, because it's only true for proof of work NFTs, and most of the NFTs today exist on either the Ethereum or the Cardano network, and Cardano is 100% proof of stake, which is not energy what's the word, intensive at all. Like, proof of stake requires almost no energy whatsoever to operate, and Ethereum is switching from proof of work to proof of stake. So the argument about environmentally friendly is sort of a dying argument, because most blockchains are moving away from proof of work.
We're all fucking grift. Please do not harass... Yeah, basically people nobody gives a fuck about. Yeah, a lot of gamers...
Who's Team 17? Can someone tell me who the fuck Team 17 is? They did Worms, didn't they? Or am I wrong? Oh, they made Worms. Right. All right. Who gives a fuck? Is Worms even still available today? Do people still play that shit?
Unironically rising up and pushing back against NFTs. Because a lot of people don't want to fucking deal with it. They don't want to fucking hear about NFTs for the...
Okay, so Blue Fairy, proof of work is... When you have proof of work, you effectively need massive farms, right? Because basically what you need is processing power. And the way this works is if someone makes a transaction on the blockchain, that transaction needs to be authenticated. And the way it's authenticated is literally by proof of work. So it's literally being sent to the server. The server then records the transaction and then ensures that that transaction is legal. So it basically keeps a ledger of every single transaction from one wallet to the other to make sure that it always works. That's proof of work. Now, proof of work requires these giant server farms that basically uses a fuck ton of electricity, because they're just a bunch of graphics cards effectively running proof of work. Now, most of these proof of work, just to be clear, most of the proof of work companies in the world run off of renewable energy. Most of these server farms run off of renewable energy. The vast majority of these server farms are in countries that have very strong renewable energy programs, so that they can actually run their server farms at much cheaper than what they would pay for normal electricity. So that's already there. Proof of stake is a whole different fucking game, because proof of stake actually works in terms of its validation is done by every single stakeholder within the market, and then they compare all of those ledgers to one another, and they use the ledger that is the same across the board on the vast majority of ledgers. But it does not require any sort of computing power. It doesn't work in computing power, so you don't use anywhere near the electricity that you would need for something like proof of work. Proof of work is too slow, which is why most of the blockchains are switching to proof of stake instead, because it's faster, you can do more, and it's not as energy intensive.
100th time. They're tired of it. They are tired of hearing about how great NFTs are and how amazing this technology is, that somehow the only way that it's manifested itself is in shitty pictures. It's like, well, you don't understand. The technology behind it is really, really good. And it's going to have all these great things. And that's why we spent the last 2 years making pictures. Yeah. Let me know whenever we have those really great things, and I'll come back. That's my thinking. This is why you should buy this JPEG.
It's a good way of thinking about it.
And,
that's literally where I am with
People think
NFTs.
that they can own it. Like, if you own Invincible and you can use it in Counter-Strike, you know, you can move it around into different games. It's like, well, if I own Invincible as an NFT...
Is this just a meme review? Is that all this is from Asmongold? Just meme review? It feels like it's just meme review. He's just looking at Reddit. No, he is. He's just looking at Reddit. Yeah, because I'm not going to react to this. I genuinely thought he was talking about the store mounts. These are good videos, but streamers doing the Reddit recaps is not good reaction content. Because he's literally reacting to his viewers. That's a very community-focused, community-central thing. That's not really something that I don't think that's something that we need to react to. It's like, for example, if we eventually get to a place where the Discord or the Reddit, the subreddit is big enough, we'll do Reddit reactions. So we'll do like Reddit recaps and stuff. But you don't really have streamers reacting to shit like that because it's between you and your community. It's like proper. It's a community central thing. Was clickbait. All he said was, yeah, he literally just said it at the beginning, which, you know, it's fine, but like I said, I'm not gonna react to that. That's between him and his community. So what video do you guys want to watch next? We have 2 JCS videos to get through. Jennifer's solution, or there's something about Cassie. Which one is the most fucked up one? Which one is the most interesting one? Because these are the ones that you guys wanted me. Jennifer's solution is really fucked up. All right, so you want Jennifer's solution. Okay. This is what you guys said you wanted to watch yesterday. See the video about Nicola scam? What Nicola scam? It is JCS, yeah? Yeah, JCS. Quick question, though, for anyone that's watched this. Quick question. Is there any pictures that I have to be worried about in this? Any pictures that would be TOS unfriendly? Not really. Oh, Zucha, if you don't know what this is, you're in for a fucking treat. You are in for a treat. I discovered this guy yesterday, and I can tell you now, best content on YouTube. By a mile, best content on YouTube. I think it would be against Twitch TOS, but I'll do a quick scrub through just to make sure. Daddy, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. I need to go pee quickly. So take 5 minutes, guys. I'll be right fucking back. And then we'll see what Jennifer's solution actually was here. Because this is going to be... Is it like a final solution? Probably. I'll be right back, guys. All right. It stabbed their ex like 50 times and then shot him. Channel took down my favorite of theirs. I know there's a video that they had to take down because they kind of got, like, I think taken down by YouTube. In a video called The Psychopath and Sociopath, a masterclass. It gives you insight into the nature of these kinds of people and really gives context to some of these videos. Voidwalker, please link the video in content suggestions. I would love to fucking watch that. I would really love to watch that. Alright, so this video is finally finished checking. We can quickly schedule it for, shall we say 7 p.m.? Yeah, let's quickly schedule this for 7 p.m. Oh shit. Nah, it should be fine. No, hold up. Just quickly need to change something here. If that video isn't live yet. Not entirely sure. Fuck. Is the short live yet? Don't know. Probably not. No. Alright, so we should be good to watch Jennifer's solution now. And alright, so we got into, for those of you that's here for the first time, let me quickly catch you guys up. We got into this JCS stuff yesterday, and it is just bonkers, dude. It's fucking bonkers. These are some of the best videos. It is some of the best content on YouTube, 100%. If you're into crime stuff and real crime stuff, this stuff is scary. It's weird. It's insane. So this is my second video that I'm watching of his. Well, technically fourth, but second, because the first three that we watched was literally just about Chris Watts and the case there. So this is Jennifer's solution. I don't know what Jennifer did, but she looks... If this is Jennifer, she looks evil a little bit. She looks like she's seen some shit. Damo, how you doing, bro?
What makes the case of Jennifer Pan unique among others in the true crime genre is the overabundance of raw footage freely available in the public domain. There is over 11 hours of material that not only recounts her entire life in meticulous detail, but gives us considerable insight into her psychopathological state. Jennifer herself will narrate her own story in this video, which is the reason the following lead-up segment will be condensed, as a brief outline is all that is needed before delving into the extraordinary mind of this individual. Jennifer was born in Markham, Ontario, where she was raised with her older brother in a middle-class household. Her parents, Beek and Han, were originally from Vietnam, and their method of parenting was strict. Very strict, what some might even class as authoritarian. Success and achievement from their children were seen as outright obligations, whether it be in academics or extracurricular activity, and some might argue these expectations took precedence over the well-being of the children themselves. Jennifer initially took the imposed pressure in her stride and put everything she had into figure skating. She had exceptional talent, and at one point was expected to compete in the Winter Olympics, but she suffered a serious knee injury at the age of 14.
But isn't this a very cultural thing? Because I seem to recall that a lot of Asian kids are brought up in homes which the parents are incredibly fucking strict. So you have to perform. Like there's no freedom. There's a lot of fucking hard work that needs to be done. So I don't know if. I don't know if he's saying that it was authoritarian compared to how, like, for example, Western kids are brought up, or if he's saying that it was authoritarian even compared to Asian kids.
14 and was told she could no longer compete. Her dreams were cut short, but of more concern was that her parents' expectations now had to be met through the more traditional route of education. And the issue was that Jennifer wasn't anywhere near as academically gifted as she was athletic. She was averaging a C- when her parents wanted straight A's. So rather than communicate with them, she decided to meet their expectations under false pretenses and began faking her test results. This led to her faking her end-of-year report cards, which eventually led to her faking a high school diploma, and then a university acceptance letter to study pharmacology. In the
you can say whatever you want, but where there's a will, there's a way. She couldn't do it, so she fucking did it, right? She found a way. Is this strictly an Asian trait than an expat trait? Children of foreign-born parents have higher expectations than second-gen kids. Signal Warden, but so here's how I almost think. So the reason people say that it would be an Asian trait is we see this exactly, apparently, even in Asian kids in Asian countries. It's, for example, very similar to Jewish kids. So it's my understanding that Jewish children are brought up in very similar fashion. You have to compete. You have to be at the forefront of literally every single class that you're in. There's no excuses, right? That's why there's always these jokes in the movies. Like Big Bang Theory will have these jokes about how Jewish kids can never please their parents, and the parents will use guilt and stuff to get them to do what they want them to do. So I think that's why a lot of people will say that, specifically for Asian people and also Jewish people, the households are far stricter than what we have in the West.
Abstract world of her
They're all
parents,
slackers.
Jennifer was on her way to a noble and well-paid career in medical health care, when in reality, she was a high school dropout living with her drug dealer boyfriend, whom she had been dating in secret for almost 8 years.
Easy.
She was eventually found out and...
Now, there are some decisions that will not ruin your life. I will drop out of high school and I will live with my drug dealing boyfriend. What could go wrong? What could possibly go wrong?
In 2010, when her parents discovered she had been living a double life, and was then given an ultimatum. At 24 years old, she had to choose between one of two options. Option one was that she had to live at home under a strict regime, cease all contact with her boyfriend, and only leave the house to go back to school and pursue an education. Option two was that she could do whatever she wanted, but she would then be disowned from her family. She could never return home, and all financial support would cease immediately. Jennifer evidently decided neither option would suffice, so she created option number 3. She had her
Secret option number 3. The parents didn't see this one coming.
Boyfriend arrange a mock home invasion where 3 of his acquaintances would enter the Pan household and stage a robbery gone wrong. The 2 instructions were to first ransack the home and then murder the parents. The planned date was Monday the 8th of November, with the scheduled time being roughly 11 p.m. Jennifer would unlock the front door, and 3 figures were caught on a neighbor's surveillance camera entering the home at 11:05. They were then seen running out just under...
This is not high def. Not high def at all.
18 minutes later. It was at that exact time 911 received a call from the same household.
Solar Copper, exactly. It went from, hey, either you move back home or you fuck off, to, well, I don't think I will. I think I'll just kill you. And no discussions, no sort of back and forth, no deal making. There's no deals to be made here. I'll just kill you.
Avenue Road. Yes. Can you spell the street name for me, please? Dad? Ma'am. Hello? Hello? Yes? Ma'am, I need to know your address. Avenue Road, can you please spell?
Jesus.
Helen Avenue, my dad just went outside screaming. Ma'am, can you spell the street address for me, please? H-E-L-E-N. Someone broke in and I heard shots like pops. I don't know what's happening. I'm tied upstairs.
Beek Pan was shot twice, once in the neck and once in the head. She was killed immediately. The father, Han, was also shot twice, once in the shoulder and once in the face. He astonishingly survived and was put into an induced coma once he arrived at the hospital. Jennifer was taken to the same hospital as a precaution, but was soon cleared of injury. She sat by her father's bedside for roughly 3 hours before she was taken to the Markham police station to give a statement as a witness.
Ooh. Here we go. This is
I
where
want to
shit
go
gets
through a
interesting.
form with you. It may seem kind of, you know, why you're doing this, but this is it's like you're swearing to tell the truth about what you're going to talk to me about, and it's also going to explain to you the penalties for not telling the truth. I don't expect you to help me, but for a homicide investigation, anyone who's very close to the investigation, we do this with. Okay? So this isn't suspecting that you're not going to tell the truth. This is more of a feature that you understand the importance of telling the complete truth.
Jennifer is not a suspect at this moment. She is only giving a voluntary statement under oath. She has not read her right to silence, but instead informed of her rights as a witness. She is basically...
Wait a second. Is it in Canada also? Isn't that, what do they call it? They call it something. It's your Miranda rights. Do people in Canada also have Miranda rights? Because as far as I'm aware, if you weren't read your Miranda rights, you basically get free instantly. It doesn't even matter what they uncover in the interrogations. You could literally sit there and tell them, yes, I murdered everyone. This is how I did it. And literally all the lawyer has to go is get the officer in and say, did you read my client their Miranda rights? And if the answer is no, it's like, oh yeah, go get fucked. Take all that evidence that you've gathered. You're not getting shit. I thought they only read Miranda rights if you're a suspect. That's only if you're under arrest. This is the voluntary statement that she can leave from at any point. Ah, okay, that makes sense. So yeah, because she's not yet a suspect. You guys are right. She's not yet a suspect. So basically, why would they read her Miranda rights?
Told that fabricating evidence with the intent to mislead is an offense. After reading the notification off paper, the detective gives Jennifer a more human explanation of the instruction.
What I've just explained to you is you're here voluntarily to help us, that you don't have to talk to us if you don't want to, but the importance of talking to us, and if you're talking to us, the importance of telling the truth. And if you don't tell the truth, there's criminal consequences for not telling the truth. That's all that stuff had to deal with. Okay?
The investigator then leaves to get the Commissioner of Oaths, which is for the purpose of swearing in the witness, but he first brings in a box of Kleenex. This is universally recognized as getting startled, yet the official term in neurophysiology is the startle reflex via auditory stimulus. Hyperarousal from a traumatic event can often exaggerate this response in a manner similar to how Jennifer reacted to the sound of the door.
Hello, my name is Andrew Laspiro.
That was a big startle.
Bureau of Regional Police. I'm here so you can give a truthful statement, either by solemn affirmation or swearing on the Bible. Which do you prefer?
Swearing on the Bible.
Okay, just put your hand on the Bible. Do you, Jennifer Pan, swear that the evidence you shall give on this investigation shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Once Jennifer is sworn in, the lead investigator returns to collect the statement.
Now I want you to sort of take yourself back to earlier on today, yesterday, meaning the 8th of November, and tell me about your day. Okay, start at any point in time, wherever you feel comfortable, and then we're gonna move forward. Okay.
Yesterday, probably around 9 o'clock in the morning, 9:30. My mother, she woke me up and she told me that she was going to visit my grandfather.
Throughout the day, Jennifer explains that she practiced piano, studied piano history, talked on the phone with her friends, and had dinner with her parents. Her mother left for line dancing at 8 p.m. and returned home at about 9:30, at which time Jennifer was alone in her room watching TV, ready to go to sleep.
And then suddenly I just heard my mom calling for my dad to come down. And that's when I lowered the volume on my TV, and I could hear the voices weren't any voices I was very familiar with. And so I was scared and I couldn't move. I just sat in my room for a while. And then I thought I heard them all leave the top floor, and I peered out of my bedroom door. And a guy was there, and he came at me and had string in his hands and tied my arms back and said, I have a gun behind your back. Do what I say. If you do what I say, then no one will get hurt. Where is the money? Show me where your money is. my mom kept trying to get up, and they kept telling her to sit down, and so I didn't want her to get hurt, so I told her, Mom, sit down. They were trying to find her wallet, but her English isn't good, so she kept saying purse. They kept pushing her down onto the chair.
Okay.
I mean, is she crying just because she wants to, like, fool them? We haven't watched long enough yet. So is she really sad that this has happened? Because that can sometimes happen. Someone can have this really big elaborate scheme of killing their own parents or whatever. And then as soon as it happens, there's that thing that kicks in where you're like, oh, fuck. What did I do? I can't unring this bell. What did I do? Just gonna fuck you either way in some cases. So, true, actually. Guinness like line dancing. Barvin Laney like to freak dance too. I should have like, Kool-Aid man, how you doing? We just started, bro. We're 8 minutes in. Yeah, she is definitely doing better than Chris so far. Chris was a fucking train wreck from day one. Clean, how you doing?
Take your time. Take your time. All this is very important, so take your time.
Jennifer's nonverbal communication up to this point has made sense, and the reflection of her mother's last moments seems to push her over the edge. It could be assumed the detective still considers Jennifer a victim at this moment, but in the next moment, he will start becoming suspicious.
They kept all the lights off on the main floor. The only time there was light was when they opened the fridge door to see if they could find where my mom's purse was.
Take yourself back to a moment in your life when you have been overwhelmingly upset about something, and at the same time were trying to explain to someone why you were upset. You wouldn't quietly and reservedly convey the events. You would likely blurt them out in a forceful and disordered manner. Your sole focus would be on processing your thoughts and conveying them into speech. The emotional turbulence of severe hysteria and grief makes it very difficult to convey thought into actual dialogue, and the simple wording of a sentence becomes very challenging. Jennifer seems to be more concentrated on how she's being perceived, yet finds her words easily and executes her sentences perfectly.
One of the gentlemen asked my father if he had money in.
One of the gentlemen? That right there is already, like, that right there. No one describes the person that just shot their parents as a gentleman. Right? You wouldn't use that word. Now, I am sort of wondering about his previous explanation, because his previous explanation says that if you're... I guess that is correct. If you're trying to recount, like, something this horrific, you would almost definitely... it would probably be very disjointed. So I can imagine things like the fridge door opening up would probably be something that you completely forget. So you might just say every once in a while there'd be a light that comes like and then it goes away again, and they were sort of all over the place just searching and throwing things around and trying to figure out. But she was very calm, very collected, almost as if she had practiced this part of the speech.
His wallet and where his wallet was. So they took me, because I was next to the stairwell, they took me up the stairs to show them where my father's wallet was, but I didn't know. They had turned the room upside down. I didn't know where his pants were at that time.
The intruders retrieve $1,100 from...
Selena, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think we're making a statement on it. You also wouldn't start at 8 a.m., then go through the 14 hours leading up to the crime too. Yeah, I would probably... Like, that was immediately very weird to me. Maria, how you doing? Kool-Aid, how you doing, brother? The Swing, how you doing? That was very, very weird to me. The fact that she sort of started in the morning. If you asked me to recount the events of the day, I would probably start literally at the events that led to me sitting here. It would have to be up to the cop asking to go, wait a second, can you walk it back like a few hours earlier? I need to know exactly what your parents did during that time. And then I'm also sort of wondering if I would even be able to remember that immediately. Because all I can think about is my parents just got fucking shot, right?
the master bedroom and then tied Jennifer to the upstairs banister.
Next thing I know, I think I heard my parents going down the stairs, and my mom was asking them for me to come with them. They wouldn't let me come with them. And after they said, the last things I heard them say was, "You lied to us.
Oh my god, how you doing?
You lied to us." And then I heard 2 pops. My mom screamed. I yelled out for her. And a couple more pops.
Would you be able to recall exactly how many shots it was immediately as it's happening? I'm not saying you wouldn't remember if pressed, but I feel like you would immediately, like, if you were saying, you would just go, I heard shots, and then I heard more shots, and then you would probably have to be asked, how many shots did you hear? Because you're not thinking immediately, I think at least, I wouldn't be thinking immediately, I need to tell him exactly how many shots I just heard. And I'm just sort of paying attention here to whenever we would go hunting as a child, and there would be other hunters on the farm as well. Sometimes you would hear them shoot, and that was always very, like, a very stressful time, because you don't know where they are and where they're shooting from, right? You have no idea. So then whenever we would tell my dad what just happened, we'd be like, yeah, we heard fucking shots. And then my dad would be like, from where did you hear the shots? How many shots was it? And that's where you'd sort of go, oh, wait, so we were walking this way, we heard it from there. You know, so I'm just sort of wondering if you would be that focused on details, I guess is what I'm saying. The problem that I have with her story right now is it feels like there's far too many details in her story. I don't know if you recount that many details whilst something like this is happening. I feel like you would have to be pressed. Does that make sense to people? Like, do you guys understand what I'm saying? No, this is a different story. Death Knight, how you doing, brother? Yeah, it obviously depends on the person, sure. It just feels like you would struggle to remember. People would have to make you, like, aware of, okay, wait a second, walk it back. What is this? Yeah, what happened here? Can you explain this to us? And then you'd sort of be like, oh, okay, this is that, you know, whatever. This girl killed her entire family, Death Knight.
Take your time. Take your time.
And I think I heard my mom say or moan or something, and then they did one more before they left, and then one of the guys said, "We have to go now, it's been too long." And then they ran out the door, and I think once they were out the door, I heard my dad go up the stairs, and at that point...
Jennifer has clearly gotten her story straight beforehand, yet in the next moment appears to realize how unusual it is that she was able to make a phone call when her hands were tied behind her back to a banister. She hesitates, stutters, and even looks to the detective for approval twice before she quickly moves on.
I had my phone on me, behind me, that I had hidden there that they didn't know about. So...
Well, that's handy. That really, thank God for that. Like, while he was tying your hands behind your back, he didn't at any point see the phone, blinking lights, none of that. That really is handy.
I had my phone on me, behind me, that I had hidden there that they didn't know about. So...
I love how the detective sits back here, almost as if to go, wait, this is interesting. What are you... That changed.
When I thought that they had heard them all leave and my dad ran up the stairs, I whipped up the phone and I called 911. But I still hadn't heard anything from my mom, and all I could hear was my dad running on the street, just moaning and making sounds.
The detective then breaks the event down into components and has Jennifer go through each moment in more detail. The first of which is the appearance of the intruders. Jennifer now describes the one who appeared to be in charge.
The only thing I can remember was he had dreadlocks.
He had dreadlocks. So can you describe his race to me?
He was black.
Was his head covered? Was his face covered? Do you remember anything about that?
Just that his dreadlocks were kind of flopping all over the place. I couldn't really see his face, and they kept the lights dark as much as possible.
Did he have a gun?
Yes.
Did you see the gun?
I only saw the top part of the gun.
What did it look like?
It was black.
Yeah. Do you know where the other guys involved in this are?
I know one stayed with my parents downstairs.
Okay.
The other one, I'm not, at that point in time, I was more focused on him, he was seeing me and he was coming after me.
So you're saying there's 3 for sure?
Yes.
That's all, you saw a total of 3 at one time, you saw 3 people together?
Yes, when I went downstairs, I saw 3 shadows.
She details the appearances of the other 2 assailants, whom she asserts were also black males. The detective then brings her back to the one in charge.
Now the first guy who spoke to you, did he have any accent?
None that I could make out.
Was it clear English?
English.
Unbroken?
Unbroken.
No accent?
From the terms he used, I didn't get to pick up an accent, no. He used short phrases.
He sounded Canadian?
I would say, yes, he was born here.
He was born here.
She asserts that the second intruder didn't speak, while the third had a Caribbean accent. She then goes on to say she was taken downstairs for a brief moment and saw her parents under guard in the living room. Her father was asked where his wallet was, and he told them it was in the master bedroom. Jennifer was then taken back upstairs alone with 2 of the assailants to help them find it. They don't find the wallet, but instead retrieve a pile of cash from inside the nightstand. Jennifer was then tied to the upstairs banister and left alone as the intruders went back down.
And the next thing I can hear are them telling my parents to move to the basement.
Okay.
And I'm asking them, why? Where are you going? And my mom's yelling to me, I want my daughter. Why can't my daughter come too? I want my daughter.
Jennifer then hears one of the intruders yell, "You lied to us."
Who do you hear yelling, "You lied to us," or to that extent?
Number 3.
Number 3.
I'm assuming it's to my father, because he was the one asking for the wallet.
Now you hear this commotion downstairs. You said you heard 2 pops. And you heard who scream?
My mom.
Your mom. And what was she screaming? Do you remember?
I couldn't make it out. It was kind of like a cry yell, so it was...
Tiff, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. From the terms he used, yeah, that's not how you identify an accent, sis. It just feels like, just listening to this, it feels so rehearsed. I feel like she went through this script a couple of times before she decided, yeah, all right, this is the story that I'm going to go with. It's also very handy that she could see none of their faces, like not a single one. Dreadlocks everywhere, sort of hiding things. There's no way.
Just...
Okay.
They had made the first round, or pop, and they had said, okay, that's enough. Let's go.
Who said that? Whose voice is that?
Number 1.
Okay.
And then I heard one more after that. And they were like, that's enough. Let's go.
Okay. And again, that's number 1.
Yes.
So what do you hear next? After you hear the scrambling, they're gone. Because you're hearing no more. I gather that's how you assume they're gone, is because you don't hear it. Then you hear your dad.
I reach for my phone at that point.
And you call 911? Okay. When your father exits, you hear the door open. Because you hear your dog, and then you
And then I can hear, like...
Why is he not asking her... Is he going to ask her, how did you get free? Or... Because that would be... I want to hear how she fucking explains that.
Okay.
It's like the wind coming in, and I just hear my dad, I think he's...
You think that he's sustained some kind of injury because he's not... You can't understand what he's saying. Okay. What about... Can you hear your mom? Okay. Where does your dad go? Do you know where You never see your dad again until when we're at the hospital. I think that's what you said, right?
I saw him when he was on the gurney.
Is there any reason to suspect, or anything that's happened in the recent weeks leading up, that would have you guys be a target of some type of incident like this?
We live a straightforward, kind of almost routine life.
Whenever Jennifer smiles, it takes her a couple seconds to realize she's not exhibiting the correct behavior, and she then snaps back into her solemn stare. The two looks are so diametrically opposed to each other that it becomes glaringly obvious she's forcing one of the emotions.
What, in your opinion, would cause people to target your house to think there was a large quantity of money?
I'm not sure.
Now, you say your mom drives a Lexus.
It could be because of the aesthetics, yes.
What about your dad?
He drives a Mercedes and he loves that baby.
Is that right?
The questions end here, and the
that is also your mum was just shot, your dad was just shot, and you're saying he drives a Mercedes and he loves that baby. That seems like oversharing almost on a piece of information that you would probably, that wouldn't come to mind really.
detective leaves the room for half an hour to double-check if he needs any more information. After 15 minutes of Jennifer waiting alone, we're gifted with another performance of the startle reflex, only this time it's slightly less convincing.
Wait, did she actually... So he's saying only this time it's slightly less convincing. Is he trying to make it out to seem like she studied this beforehand? So she made sure to put herself as much as possible into the mindset, like, follow the rules. This is what someone with trauma would do. This is how you should act. This is what you should do. Because I feel like that almost fucking oversells things. If you're in this moment where you're trying to give the performance of your fucking life, maybe you don't want to overcomplicate the amount of things that you have to remember.
If investigators were certain of Jennifer's innocence, this would have been the first and last time she would have been questioned in such a manner. Police are extremely careful in how they involve victims in investigations as to not cause further unnecessary trauma. But on this particular occasion, it would come as no surprise that Jennifer's psychological well-being was of less concern. She was officially still a victim and witness, but unofficially a leading suspect. She was called back in to give another statement just 2 days later at 9 a.m. She was told the reason was to collect more details, but you'll notice that the line of questioning and the answers they attain have little to no use for anything outside of Jennifer's culpability. The actual reason for this second statement is to collect further information to use against her at a later stage. In this interview alone, they already start the process of cross-examination and start to catch her out in previous lies. Jennifer is still a witness at this moment, and the exchange is void of any direct confrontation. Yet she is still put under a modest amount of pressure, and the holes in her story start to become ever more apparent.
She should have studied harder.
Take that first interview that we had, which was, hours after what had transpired, put it aside. It's almost like we've never spoken before, okay? So we're starting afresh. We're starting from new. That way you're not going to say, I think I already told him that. Don't worry about what you've already told me.
Do you, Jennifer Penn, swear or declare that the evidence that you give in this investigation shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
The plot holes is opening up.
We're going to see if we've learned or if you've remembered anything else. And there's some questions with respect to that statement that I'm going to ask you about.
I feel like it's very clever of him to say, put that first interview out of your mind. But the way he states it is very clever, because he's basically saying to her, he says to her, that first interview, that happened hours afterwards, put that out of your mind, almost as if to say, look, it's almost guaranteed that there's going to be factual changes in the story, because you may have misremembered things, you may have said things that you at the time you thought was the truth, but now having time to think about it, you've changed. So he's basically giving her license to lie now, or license to change her story, which I feel he's going to use then later, because the truth is you wouldn't have to change the story that much on any big details. So it's going to be interesting to hear what is different this time than what she said the first time.
Okay, but I'm going to let you start again, and let's move forward from any time in that day where you want to start. If it's the time you woke up or if it's the time that your first interaction, it's your choice.
Okay, I'm very nervous, and
Why are you nervous? Tell me about why you're nervous.
because I don't want to say the wrong things.
Because
that day was a lot.
You're right.
And I've been scattered, and so bits and pieces are here and some pieces aren't here, and
So she's basically already making excuses for why this time the story might be not as well told. I want to know where she's going to start with this, because I have a feeling, I'm just going to make this prediction. She may start exactly where she started the first time. And the reason for this, telling a lie out of order is extremely difficult. That's why if you want to catch someone in a lie, you usually start asking. This is why in the previous case with that Chris Watts guy as well, they collect your statement, maybe a second time collect your statement, and then when they start asking you questions, they ask the questions almost deliberately out of context, or out of the timeline. So they'll ask you, so tell me again, what time did you get to work? Okay. And when you were at work, what time did you get the phone call? What did you do directly after you get the phone call? Okay, so you woke up when? 4 a.m. and then you went to gym. So you'll ask the questions out of context, because this means that the liar now has to construct the whole story on the fly. They have to basically fill in the fucking gaps, because they don't have the full story that they've practiced over and over and over again to make sure that they get the story just straight. They now have to sort of skip over parts. So you can catch someone in a lie like that.
So I want you to sit back in your chair. Okay, just sit back in your chair. Take a deep breath. Okay, close your eyes. Just follow my line. Just sit back in the chair for a second. Sit back, relax the best you can. Close your eyes.
Her hands together. She's protecting herself.
Just breathe for a minute. Okay?
The most curious detail you've probably come to notice is this. It's known as a self-pacifying gesture. A person who does this is most often uncomfortable and sometimes fearful of what lies ahead. It's a coping mechanism to dissipate stress and afford self-assurance.
What I can remember is...
I get the feeling that at this point, if she truly made a study in the way that she did to ensure that she, gets startled at the right time, breathe the right way, have her face the right way, if she truly did that in order to get away with this, it's almost guaranteed that she would know how the police handles victims versus how the police handles suspects. So she would probably at this point know that the police almost never call in a victim a second time. So the fact that she is here for the second time, she kind of knows at this point already, I am no longer just the victim here. I am now, at least to some extent, a suspect. So I have to do this fucking perfect.
When I woke up, I had some breakfast.
She practices on the piano, studies piano history, plays games on her phone, and speaks with her friends on Facebook during the morning hours. Her mom leaves to visit her grandfather at around noon and returns at 3 p.m. to prepare dinner. Her father comes home at around...
So she literally started exactly where she started the previous day. Or 2 days before.
4:30 from work, and dinner is served 1 hour later. Her mother leaves for line dancing at 7, then returns at 9:30. Jennifer at this point is in bed talking with her friend on the phone, and her father is in the computer room. She then hears her mother loudly call out to her father.
What is she saying?
She's calling him by his name and to come down.
Okay, so give us verbatim, what do you hear her saying?
In Vietnamese, she's like, Hanoi, someday.
She's clearly aware that she has to appear mournful over the subject matter, and sensibly draws out this emotion at the correct moments. Yet what's fascinating is how she's unable to maintain this emotion when inquired over the same elements. In this very moment, she appears completely grief-stricken, but when the investigator inquires further, this supposed grief rapidly dissipates. It's extremely difficult to convincingly act out an emotion while evaluating a question. It requires two completely different parts of the brain, which is why most people can only do one of these things at a time. This is exactly what you see in the next moment, and continuously throughout this interview.
And what does that translate to?
That's my father's name, Han. Come down here.
Does she say anything else associated with that?
I can't hear clearly because, like, I was on the phone and the TV was on,
Sure.
but that's what I heard.
Is she yelling? Or is it normal?
It's a loud, she's not yelling, but it's a loud tone.
Okay.
She then hangs up the phone with her friend once she hears the commotion.
As I'm hanging up the phone with him, I hear footsteps going up the stairs.
Okay.
But they're heavier footsteps than what is to be expected from my parents.
Okay.
Jennifer hears unfamiliar voices, so she opens her door to investigate. She has spoken for 2 minutes up to this point without being interrupted, and once again manages to build up her emotion to correlate with a supposedly terrifying event. Yet as soon as the detective interjects with a question, we once again see this emotion dissipate.
I peered out, and there was a person in what would have been my brother's room.
And where's your brother's room located?
Just a little bit down I could see from my door.
That must be on purpose, right? So whenever she gets emotional, because he's probably trying to figure out, is it that she's holding back a lot of emotion? And at some points it cracks through, because that can happen. I know for myself, when you're there are times where you're, say, for example, angry or sad, and you sort of contain yourself, you find this sort of way of doing so. After my mother passed, this was sort of prevalent for at least a month after my mother passed, where I would be in a conversation with people and I'd be able to sort of maintain talking to them about my mother and everything that happened and whatnot, and then just one specific sentence, I would just get very emotional about the sentence. As if that sentence just brought the emotion, and then it would take me like a second to, repress that emotion to get through the story. But the fact that he keeps interjecting, he's testing this. So he wants to see, is she going to regroup every time I ask the question? In other words, it becomes difficult to have the emotion because you can't process the emotion and process the question at the same time. So you stop processing the question, you forget about the emotion. So just another way. Dude, the science that goes into these questions. Before I started watching this JCS stuff, I always just thought about, you sit down, they take your statement, they sort of listen to you, they try and listen for inconsistencies, things that you're saying that doesn't make much sense. Does what you're saying line up with the evidence? But it almost feels like there's a boatload of science that goes into this. It's not just the guy sits there and asks a bunch of questions. Everything he asks is very, very much planned out and orchestrated. He wants a very specific answer, and he's looking for that answer. Either verbally or non-verbally. It's insane.
Doorway to his doorway, just a little bit down the hall.
Okay.
The first intruder then robs Jennifer at gunpoint before taking her to the ground floor, where she then sees her parents sitting next to each other.
From where I was standing, my father was sitting on the right, and my mother was sitting on the left.
Sitting where?
On a couch, on our couch.
Sitting on the couch. Are they looking out towards you?
No, their backs are towards me.
Okay. And you're now on the ground level? Are you on the floor? Or on the sitting on the
stairs? Floor. I'm sitting on the floor.
All right, where are your hands?
They had tied my hands,
so let's
as
go,
I said.
Let's go back up to the stairs. Remember we said...
Her emotional display in seeing her parents in distress gradually faded after each interjection, but you'll now see it completely cease altogether once she realizes that she made her first mistake. Everything she had said up to this point correlated with her initial statement, but she had just forgot to mention that she was first tied up before being taken downstairs, and only brought it up when reminded by the detective.
Take the other statement and whatever we've said before.
No, I said it earlier.
She didn't say she was tied up earlier. She completely forgot to mention it and seems to be trying to convince the detective otherwise. It's a moment of slight panic, which becomes far more pronounced when you compare it to...
Got him! Got him! Oh, shit. It's so cool when you see them fucking break down, like, just realize, oh, crap. What did I do? Fuck, so close.
To her supposed grief-stricken recollection 5 seconds earlier. The detective doesn't challenge this, as it can be used against her at a much later stage, and the main objective at this point is to collect as much conflicting information as possible.
Okay, then let's get back to that area. I think you might have touched on it. We went back into the description. So where do you get your hands tied, and where does the string come from?
I'm not sure where the string comes from.
Did you, like, is she realizing that was, like, very sus? She goes, no, I mentioned it earlier. He goes, cool, no problem. Maybe I got it wrong. And then she goes, whew. It's like, wait, so basically you're telling him? Thank fuck you believe that. I almost thought you caught me. Jesus. Woo. Like, fucking hell. If this was a comedy, this would literally be the moment where they break character and they go, you almost had me there. Like, oh my God, I almost had me there. And they're like, yeah, I was so close. Almost caught you on a lie there, but you got it right. Let's get back to it.
But he had the string.
Okay.
And after I gave him my money, that's when he tied my hands.
She is then taken downstairs where she sees her mother being interrogated by the second assailant over the whereabouts of the cash. According to her first statement, the second assailant never said a word the entire time.
He had pushed her back onto the couch, and
Who pushed her?
Number 2.
Okay.
He was pushing her back onto the couch. And she kept saying, where's my purse? Where's my purse? And the guy kept telling her to sit down, and I didn't want my mom to get hurt.
How many times does she get up and get pushed back down?
Wow.
I'd say she got up twice.
Has number 2 uttered a word at this point in time?
I can't remember hearing him.
Okay. So we're just correcting what you said earlier, because you said earlier that it was number 2 who was asking where the purse is, and now you've said it's number 1 guy who would initially...
I'm sorry,
No. It's all a purpose. The purpose here is clarifying what you're saying. So number 1 Number 1 is the one who's doing the talking about the purse. Number 3 is focused on your dad's wallet. Okay.
Jennifer continues to make contradictions and is forced to correct herself multiple times after she notices the puzzled gaze from the detective. He inquires over the appearance of assailant number 2, who was wearing a hoodie according to the first statement.
Yeah, Mama, I made the same point earlier in the video as well. I don't think it would be sus at all for some people to just not remember every single detail. I don't think that would be sus at all. It would be much harder if you just looked at the detective and you said, I don't know. It could have been number 1, it could have been number 2. Honestly, I wasn't really looking at who's speaking. I have no idea who was speaking at this point. I was just fixated on my parents and living. If you wanted to get away with it, I think give as few details as possible, because you have to fucking remember those details, right? So you basically just want to go, you know what? I saw nothing. I was in my bedroom. I had my headphones on. I only heard when the gunshots went off. That's it. That's when I heard that something was going on, is when the gunshots went off. And I ran downstairs and I saw my parents and I saw 3 men leaving the house. That's it. That's all I've got for you. And the guy would be like, what, okay, what music were you listening to? And I'd be like, I can't remember, or whatever. You know, you make up as little lies as possible, because that would be easier to remember than this fucking story that she built here. Yeah, you say you don't remember, and then when they go, excuse me, you don't remember what music you were listening to? You go, okay, fine, it was Taylor Swift. I didn't want to say anything. Please don't put that in the record, but it was Taylor Swift. I was listening to Taylor Swift. The girl's got my back, all right? Tried this before, Akko? Hey, you always got to be prepared.
Get a good look at number 2 now of what he's wearing?
All I could tell was he had a vest, and his face was like a long oval face.
He had a vest?
No, hoodie.
Okay.
Dark hoodie.
Okay.
All I know is he had a vest. He had a vest? No, hoodie. Really dark hoodie. Okay. No problem.
Did you see them recover anything inside your mom and dad's room?
I did not see anything, no.
But the oval face, that's like, what the fuck, dude? That's legitimately. So, what did they look like? They had a mouth and eyes and a nose and ears. And I definitely saw a face and some hair. Great, you've literally just described 7 billion people. Thank you. We'll start there, and we'll see where the fuck we're going with it.
Are you sure? Because when we spoke the last time, there was some mention of some other money that went missing.
Wow. That is, you see, this is why I say don't make too many fucking facts. Don't create too many facts. Because now she's literally sitting there trying to remember, what the fuck did I tell him the last time? Because I can't remember what I told him the last time. What other money? And I think I know what money. She went upstairs and they collected money from the nightstand. And she was the one who did it. So the fact that she can't remember that she went upstairs to collect money from the nightstand is she did that. She would have remembered that she was doing that.
I believe when they were looking for my father's wallet, they had opened the drawer. And it was in an envelope.
What drawer would that have been in?
If you're at the doorway where I was standing on the left side, the bedside table.
Whose side of the bed is it?
That's my mother's side of the bed.
Okay.
More than likely a total coincidence, yet she almost appears to be praying that she gave the correct response. Fortunately for her, she was correct on this occasion.
And approximately how much money?
I'm not sure how much she took out for our trip, but I can only estimate about a few $100s.
Few hundred, because at the time, the last time you told me, you were pretty adamant about $1,100. So I'm curious to know how you came up with that number.
I believe because when we were at the border, we stopped at the duty free. My mother was deciding whether to use her U.S. currency or her U.S. currency.
Oh my God! It's like watching a train wreck. It's like watching the story unravel. God. Zeron, thanks for the first chat, dude. Really appreciate that. I noticed a misconception you had in your last video. Do you know that Microsoft financial year 2023 starts July 1st, 2022? Microsoft stated in their announcement the deal is expected to close in fiscal year 2023. But what's the misconception there? Sermon, what's the misconception? Because I'm not entirely sure. We weren't really talking about like their financial year specifically, but more when the deal is ending. You'd have to give me a bit more context because those videos are done live, so I don't always know exactly what fact I'm speaking to, depending on what chat is saying or what chat is asserting. It could be me talking to chat about something, so it really. That is most likely to occur in 6 to 8 months. Yeah, maybe. Although based on Twitter, and if you go back and you look at the announcements that have been made on Twitter, they don't say 2023 fiscal year. They say 2023. For example, if you look at Phil Spencer, he actually says on Twitter that Bobby Kotick will stay with the company until 2023, at the very least until the deal is done. Right, so on Twitter, their statements, it could be that on Twitter, they're just sort of saying 2023 because saying 2022 could be misrepresented in some way. And they're just leaving out the fiscal because there's a limit to the amount of characters that you can actually use. But that is actually interesting. Nevertheless, whether I was right or wrong doesn't really matter. It's interesting to know that the fiscal years work like that, I suppose. So that is quite fucking interesting. I guess, although we also have to contend with the fact that the FTC have already opened an investigation into this. So that might slow things down slightly if the FTC wants to do something, which I don't expect, but they might. So, by the way, thank you for the clarification there, Simon. Really appreciate that.
So it was at that time you remember hearing $1,100? And that's what, is that the inference you're saying? Is that, because you're pretty solid saying that it was $1,100 that went missing, that was taken. And
you can also hear just from the interrogator here, because like the first few times she got stuff wrong, he would just be like, wait, didn't you, so you said this the last time? And then he would give her the opportunity to sort of walk this back. But as this goes on, it almost feels like he's now becoming a lot more persistent. Like, he is now basically zeroing in, and he's gone from the I suspect you're lying to me to I fucking know you're lying to me. So I no longer need to treat you as a de facto witness. I can now, or victim, I can now start treating you like an actual accomplice.
that you saw it when we spoke. And who took it? Who took possession of the money?
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
The detective lets the contradiction slide once more. Jennifer is then brought to the moment where the intruders had just left and she is tied to the upstairs banister.
Let's come back to now. You're being taken to the banister in the upper room. Don't apologize, okay? I'm going to try and ask you questions to try and clarify points, okay? If you don't remember, you don't remember. Okay, so there's no apology.
She should have said, I don't remember the first fucking time. It's too late, sister. It's too fucking late now. That shit's on recording and it's been written down. Too late now. You should have not remembered this shit from the beginning.
Apologizing. The only reason you would apologize to me is if you've lied to me.
No.
Okay,
No,
so
I just...
then in this case, then don't apologize to me. It's okay. Okay, I'm going to ask you questions to clarify points.
Okay.
You're now
Putting her at
bound
ease.
to the railing. Can you show me? Can you stand up and turn around and?
It's so satisfying to watch this guy leading the lamb to the slaughter, brother. Like, absolutely getting her fucked, and she doesn't even realize it yet.
Tell me, just show on the camera how your hands are bound and how you are against the railing. You don't have to sit down. I just need to see how you were.
Just tell you.
The only reason that I'm trying to, I need to do this is that I'm also going to ask you is that so take this back to take it out of a traumatizing event, which it is, and put yourself into a more clinical position, because I want to see how you could physically get your phone out of your waistband. We're obviously going to need to know that. It's very important. So traumatize away. Now put yourself into just a state of, I need to mechanically show how I can get access to my phone. Okay, because that's obviously very relevant. We know you made the phone call, but questions are going to obviously raise is that if my hands are bound and I'm against the railing, how do I talk to a 911 operator? Okay, so clinically, this is now a clinical demonstration. Just stand up, focus in on how you did it. And I want you to stick that in your waistband as an example. Okay, so just take your sweater off, because this will be a very smooth, very quick thing. It's a one-time demonstration. I'm not going to ask you to repeat it.
The two critical parts of this demonstration
so rough,
are where Jennifer
dude.
states she was tied, and the movement of her arms as she takes her phone out of her pocket. The investigator is hoping the mechanics of the two components would be illogical and contradict each other.
They tied my upper arm
Yes?
around the banister,
Yes?
but my hands were bound together.
So your hands bound together, and this is the arm that's the strings wrapped around against the band?
Who would do that? Why would you tie someone like that? Like, you would tie where the hands are tied, no? Like, why the fuck would you tie the top of the arm and then just the hands not, like, at all? Like, what?
Banister? Okay, so now how can you get to the phone? And how do you make the phone call?
Whether it be a stroke of luck or that Jennifer had prepared for this moment, this actually made sense. Had her arms gone left or the point of restraint been below the elbow, none of this would have been possible. It's perhaps the single moment where Jennifer's statement was somewhat beneficial to her defense. We know Jennifer was tied up when police arrived, but the assumption was that she had her phone in her hands the entire time and wouldn't have had to retrieve it from her waistband. She can now argue that this portion of her testimony is genuine.
911? And do you talk down like that?
Yes, I'm yelling at the phone like this.
And how can you hear?
I turned the volume on max.
Yes? So that's exactly the way that you're talking to her against the railing? Okay, that's good enough. Sit down.
Jennifer is then brought back to the moment just before she heard the gunshots.
At this point, I started hearing my parents get up.
Sort of wondering if that was actually how it happened, though. Is that actually how she did it? Because if you listen back to the recording that was at the beginning of the video, there are moments where the operator is asking questions, and it does not appear as if Jennifer hears the questions that's being answered, that's being asked. Which would make sense that she didn't have she didn't have the phone against her ear. So she kind of had to listen. Of course, all mobile phones have fucking speaker in them, so you could have just turned that on, but never mind that, right? Maybe you were too traumatized to think of that. But so you're basically listening to the phone from far away. So you kind of hear what they're asking, but if there's something going on or you're screaming at someone, you're not going to be able to hear what they're asking.
And they're moving. And my mom's yelling, "Where's my daughter? I want my daughter. Where's my daughter?" And I'm yelling, "Mom, I'm here."
Here. Jennifer, take a Kleenex and just take a minute.
You'll notice that she doesn't wipe her eyes or blow her nose, just buries her face in the tissue, which the detective later testified remained completely dry.
Okay. So we're now down in the basement. They're down in the... You know your parents are down in the basement.
I heard pop. And then my mom. I heard her squeal.
Multiple pops occur thereafter before she hears the intruders leave through the front door.
Once the door closed, I heard my father. He ran up the stairs and all I could hear was moaning. God. Once I heard him starting to move, that's when I pulled out the phone and I was trying to call 911.
This is untrue. She only realized her father was alive midway through the 911 call. And in that exact moment, you can actually hear genuine fear in her voice compared to her fabricated panic the moment before.
Some people broke into our house and came to show us all his money. Ma'am, where are you? What? Avenue Road. Yeah. Can you spell the street name for me, please? Dad?
The final part of this statement is collecting information to set up the main strategy for Jennifer's interrogation that will take place 10 days later. They go through Jennifer's past and gather intel to lay the foundation for what's known as the how and why solution, which will be explained in further detail at a later stage.
What I want to do now is I want to go into your past, okay? And start talking about things that have been going on with you.
The detective now morphs into a therapist, and what's fascinating is how Jennifer doesn't once question the new line of inquisition. Many argue that it was the first time Jennifer was even asked about such matters, giving reason for her willingness to open up. This may have been the first time in her life she was able to process her frustrations and vent to someone who appeared to care. The first topic is her parents, and the expectations and pressures she was under to succeed, which led to her faking her grades and then her college degree as to not be a disappointment.
How did you feel about that? How did you feel about having to lie to your parents?
I felt guilty, but every time I tried to bring it up, there was just so much expectation.
Did you have any resentment towards them for this?
What a rough dude, Jesus.
I chose what I chose, but in the end I chose my family.
She just referred to the ultimatum she was given by her father, the choice to live at home and go back to school, or be completely cut off by her parents and live with her boyfriend. Information gathering on Jennifer's past goes on for roughly 2 hours and 20 minutes. The detective then ends the exchange by putting her under some pressure. It's not a direct confrontation, but it's by far the most uncomfortable position she's been in up to this point. The detective subtly switches back to the home invasion and how the intruders were able to gain access without breaking in.
Like you didn't hear a doorbell, you didn't hear a door knock, you didn't hear a door kicked in, you didn't.
Like I said, I was watching TV on the phone. I don't know how.
Yeah, I know. We went over that back and forth. We don't know how.
Electron, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that.
Somehow they got into your house by getting through your mom down on the lower level, right? Because she's the only one who's down there.
She was the only one down there.
So it's very confusing. Generally, random events are not, in most cases, random. There's a rhyme or reason why they've come to your house. But from what you've told me inside the house, the only thing that you hear them saying to you is they're looking for money. They're not looking for a specific quantity of money?
No.
So you're telling me that you had no involvement in what happened, meaning not saying how the outcome came, but you had no involvement in any type of illegal activity that would have drawn you or the attention of you to have bad people come to your house looking for large sums of money. You're not involved in this any which way. Because the question obviously stands, Jennifer, is you're upstairs and they're downstairs. Right?
That face is almost guaranteed realizing that jail is just around the fucking corner. Like, you're sitting there, this guy is talking to you. At this point, you must have realized that he's not fully buying your fucking story. He's not fully buying what you're selling. And you're realizing, Christ, I really, really don't want to go to jail.
So it's a natural concern when, why would they leave you alone? Why would they not do the same to you?
Yeah.
You can't answer that question?
You see, this is where you sort of take one for the team and you really sell it. Because you tell your friends, shoot me too. Just don't kill me. So you shoot my mom, you shoot my dad, and then you shoot me. You shoot me in the shoulder, and then maybe you shoot me in the side. Because that, at least we can argue you were panicked because you had just shot 2 people. And that is fucking rough. Yeah? So you were panicked and you just sort of pulled the trigger and I am shot, but it's not a problem. But no one kills 2 people and then leaves the third one that obviously saw their faces. Because at no point did she say that she never saw their faces. The fact that they killed the mom and the dad, one could say is because the mom and the dad saw their faces and that's why they had to die. She saw their faces too. Right? And that is what would make that is what it would make sense. She would die too. Why would they leave her alive? So she fucked up here. She did not think long enough about this crime. She should have phoned me. I could have given her better tips.
The only thing I can say is he said I cooperated. But I asked him to take me.
The number one guy said you cooperated. Okay. Who's to say this whole thing isn't a lie? That what you're telling me is a lie? Because if you are lying, it's the most cold-blooded thing that I have ever faced in my life.
Yeah, here's the guy's fucking phone number. Phone him. He'll tell you. He'll tell you. I cooperated. That's why he didn't shoot me. What the fuck? You accusing me of shit? Jesus. To be the murderer? I'm cool. Echo chat. Exactly. Oh my god. Yeah. I mean, Jesus. This is rough. This is so rough, dude.
There is nothing that you've said to me today is a lie. Now, back to another very difficult question. But if I don't ask it, I'm going to be, it's an obvious one. The resentment that you may have had towards your parents for the interference in your relationship and your life and essentially locking you down in your house.
Did you kill them?
At the end of the day, I love my parents and I chose to be with them. And if I wanted to, I could have just left, but I didn't. I wanted to stay with them and take care of them.
So this wasn't something...
Yeah, you wanted to take care of them. That's a very good use of the word. I wanted to stay with them because I wanted to take care of them. But she's got me there. I believe her. I absolutely believe that she wanted to take care of them.
Evil plot that you thought up to...
Oh my god, no.
Oh my god, no. That better.
No interaction.
You should
no
lie
beliefs,
better.
No, you didn't have anything to do with this thing at all, whatsoever. You don't engage in illegal activity?
No.
Because you know that it'll be very easy. It will be a very easy thing to discredit you on, right? We're in the process of trying to add credibility to what you tell us, and that's through the process of asking people and doing whatever. Through that same process, it will be very easy to find the flaws in what you've said, which again then turns the focus back to you. Okay?
I don't...
It's a natural progress. It's a natural thing that investigators do. We eliminate people, or we draw our attention to them. It's a natural thing. It's not brain surgery.
Very true, Massey.
The detective leaves the room for 20 minutes to allow Jennifer to stew in her own thoughts before they end the statement. He comes back to add one last bit of psychological pressure that he carefully disguises as reassurance. Jennifer will leave terrified, but still believe the police are on her side.
Okay, we're done, essentially. How are you feeling?
Sorry, you really scared me.
Did I? What did I scare you about? Sit down and take a load off. Tell me how you're feeling. And how I scared you.
Oh, God.
I don't want you walking away from here thinking I'm evil. I want you to walking around from here thinking that this guy is helping investigate my mom's murder and he's going to turn over every stone possible to make sure that we catch the people who do that. That's what I want you feeling. So I don't want you walking away from here thinking that I scared you or I'm a bad man. Sometimes we have to ask very, very difficult questions, but it's my job. Okay?
Uh-huh.
You're our only link.
He is covered, Jesus.
Until your dad regains his back and being able to be spoken to, right now you're our only link to this case.
Her father had bullet fragments lodged in his face that doctors couldn't remove, and a shattered neck bone. At the time of this interview, the consensus was that if he did regain consciousness, he would be useless as a witness due to irreversible brain damage.
So we may rely on you heavily until we can speak to your father. Okay? So don't be afraid. If you've told the truth, the last thing you should be afraid of is...
She was undone by her father, wasn't she?
Is anything. If you've told the truth and you've been truthful through this whole process, then you're helping. You're doing your part. Okay? And
she will be off to the hospital now?
I'm just afraid because, you know, like, I know everything is just all pointing negatively right now, and I don't understand why. I feel that, like, the way you're speaking to me, it's kind of like, I know you said that you had to say those things, but it's here, and I've already said it to the special victims yesterday, but there's, like, ideas in my head.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid to say it out loud. But
ideas about speculation of what happened, how it happened. Unfortunately, at times some of us have to point the finger, seem like we're pointing the finger, and it really is just to provoke you to see what you're going to do, how you're going to respond. Okay? So it's only a question, and it's been answered, and if you have been truthful, okay, you have nothing to fear. Absolutely nothing. Okay?
Police kept Jennifer under close observation from this point forward. A surveillance detail was assigned to track her every movement, and she was even monitored at her mother's funeral 3 days later. According to reports, she was emotionless the majority of the time, only showing what appeared to be feigned grief at certain moments. She never shed a single tear, and kept her eyes to the floor or completely shut for the entirety of the service. Jennifer's father had in fact awoken from his induced coma the day prior, and miraculously seemed to remember everything from the night of the incident. He would give an official statement in secret on November 16th, and multiple parts of his story contradicted what Jennifer had told police. The most significant detail was that she was never tied up, but instead walking around freely and talking with the intruders as if they were friends. He actually spoke with Jennifer over the phone, but was informed by investigators to act amnesic and not to confront her, only to ask her if she thought her ex-boyfriend was behind it.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, that hurts. She walked around? Like, that is cold, bro. I'm sorry, but that is fucking cold. I know you're already a murderer, and you're probably already very psychopathic if you decide to kill your own family. But to actually be willing to walk around, whilst these people are in your home and gonna kill your parents, you walk around and chat to them knowing full well that your parents are beyond scared at this point. That is fucking rough, dude.
She stated that she was almost certain he wasn't. The only issue with Han's statement was that he had suffered minor brain damage from the gunshot, which could be used by a defense team to refute his testimony in court, or even get it thrown out altogether. Furthermore, it was essentially his word against Jennifer's, and their turbulent relationship would also work greatly in the defense's favor. York Regional Police knew they needed a confession for the best possible chance at securing a conviction, so they assigned their most experienced investigator to conduct Jennifer's interrogation. She was called back into the Markham Police Station on the 22nd of November at 2:30 p.m., a week and a half after the incident took place.
Their most experienced investigator. Peeps, we're about to get another master class.
Just for the record, it is the 22nd of November 2010. We're at the 5 District Station in the town of Markham. My computer right now says 2:39 in the afternoon. Okay. Just for the record, my name is Detective William Gates. You can just call me Bill here today. And what do you like to be called?
Jen.
Jen? Yep. What do you prefer, Jen or Jennifer?
Doesn't know.
Either or? Okay, so Jen, you're aware that the audio tape and everything's on. It's the same as last time. Okay, you've been here on 2 other occasions, I understand, on the 9th of November, and I believe again on the 11th.
The theory of this is going to go bad.
Okay, and do you know why we're here today?
Just to discuss stuff.
Yeah, regarding what?
What happened at my home.
Okay. And as a result of that home invasion, your father, Han Pan, was actually shot, and your mother, Becca Pan, was actually killed. Is that correct? Yeah, you'll have to speak up a little bit just so I can hear you.
Sorry, yes.
Okay.
What's unique about this interrogator is how he immediately adopts a no-nonsense approach, yet manages to build rapport and remain sympathetic at the same time. You'll see that he has far less patience compared to the previous investigator, yet seems to create a stronger connection with the suspect. It's a hard thing to explain, but easily observed, as you'll soon find out.
So that's what we're going to discuss here today.
Jennifer this time around has read her rights to silence rather than her rights as a witness. If she knew anything about the law in Canada, she would be wise to the fact that she is now a suspect. Fortunately for the investigator, she remains completely naive to the situation throughout the opening phase of the interrogation, making her far more susceptible to the strategy he...
The very fucking moment they go, just want to say you have a right to an attorney, you have a right to remain silent, anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law, is where you go, lawyer, I'm not doing shit. I'm just getting this fucking lawyer. I'm done speaking now.
He is about to employ.
Okay, just hold on a second. Okay, we're having technical difficulties here. Okay, so that's why they interrupted me. What we're going to do is, if you don't mind holding tight there, I'm just going to move my equipment to the other room. Okay, and then I'll come over and we'll move over there next door. Okay?
I'm just not comfortable being on my own.
Okay, I'm going to be right here though. Okay?
With respect to interrogations, it's common knowledge that the psychological manipulation begins before a single word is spoken. The physical layout of the room is designed to accelerate the sense of discomfort and isolation, and it's fascinating to observe how each interrogator has their own unique methods of setting the tone. Knowing how this interrogation plays out allows us to realize this detective's procedure. The considerable distance between him and the suspect will keep her relaxed enough to be influenced by phase 1, but this same distance will intensify the pressure once he eventually closes it during phase 2. You'll notice this detective is slow with his first strategy, but swift with the second. He takes his time in building trust and establishing rapport, yet once this initial connection is secured, the transition to aggression will be abrupt and ever increasing from that point forward. Jennifer takes a seat in the room 15 minutes since she was first informed of her rights. It's important to note that she is still free to leave at any time at this point. She is unknowingly a suspect, but not under arrest.
So just for the record, this room is being videotaped and audio taped, just like the other one, okay? And I'm just going to grab my chair from across the way, okay? Okay.
The detective goes through Jennifer's history of teaching piano and her earlier years of high-level figure skating, which was cut short due to injury.
If you didn't get injured, would you still be doing it? Yeah. That's nice. And did you, as far as that, did you do like competition skating, or? And how did you do with that?
I wasn't at the top of the pack, but just in the middle average.
Yeah, so that's good though.
It's interesting how he's literally friends with her right now. Like, just very friendly, asking her about her life, getting her very, very much relaxed.
But you did actually enjoy it.
Do you think at this point he is burning to ask the $1 million question? Like, in himself? Because I imagine it's just as stressful for the interrogator as it is for the suspect. Because you know, one wrong word, if you push too quickly, if you push too slowly, anything you do can end all of this in a moment. They ask for a lawyer and it's fucking done. You're not getting a confession out of a lawyered up suspect. Just will not happen.
It was more than just going for competition. You enjoyed actually doing it.
I was petrified of the competition.
Okay. All right. Do you have any students right now? Or?
No.
Okay. And why not?
The students I were teaching, they went to high school and lost interest.
Oh, okay. Yeah, too big for piano. Yeah, I took it in grade school too, but I think I went to grade 7 in it, I think. Like when I was in grade 7, I stopped taking it, but I still remember Swans on the Lake. I know how to play that, that's about it.
The detective then goes through Jennifer's work history as a server before touching on her future plans in education. Jennifer mentions that she plans to go by her parents' wishes and pursue a career in healthcare, at which point the primary strategy is initiated. the how and why solution. The detective gradually begins to shift the blame away from the suspect and onto another set of circumstances that prompted the suspect to commit the crime. He starts developing a theme that will afford her a psychological justification in doing it, and this theme will be further established as the interrogation progresses. It starts off subtle so that she remains.
I've always wondered, because you see this quite often in movies and series and stuff. Obviously not to the same extent. We saw this yesterday with the Chris Watts case as well. Because usually in movies they'll go like, dude, I get it, man. You were tired of the pressures that your family were putting on you. You were angry. You lost your cool and you shot them. You know, it happens. It happens to the best of us. And I always looked at movies and I was like, dude, if someone said that to me, I'm not suddenly going to go like, oh my God, he gets me. He gets me. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Now can I go? Like, I want to go eat something. Because I would know if I admit this, I'm fucked. It's over. But you don't see all the shit that happens beforehand. Like the building of this, the laying the brickwork and the groundwork to basically tell this person, we absolutely understand. And there is a moral justification for what you're doing here. And that's fine. You subconsciously tend to agree with the statement instead of being horrified. Yeah, but you would still know that if you admit to this, you're going to jail.
Oblivious to the agenda.
Now, if you could pick any job yourself, I'm not talking about anybody else, but if you could pick for yourself, what would it be?
I'm going to be a piano teacher when I come home. But in the daytime, I'd like to have a simple, maybe like a lab technician job, just work 8 hours a day, and then come home and teach piano.
This is an answer the detective was hoping for. Jennifer's preferred career choice is at odds with what her parents wanted, so he now builds on the concept of the overly controlling parent and the unfair limitations it causes the child. He then links this concept with the subject of Jennifer's boyfriend and how she was kept from seeing him.
Now, eventually you were discussing Daniel. What happened with that relationship?
I hid it from my parents at first. They didn't agree with me having a boyfriend.
Okay.
And
dude.
Once they found out, they didn't like the fact that he was of mixed race.
Okay.
And they told me to stop seeing him.
Okay. And how did that make you feel?
That he was the person who just filled an empty void for me. So it felt that a part of me was missing.
When you broke up, you felt the part was missing? Is that what you're saying?
When they first told me to stop seeing him, stop talking to him, I felt like a part of me was missing, and I fell into a little bit of depression.
Okay. How did they find out?
One day when my mother came to pick me up, she saw me with him. He had dropped me off.
Okay. Dropped you off?
At Pacific Mall, and my mother was coming to pick me up from Pacific Mall.
Okay. And somehow they saw each other, I guess?
Oh, my mother saw me hugging, kissing goodbye.
Okay. That gave it away. What happened next then?
I tried to bring him home. My mother at first was like, bring him home, let us meet him. When I brought him home, they automatically didn't like him for some reason.
Okay.
Some reason. He's a drug dealer. Of course they didn't like him.
So you were told to stop seeing him. So what happened then?
At first I stopped for a while. But like I said, I just felt really empty and I felt depression, and I started talking to him again.
Jennifer then goes on to explain in further detail how she carried on the relationship in secret and how it became more and more of a struggle hiding it from her parents.
Now, how has Daniel taken it when your parents said that you couldn't see him anymore? How did he take it?
He was hurt.
Yeah. And how did you feel?
I see what you're saying, Apocalypse.
She then goes on to explain that she was living with Daniel at his parents' house for 2 years, while her own parents thought she was studying at a university.
And his parents were, I guess,
as someone who graduated with psychology, sociology, and philosophy under my belt, most of the people who murder someone purposely are insanely easy to get them to admit what they did. They all want to brag about it, so if you actually have a sociopath in your hands, you're going to have a far easier time getting them to admit to it because they are full-blown ego Andes. I've heard that before, but isn't it psychopaths that's more like that? So you especially get this a lot from mass murderers. So mass murderers love to fucking admit to it, because by getting caught, that's how you get the recognition. You're never going to be famous if they don't know who you are. They actually use this exact same way just to catch them, because they tend to get more bold and sort of more reckless. And many detectives actually say that eventually they want to be caught. So they start going further and further, pushing it more and more. Sociopath is the one who will eat your kidney and laugh about it. A psychopath is one who only does it once and murders an entire room. Depends, I guess. Like I said, I don't know if it's all of them that want to be caught. More typically, just like mentally off, not as violent in some cases. The difference between psycho and socio isn't with behavior, but source of the disorder. It isn't necessarily a serial killer. Sociopath isn't necessarily a serial killer either. It really depends on the extent to which. So I mean, you can never really say someone is X and therefore they will be Y. It's more a case of, like, if you are to a certain extent. So if you're enough of a sociopath, you would start killing. But you get sociopaths to do a bunch of other things as well. I was just sort of asking. I'm not necessarily suggesting that I have the answers. I was just sort of asking.
Yes, more liberal than your parents.
His parents, they love me.
Yeah, okay. And they recognize that you loved each other.
Jennifer recounts how she bought a fake diploma for $500 to show her parents, and the many other avenues she went down to keep the lie going. She eventually gets to the day she was found out.
How did you end up back home, I guess?
They called up my friend, who I said I was staying with, in the middle of the night.
Oh, shit. That's not great.
She was groggy and forgot what day it was, and so she's like, isn't she home? And
based on everything this girl has done, I'm surprised that the friend didn't get fucking done as well. Because the friend was groggy and half asleep. I'm really surprised that the friend wasn't killed as well. Because this girl seems to kill anyone that gets in her fucking way.
I wasn't home.
Okay. She messed up.
I don't blame her a bit.
No.
Jennifer then goes on to explain the ultimatum she was given and the restrictive measures that were put in place so that she wouldn't be able to see her boyfriend.
So how has that felt, being under those guidelines for the last 18 months?
It was okay. It wasn't the best feeling in the world because, I just felt like trapped.
Okay.
But it's what I chose to be with my family.
Okay. And so you made a choice between what?
Living out on my own with Daniel and staying home with my parents.
Did you feel you really had a choice or not?
There was no choice because family always comes first.
Okay. And where do you get that from? Where do you get that belief? Okay. So family's number one?
Yes.
The detective then brings up Jennifer's earlier assertion of being depressed and then affiliates it with the restrictive measures she was living under.
What was the worst the depression got?
Quick question. I know we have a video lined up that's sort of going to answer a lot of these questions, but my question would be, so empathy plays a massive role in all of this, right? And psychopaths, generally speaking, suffer from a lack of empathy. They don't have empathy, which is how we classify them as psychopaths. But do sociopaths also lack empathy, Or is it some sociopaths that would lack empathy? Because I know sociopathy in general is usually just considered anyone that shows any antisocial behavior. So if you're like you don't really fit into a society as well as most other people would. Voidwalker, don't link it in chat, link it in content suggestions on Discord. Because there I can have like a full record of it, even if we can't, even if we end the stream, I can watch it tomorrow or whatever. Don't link it in chat. To understand, sociopath is a psychopath. The sociopaths don't feel emotion. Psychopaths are in most cases very full of emotion to the point they are crazy. Ah, okay. Easy.
I cut myself.
Okay. And when did that happen? Where did you cut?
On my wrist, and once people started noticing, I'd hide it other places, but never twice in the same spot.
So how many cuts do you have on you?
Now,
Oh, she cut herself?
Done? They've healed? Okay. And
Lizzie.
Did you want to kill yourself?
Jennifer asserts that she tried to kill herself when she was 19 by overdosing on sleeping tablets. She also states that her self-harm was a distractor from the pain and frustrations she was going through.
Did you ever feel that they expected too much of you? How so?
Comparisons to other people.
Okay, so who would they compare you to?
Like classmates, clubmates, cousins.
Okay. And so some of them have been successful recently? Okay, and what did they say to you?
Wish you could have been that person.
Okay, so that's pretty hard, right? Hard to take for you?
I know murder is wrong, and I'm not suggesting for a moment that this girl should be forgiven for what she had done, but having parents like this, people like that should never actually fucking have kids. They don't deserve them. Because what do you expect? I can almost guarantee you, if this is the life that she had growing up in the times that she could remember, I don't think her childhood years, so the years that we, generally speaking, don't remember as we grow older, I don't think they were any better. She most likely lived under immense fucking pressure her entire life. She had to perform no matter fucking what. So in some ways, the parents have as much blame as the kid here.
What I've heard all my life. Nothing.
Of course, that depends on what we view as what causes things like psychopathy or sociopathy to exist. If you believe that this is sort of nature versus nurture, you might say no, not at all. Or you could say, if you believe in sort of meta genes, then we could 100% say that her parents are the reason 100% for what had happened to her. So she had dormant, latent genes of sociopathy that could activate, and her parents were like the perfect conduit for those genes. The way she was raised literally just activated all of the right genes to make sure that this is what they ended up with.
Did you ever feel like, I know you're smart and they believe you're very smart, but did you ever feel you weren't as smart as what they thought that you were?
Yeah.
Okay, I get that feeling, that it's pretty tough to live up to their expectations. Okay, like your dad ultimately would like to see you be like a doctor. Those were pretty high standards for anybody. Not everybody can be a doctor. Okay, but they may have acted like you could have done it no problem. Their expectations were so high that few people would be able to reach that expectation. I'm not just talking about you, I'm talking about anybody. And it started at a young age.
The detective further explores the stresses of living with overly strict parents, and Jennifer explains in further details the way she would cope, which for the most part was lying about her grades and living a double life with her boyfriend.
How did it feel having to lie to them all those years?
It's really hard. Really hard. Like I wanted to tell them, but it just
Was it really hard though?
always
I
look
feel like
down,
at that point you wouldn't really be able to understand what like leading a
Sure,
double
there
life
are
would
days
feel
when
like.
you actually planned that this is the day I'm going to tell them, and then you just couldn't spit it out.
The opening strategy of the how and why solution has now been executed. A connection has been attained, and the desired narrative established. The next phase of the interrogation is about to commence, which is first...
Signal warning, I've said this before and I'll say it again. This is Twitch. No one here is accurate. I don't care how many degrees you cite or how many years of experience you cite. The fact of the matter is none of us can actually double check that information, right? I'm not talking to you specifically. I'm talking to everyone in chat. I'm not going to sit here and go, bro, link your fucking shit to me. I want to be able to fact check you. No one should take chat seriously. This is Twitch. Don't take me seriously. I know fuck all. I'm sitting here, I'm spitballing crap. And we're doing this for entertainment, by the way. If you're watching this going, I'm getting a masterclass in psychology, you're wasting your fucking time, right? Like 100% wasting your time. We're here because this is entertaining. It's fun to watch and it's fun to watch it together. That is it. And everyone has an opinion and it's fucking lovely to see all of your opinions going on. But no one should get triggered with each other over the opinions that we're sharing because we're having fun and it's meant to be fun. Look at this as you would a sporting match. No one is the coach, but everyone seems to know exactly what the fuck to do, right? That's exactly what this is. We're all sitting here coaching from the sidelines. We're having fun, but no one is telling the truth unless, of course, someone can prove that they have all the degrees necessary to tell the truth.
Set up by a two-step strategy. Step 1 is to induce fatigue. Step 2 is to induce fear.
Now, when's the last time you spoke to your dad?
This morning, just to see if my brother had meetings to school with me.
And what have you and your father discussed about this case?
He just asked me if Daniel was behind it.
Okay.
And I told him I don't know 100%, but I don't think he did.
Okay. Why would he ask that?
Because
Betty, if that is how you feel, then I'm very, very happy to have you. I'm okay with people attacking me. I am almost never okay with people attacking each other. Disagreements, that's fine. You can have disagreements and you can sort of discuss things with each other. Rurikon, holy shit. Thanks for the raid, bro. Really appreciate that. Welcome, everyone. How was the stream, brother? How was the stream? Really happy to have you guys here. We're watching a basic, like, fucking masterclass on how to annihilate your family. Well, masterclass is a bit stretching it. Not really masterclass. But yeah, Cyrus, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Hey, first time catching a stream? Hey, bro, happy to have you here. Thanks for the first time chat. Can we say hello to everyone that's raiding? We really appreciate having you guys here. Thanks for the follow, Centrio. I really hope you guys brought your stomachs with you because this is some nasty shit we're watching here, and basically we're watching a train wreck happening. No prob, Rurikon. I was just reacting to all the WoW news, cross-faction and boosting stuff. All right. That must have been fun. That must have been fun. Where's the emotes ban? Sad. True.
And that he would go to anyone to be with me.
True. More
What do
spam,
you
more
think
better.
about that?
I know that he's moved on, so I don't think he would go to these lengths to be with me when he's already moved on.
The detective has Jennifer go through the entire incident once more, but unlike the first investigator, offers no reassurance nor consolation. Jennifer starts fake crying again, yet this time is given no tissues to wipe away her non-existent tears.
Now, do you think there's any reason why they tied you up and didn't tie your parents up?
I don't know.
Does that seem odd to you? Why does it seem odd?
This guy's a
I was
genius.
away up here separated from him the whole time.
And does it make sense that they would leave a witness behind? they were going to kill somebody. Does that make sense?
I guess
Just thinking about it. Would it make sense for somebody that was going to kill somebody to leave a witness behind that could describe them? Does that make common sense for killers?
not.
I love how he's not telling her. You know, he's not telling her that makes no sense. You must be lying. Try another story. He's asking her, which actually I think puts so much more pressure on you, because you know that there is literally zero answer that makes that question go away. How do you answer that? Why did they keep you alive and not your parents? What are you? What the fuck are you gonna say here that's gonna make anything better here? And it just builds that pressure to the point where you go, okay, fine, I did it. I fucking killed them. I pulled the trigger. Are you happy now? Just leave me alone. Stop asking me all these hard fucking questions that I don't know the answer to.
What do you think? Do you think that was a mistake they made then?
I don't know. They kept saying that they're running out of time, and it just...
Doesn't take a long time to kill someone, though, does it?
I know. I don't know.
Jennifer's dramatics intensify as the discussion of the home invasion continues. She's trying to...
Sindro, okay, so for those of you that literally just joined, if you want to know what happened here, this girl killed her entire family. Her parents were basically tyrants who pushed her much, much harder than what any kid should ever be pushed. And she was a figure skater. She got hurt, couldn't figure skate anymore. Her grades were slipping, so she started to lie and give her parents fake reports from school. She faked getting into college. She basically faked everything. And then her parents found out that she was faking and that she was living with her boyfriend, and she was basically given two options. Either you move back home, under our roof, go back to school, get your shit together, fix your life, and we make the rules, or you stay with your boyfriend, but you're cut off for the rest of your life. We never want to see you again. So she made the choice to move in with her parents again, but she made a deal with her boyfriend for him to get 3 friends to kill her parents so that she could obviously be free but keep the money. And now you guys are sort of watching as this detective is trying to get her to face up to the fucking crime.
To give off the nonverbal cue that she wants to move past the incident. The detective doesn't respond, but continues to go over the different stages of the night in more detail. He jumps from the beginning to the end to the middle, back to the end, and then back to the beginning again. None of this is for the purpose of information gathering. He is inducing mental fatigue as to diminish Jennifer's critical thinking. This is often done before a direct confrontation, as it can diminish the suspect's ability to consider the long-term consequences of a decision. Jennifer will get stressed and tired, not because she is traumatized by the event being recited, but because it's exhausting keeping up such an act when it's not genuine, and this performance eventually starts to dwindle and becomes gradually less convincing.
How did the conversation end with Ed?
I heard my mother calling for my father.
Okay. And then what?
I have to go through this again.
Okay. When you went to bed, was your mom home yet?
She had just gotten home, and I went down. I told Ed I'd be right back, and I went down. I said hi to her, and I went back up to my room.
It's interesting how her entire demeanor has shifted. Look at how she's sitting right now. She's literally sitting like this. Like, you can physically see that she's tired of keeping up this facade. She can no longer sit there fiddling or sort of twitching or trying to pretend like she actually cares about this. She is physically just sitting there sort of going, okay, fuck. Can we just get on with this? I don't know why I have to keep doing this. She has given up all pretense. She's just let go of all pretense here.
Okay. Were you injured at all during the whole process?
Not really.
Okay. Not really anything?
Step 2 of the confrontation setup will now commence. The detective employs what is known as the futility technique. He will tell Jennifer that he has an abundance of resources at his disposal and
We saw
even
this with Chris
fabricate
Watts
much of
as well.
what he asserts. He's indirectly telling the suspect it is useless to resist due to the overwhelming evidence against her.
Now, the reason why I'm here today, okay, is that I'm an expert, okay, in what we call truth verification. I talk to thousands of people, okay, and I basically know when somebody's not being straightforward with me, okay. I can tell by the language they use, how they answer the questions, their body language, how they treat the question, that something's wrong here, okay, this doesn't make sense.
The detective then gives Jennifer an 8-minute narrative on police tactics and forensic technology, some of which is embellished, but for the most part true. He then asserts that police are able to use infrared satellite imagery to see the occupants inside a household. This
Jesus. Just like that. Just like that. So we actually have this technology that makes us see all of your memories play out in real time as if a TV show. And we've run this technology on you, and we saw you pulling the trigger. What do you say about that? What? Fuck. Jesus.
This is entirely false.
And basically, if people are moving around in a house, it's like an x-ray, okay? And basically we're able to tell, you know, are those movements, are those actions, that number of people consistent with the story that we've been told? Are the people in the positions that the witnesses are telling us they were in? Or are they different? Okay, and if they're different, why are they different is what our question becomes, right? And so at the end of the day...
Imagine if right there you go, no you can't. Why are you lying to me? I know all the technology. Show me. Show me this X-ray picture that you've got. Bitch, please. Like, that would be turning the whole thing around on this guy. And suddenly you start asking the questions. It reminds me of that fucking, that episode of The Office, where he's calling everyone in to see whose marijuana it is. And then you just have that entire interview. You said when I walked in here, I'd be conducting the interview. And Dwight is just like, what?
Okay, there's so many resources available to me that at the end of the day, I'm going to know if a person's telling me the truth or not.
The detective is now about to initiate the confrontation, but first...
Her playing with her hair tells you that she believes everything he just said. She's feeling vulnerable. She's feeling caught out. So she's distracting herself so as to not give away anything else. That's why she's playing with her hair. You see the same sort of thing whenever a girl is really into a guy. Like, a girl is really attracted to a guy. You'll see her play with her hair. It's to sort of hide what she's... sort of trying to not give away too much too quickly. And that's the first time she's been playing with her hair this entire thing. Like, all throughout this, she's been playing with her hand, fidgeting, sort of moving around, and now she's playing with her hair. And fast. Like, look at how quickly her fingers are going over her hair.
Available to me.
Like, look at that.
That at the end of the day, I'm going to know if a person's telling me the truth or not.
The detective is now about to initiate the confrontation, but first brings the entire setup full circle by reestablishing the notions of reasoning and rationale. The suspect is fatigued and scared, but still needs to feel the detective is on her side.
Now, I can tell you that nothing surprises me in this job, okay? I am well aware that anybody on this earth is capable of making a mistake. Okay? I don't care who they are. I don't care if they're a priest. I don't care if they're a school teacher. I don't care what the situation is. Given a certain set of circumstances, everyone has the capability, Jennifer, of making a mistake, doing the wrong thing. Okay?
So in this case, Blue Fairy, I would say that's why I said focus on how quickly she's playing with her hair. So, for example, in the comfort thing, Apocalypse, I would say yes, if you're sort of slowly moving your hands over your hair, like very sort of almost like, you know, like sort of stroking a cat almost. Like if you're petting a cat and you're just sort of running your hand along the cat very slowly, just sort of trying to relax. The speed at which, so when a girl is flirting or when a girl is into a guy, she'll sort of twirl her hair. So the hair thing is one part of it, and then how you do whatever you do with your hair, I would say, is the other part. The fact that she did it so fucking quickly just shows an incredible amount of nervousness, and also just trying not to do anything else that could seem as if she's giving anything away.
The key, though, when I talk to people is when they made a mistake, okay, that's one thing, right? The key is to not keep making the same mistake.
Sitting around.
And to get that information out and get it off your chest. Okay? You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, from this case, and I can tell you I've spent literally a week on this case, going over information after information, accessing all the sources, speaking to every other expert on the case. And at this point, Jennifer, I know that you've not been truthful with the police. Okay? You've not told us everything that you know, purposely. You've spent a considerable amount of time in the last 7 years telling half-truths. And I can understand why, okay? You've had a tough life. What's happened to you, to me, equates to abuse. And all the stresses that you've had and forced to lie, I can understand why you did it, okay? But you're in another situation here where you're under another tremendous amount of stress. And it doesn't feel good inside, does it? It breaks down the person that you are. Because at the end of the day, you're a good person. I know that. You've got a good heart. In this case, though, you've made mistakes. Okay? And you're involved in this. I know that.
Oh my God, he's taking away every avenue she could possibly try to use. I might play Dying Light 2. I genuinely don't know. I love the way in which he's attacking this. He's not giving her any opportunity to answer. He tells her, you've lied. But at this point, she's not had any opportunity to fucking answer. He tells her, you're not feeling good. She says no, but he keeps talking. He's not even paying attention to her. He's basically backing her into a corner and being like, listen, this is the gist. All you need to say is, yes, I've lied. I killed them. That's it. You have no other recourse here. I'm more interested now, after knowing that she's probably going to cave soon. I'm very interested to know if she actually ended up going to jail. Did she actually get prison time? Or did she get off because of the abuse?
Okay, there's no question about it. The only question right now is, are you going to keep making mistakes? Are you going to go on the route that you've gone on over the years and try to pretend that things happen that never happened? Okay, are you going to not face reality here?
Answer, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that.
We've done our homework, okay? We have to resolve that now here today. I need to know from you what really happened. And I know why this has happened. You have spent your whole life trying to live up to expectations that you can't meet, okay? And that stress the hell out of you. You're a 24-year-old woman being treated like a 15-year-old, okay? You've never done anything that terrible in your life, but you're being treated like you have. You're not being treated like the adult that you are. Yes, you made some mistakes, big deal. You're not the first person that has gone out and not told their parents that they're dating a guy, because in your culture they don't accept it. I understand that. I've talked to people in here that have kept that secret for their whole life from their parents. Okay, so that's not abnormal, but that puts a lot.
Their whole life? That's a bit harsh. Where do some Asian parents imagine kids come from? if the kid for their whole life isn't allowed to date anyone? Like, how exactly would that function?
A lot of stress on you, right? That's not easy for you, is it? No. Now, what we need to get down to here today, Jen, is what really happened.
It's rough out there.
You need to tell me what went on. Because you know who was in that house that night. You do, Jen. There's no question about that, okay?
While remaining empathetic and understanding, the detective still needs to keep Jennifer's confidence low. He watches for denials and stops them immediately. Letting the suspect deny her guilt will only increase confidence and morale. This needs to be stripped away as much as possible, as early as possible.
There's no question about it, okay?
The focus is kept from the magnitude of the crime and concentrated on the justifications of why someone would commit it.
Yes, their intentions might have been good, but they're not realistic. They're not, Dan, were they? Jen? Their expectations weren't realistic, were they? You couldn't live up.
I love how he's changed tone entirely. He's gone from being very friendly and you know, very buddy-buddy to now he's not giving her any opportunity to deny shit. He's not doing crap. Like, she doesn't even get a moment to think about what she's answering. He keeps pushing. They're not fair, are they? Jane, they're not fair, are they? Basically just backing her into a corner consistently. This is harsh, dude.
Up to them, could you? You tried to. Right? Am I right? And finally you had to bite back, right?
Let's go. This isn't
you had no other choice. You felt like you had no other options. You thought of everything else, including killing yourself. This is Canada. We're in the 21st century here. You cannot take everything out of a person. You can have expectations for your kids, but you can't expect them to do everything the way you want it. It doesn't feel good to have secrets, does it? No. You have to let me know what happened here, okay? Okay, but you were involved, right? That's the part we need, okay? We need to hear that from you because we know you were.
The detective appears to be getting nowhere, so he now lowers the gauge of admission. A confession to a lesser offense is far easier to attain, but once it is attained, can be used to build on the more damnatory elements of the case. You'll also notice that he uses broad terms that infer guilt, yet don't directly accuse Jennifer of murder.
You knew before that night that this was going to happen. I'm going to make that easy on you. That's a true statement, right? You knew before that night that they were coming. Right?
No response.
Ken? It's not worth it anymore. It's hurting you.
She seems to be on the cusp of giving some form of admission, yet wants reassurance as to what it means for her own sake. She asks this question 9 times throughout this interrogation. It's one of the few things investigators can't actually lie about, as it's been used countless times in the past to get a case thrown out under misdirection. They can avoid the question, yet they can't afford any false promises with respect to sentencing.
I need to know the details. I can't even say. But I can tell you one thing is that we already know, so you can't change that.
Oh.
I know you did. But it got too far ahead of you, right? You didn't think this far ahead, did you? But once they came in, you couldn't stop.
I feel like there's definitely, so I just quickly want to say, guys, if in about 4 minutes the stream goes down, please know that it's the power that went out, and there's literally nothing I can do about it. There's a chance that the power won't go out, but there's a chance that the power will go out. It really all depends. So if in about 3 minutes, just know that. But I will say that it's interesting. I think I think her no response is also quite telling, because up until this point, she constantly denied it. And now she's actually started to go completely silent, which is in itself actually a response. She is getting tired of just denying it the whole time.
But could you? Could you? Jen? I know. Why didn't they stop for you? I know who they were. But you were part of the planning, right? You have to tell me that part, and then we're going to work through it together. Do you know what I'm saying? You didn't want this. You wanted to stop it. You have to prove that to me now. Because at the end of the day, we have to stop this from happening to someone else. Right? Jen, we're going to have to deal with it one step at a time, okay? I'm going to be honest with you. I need to know what you did. And then you and I are going to work through this together. Because the most important part of this whole thing is that we do the right thing for your mom. Right? I am her voice right now. I'm working for your mom. That's my job.
I'm just quickly going to stop here. Just because I need to end that recording in case the power goes out. So we'll just wait a bit to see if the power comes back. Like, if the power stays on, we're good, at least. Hopefully it doesn't go out. Like, that's all I can hope for right now. So I'm going to go to the bathroom, quickly take a pee, and then I'll be back, like, 2 minutes. Let's just hope the power stays fucking on, right?